Editor Lin said, "The other colleagues all send their regards. They didn't come because they didn't want to trouble you, but they've all prepared gifts for little Renan. When you're done with your confinement, remember to stop by the office to pick them up." Xue Ling smiled. "Thank them for me. My husband has also prepared some return gifts. When I come by, I'll bring them along." Editor Lin was soon amazed by the house's decor. "The woodwork is so beautiful and classic, and this place is huge. Can I take a look around?" "Feel free." "Great. I've always wanted to see the legendary Wang Jiangyuan elevator apartments." After Editor Lin went out, Wang Ting quickly scooted over to Xue Ling and lowered her voice to talk about her own family. "Ling, I took your advice about last time. I talked to my mom for days and she finally agreed. Now I give the family 100 won a month, and I get to keep the rest for myself." Xue Ling smiled and squeezed her hand. "That's great. Now you don't have to worry. No matter what, you're still her daughter. She'll always care about you." Wang Ting sighed softly. "She does care. But compared to my brother, I'm nothing. She said this is just for after I get married. For the next few months, I still have to hand over everything." Xue Ling said quietly, "She's already compromised halfway. You should be satisfied. It wasn't easy for her to raise you, and as her child, you do have a responsibility to support your parents." Wang Ting nodded, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Ling, you're an only child, right? So when your parents get old, you'll be the only one responsible for them." "Yes," Xue Ling said, not worried at all. "My parents are still young, but I've already set up a detailed retirement plan for them. When they're older, I'll have them move in with us. They get along well with my in-laws, so I'm not worried about them clashing." "But will your husband agree?" Wang Ting asked. "Some men from the countryside don't care much about their wife's family." Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I think he'll agree. When the time comes, I'll talk it over with him. He won't lose out." "Lose out?" Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows, then smiled. "How can you talk about losing out when it comes to caring for our elders? What does that even mean?" After Editor Lin and Wang Ting left, Cheng Tianyuan finished his work and came home, and Xue Ling brought up the topic. She said, "Well, it's like, if you take care of them, you'll get something in return, that kind of idea." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Even if there's no benefit, I'll still respect them and treat them well." Xue Ling laughed softly and wrapped her arms around his neck. "I know that. But I want you to know, if you treat them well, they'll treat you well too. And always think of what's best for us." Cheng Tianyuan bent down and kissed her gently on the lips. "I can't promise what the future will bring, but I can say this. Whatever we eat or use, our foreparents will always have it better than us. Whether it's your parents or mine, I'll treat them the same." "That's enough," Xue Ling said, nuzzling into his neck and snuggling into his arms. Looking into her eyes, Cheng Tianyuan murmured, "When my family was at its lowest, your parents still honored their promise and agreed to let their only precious daughter marry a poor guy like me. That kind of trust and kindness is something I'll be grateful for my whole life." Xue Ling giggled and playfully nipped his neck. "Wow, when did my Yuanga get so good at sweet talk? You're making my heart melt." Cheng Tianyuan gave her a fond, teasing look. "I mean every word." I know. Xue Ling smiled happily, tiptoed, and kissed him. Outside, night was falling, the lights along the river twinkled, and the view was beautiful. The two of them held each other close, enjoying the warmth and peace of the moment. The next morning, after finishing her translation work, Xue Ling stretched and heard her son crying, so she hurried to the living room. She saw her mom half squatting on the floor, changing the baby's diaper. She quickly went over to help. Her mom couldn't help but remind her again. "How many times have I told you, don't squat down during your confinement month. The longer you do, the worse it is." "Got it." Xue Ling quickly stood up and whispered, "I'm already fine. Everything's healed up." Her mom nodded. "That's good, but be careful from now on. Go make some formula. Little Renan is hungry." "Okay." Xue Ling hurried off. Her mom sat down, holding her precious grandson, smiling and playing with him. My little Ranan, you need to grow up fast. When you're older, Grandpa and Grandma will take you to the capital to play. Watching this scene, Xue Ling suddenly felt a wave of familiarity, as if her own mom had once soothed her the same way, saying almost the same words. She sat on the sofa across from them, studying her mom's crow's feet and the gray in her hair, and suddenly her eyes filled with tears. "Mom, was I a difficult baby?" Her mom was feeding her grandson and laughed. "Not difficult, just hard to handle. When you were a newborn, you could sleep through thunder during the day, but at night you'd cry to be held and have someone with you. Your dad had to work during the day, and I didn't want him to lose sleep, so I stayed up with you myself. Sometimes I'd walk you around the living room late at night, and I'd get so sleepy I almost dropped you once. Ha 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 ha." Xue Ling felt a pang in her heart and choked up. I was such a handful. After a few months, your schedule got better and you were fine." Her mom gave her a mock glare, laughing. "Every parent goes through this. Now that you're a mom, you'll understand soon enough." Xue Ling took a deep breath and blinked away her tears. "Mom, about what you said last time, Dad wanting to invest in another factory, I've been thinking, and I think he should diversify a bit." Their family was already considered wealthy in the capital, maybe even among the richest. "If you always invest in the same industry, the risk is too high. We need to branch out and develop in all directions." Her mom asked, "Invest in what? Don't just talk big. Convince your dad yourself if you can." Xue Ling hurried into her room and brought out a document. "This is the retirement plan I made for you and Dad." Her mom glanced at it. "I'm feeding Ranan? Read it to me." Xue Ling explained, "This is a 30-year plan. I'll start with the short-term part. Right now, you're preparing for retirement, so you should invest in stable, steady growth projects like real estate and land." "Buying land and houses?" her mom asked. "Yes," Xue Ling said. "The capital is developing fast, and land is getting scarcer and more expensive. In the past, we had big courtyards and Tianyuan, but now it's all high-rises, because land gets more valuable every year, especially in the city center." "That's true," her mom murmured. "But your dad, he should still be able to buy some." "He has to," Xue Ling insisted. "The more the better. When investing in a new factory, make sure to buy some land and well-located properties. When you and Dad are older, you can't keep running factories forever. You'll want to travel, enjoy retirement, and spend time with your grandkids. But you'll still need income. You can rent out the houses and land or build shops or apartments to rent out, so you'll have plenty of income every month and won't have to worry about your later years." She gave an example. "Like me, I've already rented out 20 apartments I bought recently. Each one brings in 50 or 60 yuan a month, so I have a steady income of about 1,000 yuan every month." Her mom nodded. "That's a lot, considering the cost of living here. I heard your colleagues only make about 200 a month, right?" "Right," Xue Ling said quietly. "But that's not all. That's just my steady income. I also earn from other things. I get 100 from the newspaper, a few hundred from translation, plus the photo studio and clothing wholesale. Altogether, my income is pretty high." "But I'll keep increasing my steady income," Xue Ling continued. "Times change and some things will be replaced, like newspapers and photo studios. They might not last forever. So while I'm making money, I'll keep building up stable, long-term income." Her mom, being a business owner's wife and raised in the capital, was quite knowledgeable. "Houses and land won't be replaced. Even if a house gets old, you can rebuild or renovate it. It's a stable investment." "Exactly." Xue Ling handed her the papers. "Keep these and show them to Dad when you get home. Talk it over and get ready early." Mother Xue hurriedly took it and looked it over carefully, back and forth twice. "Well, if your dad refuses, I'll just make a fuss and demand he give me some funds to invest. If he wants to put money into all those branch factories, that's his business. I want to invest in these things, and I refuse to do exactly what he does." Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Dad's investing in new factories again? Has he decided yet?" Editor Lin said, "The other colleagues all send their regards. They didn't come because they didn't want to trouble you, but they've all prepared gifts for little Ranan. When you're done with your confinement, remember to stop by the office to pick them up. Xue Ling smiled. Thank them for me. My husband has also prepared some return gifts. When I come by, I'll bring them along. Editor Lin was soon amazed by the house's decor. The woodwork is so beautiful and classic, and this place is huge. Can I take a look around? Feel free. Great. I've always wanted to see the legendary Wang Jiangyuan elevator apartments. After Editor Lin went out, Wang Ting quickly scooted over to Xue Ling and lowered her voice to talk about her own family. Ling, I took your advice about last time. I talked to my mom for days and she finally agreed. Now I give the family 100 won a month, and I get to keep the rest for myself. Xue Ling smiled and squeezed her hand. That's great. Now you don't have to worry. No matter what, you're still her daughter. She'll always care about you. Wang Ting sighed softly. She does care. But compared to my brother, I'm nothing. She said this is just for after I get married. For the next few months, I still have to hand over everything. Xue Ling said quietly. She's already compromised halfway. You should be satisfied. It wasn't easy for her to raise you, and as her child, you do have a responsibility to support your parents. Wang Ting nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Ling, you're an only child, right? So when your parents get old, you'll be the only one responsible for them. Yes, Xue Ling said, not worried at all. My parents are still young, but I've already set up a detailed retirement plan for them. When they're older, I'll have them move in with us. They get along well with my in-laws, so I'm not worried about them clashing. But will your husband agree? Wang Ting asked. Some men from the countryside don't care much about their wife's family. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and smiled. I think he'll agree. When the time comes, I'll talk it over with him. He won't lose out. Lose out? Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows, then smiled. How can you talk about losing out when it comes to caring for our elders? What does that even mean? After Editor Lin and Wang Ting left, Cheng Tianyuan finished his work and came home, and Xue Ling brought up the topic. She said, well, it's like, if you take care of them, you'll get something in return, that kind of idea. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Even if there's no benefit, I'll still respect them and treat them well. Xue Ling laughed softly and wrapped her arms around his neck. I know that. But I want you to know, if you treat them well, they'll treat you well too. And always think of what's best for us. Cheng Tianyuan bent down and kissed her gently on the lips. I can't promise what the future will bring, but I can say this. Whatever we eat or use, our foreparents will always have it better than us. Whether it's your parents or mine, I'll treat them the same. That's enough, Xue Ling said, nuzzling into his neck and snuggling into his arms. Looking into her eyes, Cheng Tianyuan murmured, when my family was at its lowest, your parents still honored their promise and agreed to let their only precious daughter marry a poor guy like me. That kind of trust and kindness is something I'll be grateful for my whole life. Xue Ling giggled and playfully nipped his neck. Wow, when did my Yuanga get so good at sweet talk? You're making my heart melt. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a fond, teasing look. I mean every word. I know. Xue Ling smiled happily, tiptoed, and kissed him. Outside, night was falling, the lights along the river twinkled, and the view was beautiful. The two of them held each other close, enjoying the warmth and peace of the moment. The next morning, after finishing her translation work, Xue Ling stretched and heard her son crying, so she hurried to the living room. She saw her mom half squatting on the floor, changing the baby's diaper. She quickly went over to help. Her mom couldn't help but remind her again. How many times have I told you, don't squat down during your confinement month. The longer you do, the worse it is. Got it. Xue Ling quickly stood up and whispered, I'm already fine. Everything's healed up. Her mom nodded. That's good, but be careful from now on. Go make some formula. Little Renan is hungry. Okay. Xue Ling hurried off. Her mom sat down, holding her precious grandson, smiling and playing with him. My little Renan, you need to grow up fast. When you're older, Grandpa and Grandma will take you to the capital to play. Watching this scene, Xue Ling suddenly felt a wave of familiarity, as if her own mom had once soothed her the same way, saying almost the same words. She sat on the sofa across from them, studying her mom's crow's feet and the gray in her hair, and suddenly her eyes filled with tears. "Mom, was I a difficult baby?" Her mom was feeding her grandson and laughed. "Not difficult, just hard to handle. When you were a newborn, you could sleep through thunder during the day, but at night you'd cry to be held and have someone with you. Your dad had to work during the day, and I didn't want him to lose sleep, so I stayed up with you myself. Sometimes I'd walk you around the living room late at night, and I'd get so sleepy I almost dropped you once. Ha 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 ha." Xue Ling felt a pang in her heart and choked up. I was such a handful. After a few months, your schedule got better and you were fine." Her mom gave her a mock glare, laughing. "Every parent goes through this. Now that you're a mom, you'll understand soon enough." Xue Ling took a deep breath and blinked away her tears. "Mom, about what you said last time, Dad wanting to invest in another factory, I've been thinking, and I think he should diversify a bit." Their family was already considered wealthy in the capital, maybe even among the richest. "If you always invest in the same industry, the risk is too high. We need to branch out and develop in all directions." Her mom asked, "Invest in what? Don't just talk big. Convince your dad yourself if you can." Xue Ling hurried into her room and brought out a document. "This is the retirement plan I made for you and Dad." Her mom glanced at it. "I'm feeding Ranan? Read it to me." Xue Ling explained, "This is a 30-year plan. I'll start with the short-term part. Right now, you're preparing for retirement, so you should invest in stable, steady growth projects like real estate and land." "Buying land and houses?" her mom asked. "Yes," Xue Ling said. "The capital is developing fast, and land is getting scarcer and more expensive. In the past, we had big courtyards and Tianyuan, but now it's all high-rises, because land gets more valuable every year, especially in the city center." "That's true," her mom murmured. "But your dad, he should still be able to buy some." "He has to," Xue Ling insisted. "The more the better. When investing in a new factory, make sure to buy some land and well-located properties. When you and Dad are older, you can't keep running factories forever. You'll want to travel, enjoy retirement, and spend time with your grandkids. But you'll still need income. You can rent out the houses and land or build shops or apartments to rent out, so you'll have plenty of income every month and won't have to worry about your later years." She gave an example. "Like me, I've already rented out 20 apartments I bought recently. Each one brings in 50 or 60 yuan a month, so I have a steady income of about 1,000 yuan every month." Her mom nodded. "That's a lot, considering the cost of living here. I heard your colleagues only make about 200 a month, right?" "Right," Xue Ling said quietly. "But that's not all. That's just my steady income. I also earn from other things. I get 100 from the newspaper, a few hundred from translation, plus the photo studio and clothing wholesale. Altogether, my income is pretty high." "But I'll keep increasing my steady income," Xue Ling continued. "Times change and some things will be replaced, like newspapers and photo studios. They might not last forever. So while I'm making money, I'll keep building up stable, long-term income." Her mom, being a business owner's wife and raised in the capital, was quite knowledgeable. "Houses and land won't be replaced. Even if a house gets old, you can rebuild or renovate it. It's a stable investment." "Exactly." Xue Ling handed her the papers. "Keep these and show them to Dad when you get home. Talk it over and get ready early." Mother Xue hurriedly took it and looked it over carefully, back and forth twice. "Well, if your dad refuses, I'll just make a fuss and demand he give me some funds to invest. If he wants to put money into all those branch factories, that's his business. I want to invest in these things, and I refuse to do exactly what he does." Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Dad's investing in new factories again? Has he decided yet?" "Not so fast," Mother Xue replied in a muffled voice, "but Xiao Heng keeps pestering him every few days to build more factories, saying he wants to get into foreign trade next, and that we'll need more factories, otherwise we won't be able to produce enough goods." Xue Ling was silent for a moment, then nodded. What Xiao Heng says isn't without reason, but I still stick to my own view. Diversified development, investing in different directions, that way we'll be better able to handle risks. Mother Xue snorted playfully. I'll get on it as soon as I get home. I don't care what your dad does. Anyway, half the family's money is mine. Whatever I want to invest in or buy, he has to support me. So cool. Xue Ling grinned and gave her a thumbs up. No wonder you're my mom. Get out of here. Mother Xue laughed and scolded her. That's how I deal with your dad. You can't just copy me. You have to be good to Yuan. He's more introverted and he's a country boy. If you're too forceful, he might feel inferior or something. I get it. Xue Ling nodded quickly. Brother Yuan isn't like Dad. Don't worry, you keep Dad in check. I'll keep Brother Yuan in check. Different methods, same great results. This is our family's fine tradition, and I'll carry it forward. Mother Xue chuckled softly. Your dad is very considerate and respects me a lot. It wasn't easy for us to get together back then, and we had a lot of ups and downs building our life together, so he's always felt a bit guilty towards me. Every couple has their own way of getting along. You have to figure it out for yourself. In the end, family harmony is what matters most. Xue Ling listened with great curiosity and asked with a smile, Mom, you and Dad had a hard time getting together? What do you mean? Weren't you two in love by choice? Didn't your dad tell you? Mother Xue lowered her voice. Back then, I almost didn't end up with him. I even secretly planned to elope. Wow, there was such a story? Xue Ling immediately perked up and grabbed her mother's arm. Dad never told me. Tell me quick. Mother Xue squinted her eyes and let out a long sigh. It's been so many years. Back then, the economy was really bad. Everything was bleak. Your grandparents were both intellectuals. Your grandpa was a teacher. Your grandma made and embroidered clothes for you. Life was okay, but your dad's family wasn't doing well. Their ancestors were aristocrats in the capital. Even though they were all highly educated, some even studied abroad, their status was too high, and ordinary working-class families didn't want to marry into them, afraid of getting into trouble. Xue Ling had heard her dad mention this part of the family history before. So, Grandpa and Grandma were against you marrying Dad, right? At first, they were dead set against it. Mother Xue sighed softly. Your dad had already graduated from college and was good-looking, but because of his background, many female classmates didn't dare marry him. When I met him, I didn't know much, but as I got closer to him and fell for him, he told me everything and asked me to think it over. I was only 17 or 18 then, young and in love, and I just couldn't let go. And then? Xue Ling asked, amused. Mother Xue's face turned serious as she explained. Then I told my family I'd marry no one but him. Your grandpa was a true native of the capital and knew all about the Xue family's history. He respected their talent and liked your dad, but he couldn't bear to see his daughter pointed at and gossiped about, and he was afraid of trouble, so he had to refuse, even though it hurt. Sigh. I don't know if I was just blinded by love, but I was as stubborn as a bull. No matter how they tried to persuade me, I wouldn't budge. I said I'd marry no one but your dad, or I'd elope with him. Your dad was moved, but he didn't dare come to propose. Instead, he went to work as a technician in a factory and didn't contact me for a while. I was miserable, so I found out where he worked and waited for him at the street corner in the evening. He couldn't avoid me, and with red eyes, he told me to wait for him, that once he'd saved enough and his family was stable, he'd come marry me. I was so devoted to him that I agreed right away, telling him he had to come for me. If he broke his promise or let me down, I'd hate him forever. He swore he wouldn't dare. Girls married young back then, some as early as 15 or 16. Grandpa was worried I still had feelings for your dad, so he secretly tried to arrange a match for me, thinking I'd forget about him. I was furious and threatened that if they forced me to marry, I'd run off with your dad and never acknowledge them again. Grandpa and Grandma were terrified. They're both timid people, and they lost sleep for days, always on guard in case I ran away. In the end, Grandpa gave in and said as long as I didn't want to, he'd never force me. He sighed and said he really did like your dad. At that point, I cried, hugging Grandpa and Grandma, laughing and crying at the same time. After that, I learned embroidery from Grandma and helped Grandpa teach little kids, just waiting for your dad. The Xue family was a big clan with lots of connections. When 2 elders in the family were rehabilitated, the whole family's troubles were swept away and everyone's fortunes rose. Your dad quickly took out half a year's savings, bought gifts, and came to propose. When Xue Ling finished listening, she couldn't help but let out a long, "Wow." "Mom, I had no idea you and Dad had such a rough road to love. It really wasn't easy." Mother Xue was lost in her memories and chuckled softly. "It didn't feel that way at the time, but looking back now, it really wasn't easy. Mainly, I was persistent. Your dad was persistent, and Grandpa and Grandma recognized your dad. Without any one of those things, we wouldn't have ended up together." Xue Ling nodded gently. "It really wasn't easy." Mother Xue continued. "That's why, deep down, your dad is grateful to me and my family. When Grandpa got sick a few years ago, your dad spent money and effort, personally taking care of him until the very end. Last year, when Grandma passed away, your 2 uncles didn't have much money, so your dad took care of all the expenses and found a really good burial plot so Grandpa and Grandma could be buried together. He did all of that very well." "So, Dad not only loves you, he also respects your family." Xue Ling gave a big thumbs up. Mother Xue just smiled and said nothing more. At that moment, they heard the footsteps of Grandma Liu Ying coming back from grocery shopping. Mother Xue handed little Ranran to Xue Ling and said, "I'll go help Aunt Ying. She said she was buying rice, so it's probably heavy. I'd better go meet her." "Okay." Xue Ling held the sleeping little one, still feeling a bit excited, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Little Ranran, if Grandpa and Grandma hadn't gotten together, there wouldn't be me. And if there wasn't me, there wouldn't be you? Life is so mysterious and wonderful. Fate is just this magical and beautiful." A few days later, Xue Ling finally finished her month of postpartum confinement. Early that morning, Hu arrived carrying a basket of fresh eggs. "Sis-in-law, my mom asked me to bring these over to celebrate the baby's 1-month mark. The eggs are all fresh. Eat more to help you recover." Xue Ling accepted them with a smile and asked about the clothing store's business and how things were going at the photo studio. Hu replied, "The shopkeepers who usually buy from us have all come to pick up winter clothes. I told them they had to take at least 200 pieces each. You said before that each piece should be 12 yuan, and I haven't given a single discount. So far, we've sold over 4,500 pieces. Yuan has kept track of all the accounts. You'll see for yourself when you come by. As for the photo studio, I've been pretty busy lately, so I've only been there twice." Hu apologized with a smile. "Uncle Lu is managing the shop well. On weekends, sister-in-law Wang Qing and Aunt Lu both come to help. Business is steady, and on weekends it really picks up. Sometimes we're taking photos until late at night." Xue Ling knew that Hu had been busy dating lately, taking Mo Lily to and from work every day and spending weekends eating out and watching movies. Their relationship was progressing quickly, and Hu was always grinning, looking every bit the love-struck young man. She didn't call him out on it, just chuckled quietly. "Go ahead and stay busy. There are others helping out, so there's no rush." Liu Xing said he's found someone in the same line of work, a junior of his, a young guy who works at the radio station. He's supposed to be pretty good at photography and wants to come help at the studio. "Really?" Hu asked. "From the radio station? Can he come during the day? We need someone during the day. Liu Xing only works 3 or 4 hours a day, which isn't nearly enough." Xue Ling nodded. "We've definitely considered that. His junior's name is Tongzi. He's from out of town, but was hired to work at Rongcheng Radio. His show is from 7 to 9 in the evening, so he's free during the day. Liu Xing said he'll bring him over in a couple of days so we can meet and discuss his pay." Hu waved his hand. "You all decide. I'm an outsider. Running errands is fine, but I can't really help with anything else." Xue Ling said, "Aunt Lu has to teach during the day, so only Uncle Lu is there to handle registration. When there are a lot of customers, he can't keep up. Once the winter clothes are sold at the clothing store, you'll still need to help out at the studio." After all, Hu owned a 10% share in the studio. He couldn't just ignore it. "Got it?" Ahu nodded quickly. Mother Xue made egg noodles and invited Ahu to eat with them. Cheng Muhai had come early and had his wife Liu Ying make a bowl of chicken cooked with wine for Xue Ling, saying it was a country tradition to eat it on the baby's 1-month birthday to warm the body. Liu Ying knew Xue Ling didn't really drink, so she only added a little wine to remove the gamminess and richness. Xue Ling didn't refuse and finished the whole bowl, praising how delicious it was. Mother Xue laughed. "You've been cooped up at home for a month. If it weren't for those English books you were translating, you'd have been complaining about going moldy ages ago. Yuan, take her out to get some sun. Don't let her really go moldy." Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling changed into new clothes, styled her hair, and dressed up beautifully. During pregnancy, her waist had gotten thicker and her belly bigger by the day, so she hadn't felt like dressing up, nor did she have any of those modern maternity outfits. Now that she'd unloaded, her belly had shrunk a lot and she could finally dress up again. She'd spent the whole month indoors, so her skin was as white as snow. Thanks to good care during her confinement, her cheeks were rosy and tender, making her look even prettier. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes lit up at the sight and he smiled softly. The two of them got in the car and headed slowly toward the development zone. Looking at the familiar streets, Xue Ling felt incredibly happy. "Wow, it feels so good to be free." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled indulgently. "You're exaggerating. Come on, there's some sun over there. Make sure you get plenty." Xue Ling laughed happily, gazing at the familiar Dajiale and Dajong clothing store. The sense of familiarity washed over her. The feeling of making money is back. Ha ha. It was just after 10 in the morning, so business was slow. Chen Min and Chen Lan both came out to greet her. Chen Lan loved kids. While Xue Ling was in confinement, Chen Lan would often ride her bike to Wangzheng Garden in the afternoons when business was slow to visit little Ranran. Chen Min was too shy to come, so he just had his sister bring some eggs. "Sis-in-law, you're finally out of confinement. By the way, where's little Ranran? Why didn't you bring him?" Xue Ling replied with a smile. "He's still too little. Grandma's at home taking care of him. I'll bring him out when he's a bit older." Chen Lan looked her up and down, grinning. "Sis-in-law, you're even prettier after having the baby. Prettier than before." "Oh, when did your mouth get so sweet?" "Really, I don't know why, but you just look prettier. There's a new mature charm in your eyes, makes you even more attractive." As soon as Xue Ling heard the word mature, she wilted. "I'm already someone's mom. Feels like I'm old now." Ahu's mom, wiping her wrinkled hands, came out. "Old? You're only in your 20s. If you're old, what does that make us old bones?" Xue Ling laughed and hurried over to take her hand. "Auntie, thank you for always thinking of me. The soup you made and the eggs you sent were all delicious. Thank you so much." "No need to thank me." Ahu's mom's eyes crinkled with her smile. "No need at all." After chatting with them for a while, Xue Ling turned and went back to the clothing store. Yuan and Ahu had both helped her run the shop before, so even when she wasn't there, they managed everything well. She checked the accounts and went to look at the second section. Cheng Tianyuan explained, "We've sold over 4,500 pieces here. The seconds are almost gone, sold for 8 yuan each, over 2,000 pieces in total. Only 100 or 2 are left, but their colors and styles really aren't great. We've deposited money into your account 3 times, totaling about 94,000 yuan. "Great," Xue Ling grinned. "Now we've got money for our son's formula." Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. "Enough for him to drink until he's cross-eyed." "No one says things like that." Xue Ling stuck out her tongue at him. "If either of our moms hears you, you'll get scolded for sure." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes darkened, and he reached out to wrap his big hand around her slender waist, pressing a passionate kiss on her, enveloping her completely. His breathing grew heavier and more urgent, his hands roaming boldly over her body. "Wife, you're out of confinement. Can we tonight?" She knew how hard he'd been holding back these days. She was his wife, after all. She giggled softly and gave his chest a playful punch. "We'll talk about it tonight. Behave yourself! Just then, the phone rang. Xue Ling nudged him. Go wash your face, I'll get the phone. Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath, feeling tormented, and hurried to the back to splash his face with cold water, trying to calm his restless urge. A moment later, Xue Ling came back, humming a little tune. It was Brother Shan Yu. He wants to order a batch of autumn clothes. He said over there on South Island, the winters are only cool enough for light autumn wear. He even had someone draw up designs and mailed us 2 copies. He just asked me for our address. Oh? 100,000 pieces? Cheng Tianyuan asked, wiping the cold water from his face. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows happily. Not just that, 150,000. Getting such a big order right after confinement? What a thrill. Xue Ling immediately turned to call her father, but no one answered at the office, so she had to try calling home. Unfortunately, the phone rang for ages, but still, no one picked up. Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, Dad's probably out busy. Try calling home again in the evening. Xue Ling nodded, tidied up the winter clothes in the shop, and seeing there wasn't much business, headed home early. Little Ran was sleeping soundly, his chubby little hands grasping at the air as if he were having a nightmare. Mother Xue held him in her arms, soothing him softly. Kids are like this sometimes. Who knows if it's a nightmare or not, but as long as you hold him and pat his back, he'll settle down. Xue Ling made a mental note of this. Liu Ying was picking vegetables as she said, Haitang just told me she's heading back to the capital in a couple of days. I asked her to stay a bit longer, but she said she can't. She's worried her husband's always eating out and not eating healthy. Mother Xue laughed. Old Xue is someone who needs to be managed. If I don't keep a close eye on him, his friends and business partners will drag him out drinking. He comes home drunk and I can't stand it. Leave him alone for 3 days and he'll be up to mischief again. I really have to go back and keep an eye on him. Can't let him have too much freedom. Everyone burst out laughing. Although Xue Ling was reluctant to see her mom go, she also knew she couldn't let her dad stay home alone with no one to look after him. All right, Mom, you'd better fly back. I'll have Brother Yuan look up the number and see if we can book a ticket. All right, Mother Xue smiled. Yuan, you picked me up when I came, and now I'll have to trouble you to see me off. Cheng Tianyuan quickly said, Mom, what are you saying? We're family, don't talk about trouble or not. You came to help Ling Ling with her confinement and to take care of little Ran. We're both so grateful. Mother Xue looked at her daughter and said, From now on, you need to learn to take care of the baby yourself. Don't just focus on making money. Money is important, but as long as you're living comfortably, focus on the child. The child is what matters most, understand? Got it, Mom, Xue Ling almost saluted. Cheng Tianyuan found the airline's phone number and called. They asked for her name, ID number, and a contact number, and said payment had to be made at least 5 hours before departure, or the booking would be cancelled. Mother Xue gave all the details to Cheng Tianyuan, saying, Try to get an afternoon flight so we won't be rushed getting to the provincial capital. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan replied and went off to handle it. In the end, he booked a 4 p.m. flight, since the other option was at 8 p.m., so they chose the daytime one. There must be a lot of people traveling between the provincial capital and the capital, Xue Ling muttered. Mother Xue explained, Most of them are business people. Your dad has a few clients in the provincial capital and he always flies there. The train takes days, too much time wasted. Xue Ling grinned. Time is money. In the future, people will only want more convenient ways to travel. That evening, Xue Ling tried calling home again, but her dad still didn't answer. It wasn't until after 8 that she tried once more, and finally, her dad picked up. Dad, what have you been up to? You're never around. Can't find you at the office or at home. If you didn't answer soon, I was about to call the police. Nonsense, her dad scolded with a laugh. I have to work. What, should I just sit around all day? If I don't move, how can I make money? Xue Ling explained that she'd finished her confinement today, and that Mom would be heading back in a couple of days. All right, I'll go to the airport to pick her up, her dad said, letting out a long sigh. When she's here every day, I don't really notice. But now that she's leaving for over a month, the house feels so empty. No one to talk to. It feels strange. Heh, just admit you miss Mom, Xue Ling teased. What's so strange? You just miss her, that's all. You're not used to her being gone. Her dad just chuckled. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, I heard from Mom that you're planning to open another branch factory. Didn't you just open one last year? Isn't it a bit rushed? Can you handle it? I can't manage everything myself, her dad explained. Xiaoheng and I have already picked out the location. Once it's built, it'll mainly produce high-quality products for export. I really can't handle it all, so Xiaoheng will be in charge over there. Your mom and I will still manage the economic development zone on the outskirts. Since he'd already made arrangements and she didn't know all the details, Xue Ling didn't try to interfere. Dad, I might want to invest in some big projects next year. Can you not put all your money into factories? Save some for me? Her dad hesitated. What big projects? Aren't you doing wholesale? The factory is mine. I can even waive the cost for you so you can make more profit. In a month or two, you can make 100 or 200,000. Isn't that enough? Xue Ling muttered, but I don't want to do just one thing. Rongcheng is developing fast and the population keeps growing. Next year, I want to see if I can invest in some real estate. Oh? Her dad was still a bit hesitant. Xue Ling explained, Dad, real estate takes a lot of capital. If I can't come up with it, can you help me out? Once I make money, I'll pay you back. All right, her dad said seriously. You're my only daughter, and Yuan is still running a small business. If I don't help you, who will? Thanks, Dad, Xue Ling said happily. Actually, she wasn't sure if she'd need his help, but she didn't want her dad to overinvest and have no cash on hand for emergencies. So she and her mom needed to set aside some funds to help manage risk. Her dad explained quietly, I've made quite a bit over the years, especially this year with 2 factories running for 10 straight months. I've made 7 or 8 million, and with what I had before, I've got 30 to 50 million now. Wow, Xue Ling exclaimed. Dad, you're loaded. Her dad continued, if I invest in a new factory, it'll take at least 10 million. Some of that is fixed assets which we have to buy. I'll probably need a few million more. If you need it, I'll set aside 10 million for you. I won't touch it. If you ever need it, just ask me. Xue Ling agreed and gave him a timely reminder. Mom saw that I bought a few properties to rent out and thought it was a good idea. She said she wants to buy some real estate and land when she gets back, as a long-term investment. Huh? Her dad frowned. She doesn't know that business. If she doesn't, then help her, or find someone who can, Xue Ling said. It's rare for Mom to want to do something. Don't oppose her. Support her. She's getting older and wants a stable life and income. That's only natural. Her dad replied quietly, I'll talk to her when she gets back. Xue Ling then got to the main point, saying a friend had just placed an order for 150,000 pieces. The factory can start up again now, right? It's been on break for over a month? All right, Mom, you'd better fly back. I'll have Brother Yuan look up the number and see if we can book a ticket. All right, Mother Xue smiled. Yuan, you picked me up when I came, and now I'll have to trouble you to see me off. Cheng Tianyuan quickly said, Mom, what are you saying? We're family. Don't talk about trouble or not. You came to help Ling Ling with her confinement and to take care of little Ran Ran. We're both so grateful. Mother Xue looked at her daughter and said, From now on, you need to learn to take care of the baby yourself. Don't just focus on making money. Money is important, but as long as you're living comfortably, focus on the child. The child is what matters most, understand? Got it, Mom, Xue Ling almost saluted. Cheng Tianyuan found the airline's phone number and called. They asked for her name, ID number, and a contact number, and said payment had to be made at least 5 hours before departure, or the booking would be cancelled. Mother Xue gave all the details to Cheng Tianyuan, saying, Try to get an afternoon flight so we won't be rushed getting to the provincial capital. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan replied and went off to handle it. In the end, he booked a 4 p.m. flight, since the other option was at 8 p.m., so they chose the daytime one. There must be a lot of people traveling between the provincial capital and the capital, Xue Ling muttered. Mother Xue explained, Most of them are business people. Your dad has a few clients in the provincial capital and he always flies there. The train takes days, too much time wasted. Xue Ling grinned. Time is money. In the future, people will only want more convenient ways to travel. That evening, Xue Ling tried calling home again, but her dad still didn't answer. It wasn't until after 8 that she tried once more, and finally, her dad picked up. Dad, what have you been up to? You're never around. Can't find you at the office or at home. If you didn't answer soon, I was about to call the police. Nonsense, her dad scolded with a laugh. I have to work. What, should I just sit around all day? If I don't move, how can I make money? Xue Ling explained that she'd finished her confinement today and that Mom would be heading back in a couple of days. All right, I'll go to the airport to pick her up, her dad said, letting out a long sigh. When she's here every day, I don't really notice. But now that she's leaving for over a month, the house feels so empty. No one to talk to. It feels strange. Heh, just admit you miss Mom, Xue Ling teased. What's so strange? You just miss her, that's all. You're not used to her being gone. Her dad just chuckled. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, I heard from Mom that you're planning to open another branch factory. Didn't you just open one last year? Isn't it a bit rushed? Can you handle it? I can't manage everything myself, her dad explained. Xiaoheng and I have already picked out the location. Once it's built, it'll mainly produce high-quality products for export. I really can't handle it all, so Xiaoheng will be in charge over there. Your mom and I will still manage the economic development zone on the outskirts. Since he'd already made arrangements and she didn't know all the details, Xue Ling didn't try to interfere. Dad, I might want to invest in some big projects next year. Can you not put all your money into factories? Save some for me? Her dad hesitated. What big projects? Aren't you doing wholesale? The factory is mine. I can even waive the cost for you so you can make more profit. In a month or two, you can make 100 or 200,000. Isn't that enough? Xue Ling muttered, but I don't want to do just one thing. Rongcheng is developing fast and the population keeps growing. Next year, I want to see if I can invest in some real estate. Oh? Her dad was still a bit hesitant. Xue Ling explained, Dad, real estate takes a lot of capital. If I can't come up with it, can you help me out? Once I make money, I'll pay you back. All right, her dad said seriously. You're my only daughter, and Yuan is still running a small business. If I don't help you, who will? Thanks, Dad, Xue Ling said happily. Actually, she wasn't sure if she'd need his help, but she didn't want her dad to overinvest and have no cash on hand for emergencies. So she and her mom needed to set aside some funds to help manage risk. Her dad explained quietly, I've made quite a bit over the years, especially this year with 2 factories running for 10 straight months. I've made 7 or 8 million, and with what I had before, I've got 30 to 50 million now. Wow, Xue Ling exclaimed. Dad, you're loaded. Her dad continued, if I invest in a new factory, it'll take at least 10 million. Some of that is fixed assets which we have to buy. I'll probably need a few million more. If you need it, I'll set aside 10 million for you. I won't touch it. If you ever need it, just ask me. Xue Ling agreed and gave him a timely reminder. Mom saw that I bought a few properties to rent out and thought it was a good idea. She said she wants to buy some real estate and land when she gets back, as a long-term investment. Huh? Her dad frowned. She doesn't know that business. If she doesn't, then help her, or find someone who can, Xue Ling said. It's rare for Mom to want to do something. Don't oppose her. Support her. She's getting older and wants a stable life and income. That's only natural. Her dad replied quietly, I'll talk to her when she gets back. Xue Ling then got to the main point, saying a friend had just placed an order for 150,000 pieces. The factory can start up again now, right? It's been on break for over a month? Xue Ling explained, compared to the capital, it's still just an old suburb, but Rongcheng is developing, and it'll only get better and better. Mother Xue reminded her to take care of her health and spend more time with the baby. You and your husband shouldn't always be out and about. Spend more time with little Ron Ron. In a few months, he'll be crawling and walking, and you'll have to keep an eye on him all the time. Oh, and buy a dozen more diapers. If the weather's bad, you might run out. All the way there, she fussed and fretted, full of reluctance and concern. Xue Ling laughed. Mom, why don't you just take him back to the capital with you? You'd really let me? I'd actually dare to take him, Mother Xue said boldly. I could handle him all by myself. Xue Ling burst out laughing. There weren't many cars on the road, so they reached the airport area in just 3 hours. Cheng Tianyuan said, There's a little fishing village down there. Let's go have some river seafood for lunch before heading to the airport. No way, Xue Ling reminded him. We have to pay for the tickets 5 hours in advance. If we eat first, we might not make it in time. That's right. Let's get the tickets first, then eat. Mother Xue agreed. So they went to the airport first and paid for the tickets. When it came time to pay, Mother Xue insisted on paying herself, but Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling wouldn't let her, and paid instead. Waiting for tickets at the airport took a long time, and by the time they were done, it was already 1 p.m. Cheng Tianyuan then took them to a restaurant near the fishing village, where they had river crabs, shrimp, and a big steamed fish. Mother Xue was delighted. So fresh. Look at this meat, so sweet and tender. The owner explained proudly, The river's just down there. We catch it and cook it right away. Of course it's fresh. Mother Xue said, Next time your dad comes, bring him here to try it. After lunch, they took a walk along the riverbank before heading back to the airport. After waiting half an hour, they checked in the luggage, and Mother Xue got ready to enter the departure lounge. She turned and waved to them. Go on home. Get back early. Take good care of little Ran Ran. Xue Ling's eyes reddened without her realizing, and she waved hard. Cheng Tianyuan put his arm around her and said gently, It'll be New Year in 3 months. We'll take our son to the capital and spend it with Mom and Dad. She nodded, sniffled, and smiled. That evening, they got home. Not long after, Mother Xue called to say she'd arrived at the airport. Your dad's already here. I see him. All right, we're heading home now. I'm hanging up. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. We got home at almost the same time. Flying really is fast. 2 days later, Xue Ling received the design sketches from Shan Yu and went to downtown Rongcheng to fax them to her dad. Her dad's office had a fax machine, so he got them quickly. Half an hour later, the secretary called. Miss, there's a mistake in the design. Our technicians say the measurement under the sleeve is wrong. If we make it as is, the armpit will be too tight. If you go ahead with this pattern and have to fix it later, the cost to redo the whole batch will be huge. Xue Ling was startled. I'm not a professional. I can't read these drawings. Let me check with the client. She called Shan Yu. After hearing the issue, Shan Yu was shocked too. I can't read them either. My wife's friend designed them for us. We even paid 200 yuan for it. But it's hot here, and if the armpit's tight, who could stand it? All sweaty. Xue Ling added. And the fabric you want isn't very breathable. Actually, a lot of good factories have stopped using it. Are you sure you want this material? That definitely won't work, Shan Yu said. It's hot here on South Island. How could we use stuffy fabric? Maybe there's been a mistake. I'll go check and get back to you. Xue Ling said, Figure it out first and let me know. Good thing the factory designer caught it and asked. Otherwise, if we'd made the clothes, it would have been a disaster. Shan Yu hesitated, then said quietly, That designer must be up to something. I'll go sound him out and let you know in a couple of days. From his tone, Xue Ling guessed they might have been tricked. All right, no rush. After hanging up, Xue Ling went back to her other tasks. The weather was getting cooler. Some mornings the wind howled outside. It felt like winter was almost here. As it got colder, the winter clothing wholesale business picked up. Sis-in-law, the 2 shopkeepers from Cotton City are here. They want another 1,000 winter coats. Okay. Xue Ling took the order and checked it carefully. We still have these sizes. Go get them from the back. Winter coats are bulky, and 1,000 of them filled 2 big boxes. Ah Hu grinned. I'll deliver them for you. I've got a tricycle. How much do you want? We'll give you some gas money. No need. Free delivery. Wow, that's great. Xue Ling saw them out, watched Ahu load up the goods, and drive off on his tricycle. The river wind outside was strong, so she quickly closed the door. Ling Ling, called a familiar voice. Xue Ling paused, opened the door, and there was Liu Xing. He was wearing a military brown coat and holding a bicycle. Next to him stood a young man, about 22 or 23, fair-skinned and handsome with striking features. Liu Xing grinned. This is the junior I told you about, Tongzi. He's 24, hosts a radio show, and we both learned photography at the same association. He's even better than me. Tongzi, this is my colleague and business partner, Xue Ling. Tongzi smiled gracefully, reached out his hand and said in a deep, magnetic voice, Hello, Miss Xue. Xue Ling laughed. Wow, your voice is amazing. No wonder you're a radio host. Come in, have some water. Xue's father quickly agreed. We've already got spring orders coming in. The factory will start up again the day after tomorrow. All right then, Xue Ling said. I'll get in touch with you when the time comes. Father and daughter ended up chatting for a full half-hour before hanging up. Xue Ling clicked her tongue in surprise. She never expected her dad to be so quietly successful, having made so much money in recent years. She'd always thought the family was worth a few million at most, but her dad was so low-key. Even she, his daughter, had no idea. It was a good thing, though, to keep some money aside. That way her dad wouldn't overinvest and make a wrong move, and there'd always be some funds for emergencies or to turn things around if needed. Over the next 2 days, Xue Ling and her mother-in-law went out to buy some local Rongcheng specialties for her mom to take back to the capital. On the morning of the trip, Cheng Tianyuan drove while Xue Ling and her mom sat in the back, heading to the provincial capital together. Mother Xue looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Rongcheng really has changed a lot over the years. There are more roads, they're wider, and there are so many more tall buildings than before, Xue Ling explained. Compared to the capital, it's still just an old suburb, but Rongcheng is developing, and it'll only get better and better. Mother Xue reminded her to take care of her health and spend more time with the baby. You and your husband shouldn't always be out and about. Spend more time with little Ran. In a few months, he'll be crawling and walking, and you'll have to keep an eye on him all the time. Oh, and buy a dozen more diapers. If the weather's bad, you might run out. All the way there, she fussed and fretted, full of reluctance and concern. Xue Ling laughed. Mom, why don't you just take him back to the capital with you? You'd really let me? I'd actually dare to take him, Mother Xue said boldly. I could handle him all by myself. Xue Ling burst out laughing. There weren't many cars on the road, so they reached the airport area in just 3 hours. Cheng Tianyuan said, There's a little fishing village down there. Let's go have some river seafood for lunch before heading to the airport. No way, Xue Ling reminded him. We have to pay for the tickets 5 hours in advance. If we eat first, we might not make it in time. That's right. Let's get the tickets first, then eat, Mother Xue agreed. So they went to the airport first and paid for the tickets. When it came time to pay, Mother Xue insisted on paying herself, but Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling wouldn't let her and paid instead. Waiting for tickets at the airport took a long time, and by the time they were done, it was already 1 p.m. Cheng Tianyuan then took them to a restaurant near the fishing village where they had river crabs, shrimp, and a big steamed fish. Mother Xue was delighted. So fresh, look at this meat, so sweet and tender. The owner explained proudly, The river's just down there. We catch it and cook it right away. Of course it's fresh. Mother Xue said, Next time your dad comes, bring him here to try it. After lunch, they took a walk along the riverbank before heading back to the airport. After waiting half an hour, they checked in the luggage, and Mother Xue got ready to enter the departure lounge. She turned and waved to them. Go on home. Get back early. Take good care of little Ran. Xue Ling's eyes reddened without her realizing, and she waved hard. Cheng Tianyuan put his arm around her and said gently, It'll be New Year in 3 months. We'll take our son to the capital and spend it with Mom and Dad. She nodded, sniffled, and smiled. That evening, they got home. Not long after, Mother Xue called to say she'd arrived at the airport. "Your dad's already here, I see him. All right, we're heading home now, I'm hanging up." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. "We got home at almost the same time. Flying really is fast." 2 days later, Xue Ling received the design sketches from Shanyu and went to downtown Rongcheng to fax them to her dad. Her dad's office had a fax machine, so he got them quickly. Half an hour later, the secretary called. "Miss, there's a mistake in the design. Our technicians say the measurement under the sleeve is wrong. If we make it as is, the armpit will be too tight. If you go ahead with this pattern and have to fix it later, the cost to redo the whole batch will be huge." Xue Ling was startled. "I'm not a professional. I can't read these drawings. Let me check with the client." She called Shanyu. After hearing the issue, Shanyu was shocked too. I can't read them either. My wife's friend designed them for us. We even paid 200 yuan for it. But it's hot here, and if the armpit's tight, who could stand it all sweaty?" Xue Ling added, "And the fabric you want isn't very breathable. Actually, a lot of good factories have stopped using it. Are you sure you want this material?" "That definitely won't work," Shanyu said. "It's hot here on South Island. How could we use stuffy fabric? Maybe there's been a mistake. I'll go check and get back to you." Xue Ling said, "Figure it out first and let me know. Good thing the factory designer caught it and asked. Otherwise, if we'd made the clothes, it would have been a disaster." Shanyu hesitated, then said quietly, "That designer must be up to something. I'll go sound him out and let you know in a couple of days." From his tone, Xue Ling guessed they might have been tricked. "All right, no rush." After hanging up, Xue Ling went back to her other tasks. The weather was getting cooler. Some mornings the wind howled outside. It felt like winter was almost here. As it got colder, the winter clothing wholesale business picked up. "Sis-in-law, the 2 shopkeepers from Cotton City are here. They want another 1,000 winter coats." "Okay." Xue Ling took the order and checked it carefully. "We still have these sizes. Go get them from the back." Winter coats are bulky, and 1,000 of them filled 2 big boxes. Ah Hu grinned. "I'll deliver them for you, I've got a tricycle." "How much do you want? We'll give you some gas money." "No need. Free delivery." "Wow, that's great!" Xue Ling saw them out, watched Ah Hu load up the goods, and drive off on his tricycle. The river wind outside was strong, so she quickly closed the door. "Ling Ling!" called a familiar voice. Xue Ling paused, opened the door, and there was Liu Xing. He was wearing a military brown coat and holding a bicycle. Next to him stood a young man, about 22 or 23, fair-skinned and handsome with striking features. Liu Xing grinned. "This is the junior I told you about, Tongzi. He's 24, hosts a radio show, and we both learned photography at the same association. He's even better than me. Tongzi, this is my colleague and business partner, Xue Ling." Tongzi smiled gracefully, reached out his hand, and said in a deep, magnetic voice, "Hello, Miss Xue." Xue Ling laughed. "Wow, your voice is amazing. No wonder you're a radio host. Come in, have some water." Tongzi was witty and charming, and his voice was absolutely captivating. Not only that, he'd brought several photos, his award-winning works, hoping to get Xue Ling's approval. Xue Ling was very pleased and asked if he could work at the photo studio long-term. To be honest, a studio really needs a professional on site all the time, but Liu Xing can't manage it. He has to work at the newspaper during the day and can only come to the studio at night. I hope you can adjust your radio schedule." Tongzi nodded and explained, "Right now I only host one show, and since I'm young, I'm assigned the evening slot. At the radio station, it's usually the young, single people who do the night shows, and the others take the day. I'm not in a relationship, so for the next few years, I'll be on nights." "That's great." Xue Ling exchanged a glance with Liu Xing and asked, "Have you two discussed salary?" Tongzi smiled generously. "I'm like my senior here. Photography is just a passion for me. If I can help him out and take photos regularly, I'm already happy. As for pay, I'll leave it up to you." Xue Ling chuckled to herself, impressed by this handsome young man. Not only was he smooth and tactful, but he spoke so well. And with that deep, magnetic voice and good looks, he could probably charm the fish right out of the river. Passion is one thing, but this is different. It's day in, day out work. Passion can make you happy and fulfilled, but once it becomes a job, it can quickly turn into a burden, something repetitive and dull that you have to do. She smiled and continued, "You and Liu Xing are friends, but you and I aren't. So let's keep things clear. Friendship is friendship, money is money. Tell us what you expect, and we'll see if we can meet it." Liu Xing agreed. "Once you start, it could be years, even decades of working together. If we pay too much, you'll be happy, but if it's too little, you probably won't say anything. And I'd feel bad." Tongzi laughed quietly. "All right, then I won't be shy. Since my show is at night, I go to bed late. Usually not until 11. I'd like to start at the studio at 8 in the morning. The studio's hours depend on how many customers there are, so I don't mind about lunch breaks. If there are no customers, I'll just rest." "Okay," Liu Xing said. "I usually finish work by 5, sometimes 6 if I have to work late." Tongzi nodded. "No problem. I'll leave for the radio station when you arrive. My show starts after 8, so even if I'm a bit late, I can manage. The studio isn't far from the station. I can bike there in 10 minutes. After sorting out the schedule, he smiled a little sheepishly. "Most jobs are 8 or 9 hours a day. If I do this, it's already more than that. Could you pay me about the same as a regular job?" "Let's make it around 200, Xue Ling said. "Here in Rongcheng, 200 a month is a really good salary. On weekends, you and Liu Xing can take turns having a day off. Work it out between yourselves. How does that sound?" She was straightforward and didn't want to drag things out. With more people, there are more opinions, so she preferred to make a quick decision and then hear their thoughts. Tongzi smiled, clearly satisfied with the amount. Liu Xing, on the other hand, frowned a little. He felt it was a bit high. Xue Ling was used to big business and spending freely, so this was a very generous offer. But he didn't dare object. "If Ling Ling says it's good, then it's good. Tongzi, you're okay with it, right?" "Great." Tongzi's deep voice was full of warmth. "Then, bosses, here's to a happy partnership." Xue Ling shook his hand with a smile. Tongzi said he'd never been to the development zone and wanted to look around, so Liu Xing stayed behind to report the studio's income from the past 2 months. "These are the accounts my dad kept every day. Take a look. I totaled it up yesterday. It's just over 4,020 yuan. After deducting film costs and utilities, there's 3,060 left." Xue Ling smiled. "That's not bad. Over 1,000 in profit each month." Liu Xing grinned. "Luckily you paid the rent and bought the equipment, or we wouldn't have made much. The good thing about photography is you get paid up front. No money, no photos, so there's no accounting trouble. Here, I've brought you your 60%. Xue Ling looked at the thick envelope and couldn't help but laugh. "There must be a lot of small bills in here, right?" Liu Xing laughed. "There's all kinds of money at the studio, big and small. I tried to give you as many big bills as I could." "Thanks." Xue Ling accepted it. "With Tongzi helping out now, next month's profits should be even better." "They should be," Liu Xing said. "Most people come for photos during the day. I'll change the sign to say we're open all day. Customers will start coming in more." Xue Ling reminded him, "Ahu and Uncle Liu help out a lot at the studio. I'll pay Ahu privately, but you should give Uncle Liu something too, so he can buy a little extra food." "Will do," Liu Xing grinned. "I've already saved up the bride price to marry Wang Qing. If I work hard for another 2 or 3 months, I'll be able to pay off the house." "Keep it up, but don't overwork yourself," Xue Ling said. When Ahu got back from making deliveries, Xue Ling handed him 200 yuan. "This is your share from the studio. About 190, but I rounded it up. If you have time, help out more over there." Ahu hesitated, embarrassed. I haven't been over much lately." Xue Ling laughed. "Busy dating, huh? So, did you win her over yet?" Ahu laughed. Almost. "Just go when you can. Don't worry about the hours," Xue Ling said. "The winter stock here is almost gone, so I can handle it. You help out at the studio more." "Okay." Ahu took the money and agreed cheerfully. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Someone was calling anxiously. Ling, Yuan, Yuan. Xue Ling recognized her father-in-law Cheng Muhai's voice and hurried out. Dad, what's wrong? Cheng Muhai's face was grim. Just now, Lin Kong came by. He said Fang has stomach pain and is bleeding. She's already been taken to the hospital and he told us to get over there right away. Xue Ling was shocked. Her sister-in-law was only 4 or 5 months along. Could it be a miscarriage? Yuan's out buying stock and isn't back yet. Which hospital did she go to? I'll go right now, Cheng Muhai said urgently. The Central Hospital. I have to go too. Lin Kong said they don't have money, and the hospital is pushing for payment before surgery. He ran off after telling me. I couldn't even ask for details. Ling, this is a matter of life and death. Let's go! Hu shouted. Uncle, sis-in-law, take my tricycle. I'll drive you there right now. Xue Ling grabbed the envelope, helped her father-in-law onto the tricycle, and climbed on herself. Hu, go, quick! Cheng Tianyuan wasn't around, and the jeep was gone too. Luckily, Hu was at the shop and quickly drove them over in his 3-wheeled truck. The Central Hospital was the same one where Xue Ling had given birth, and Hu's girlfriend, Mo Lily, worked there. He knew the shortcuts well, so what would normally take half an hour only took 20 minutes. He parked quickly and helped Xue Ling and Cheng Muhai out of the vehicle. Uncle, sis-in-law, the OBGYN is still on the same floor, 2nd floor. Let's hurry. Whether it was the cold wind or fear, Cheng Muhai's hands were shaking the whole way. Xue Ling guessed the old man was just too worried, so she quickly pulled Hu aside. Keep an eye on him for me and don't go far. Hu nodded right away. The 3 of them went up to the 2nd floor and immediately saw He Liuhua sitting in a corner, eyes red and hair disheveled. Cheng Muhai didn't think much of her, but right now he was only worried about his daughter. He called out, Where's Fang? Where is she? He Liuhua jumped in fright and scrambled to her feet. She's inside, in emergency care, Xue Ling asked anxiously. What happened? He Liuhua choked up. The 2 of them had a fight. Fang fell and then she started having stomach pains and bleeding. Cheng Muhai's anger flared. Where's Lin Kong? Where the hell is he? Xue Ling was anxious too, but didn't have time to sort things out. She hurried to the nurse's station. Doctor, I'm Cheng Tianfang's family. How is she now? The head nurse stood up, frowning. Her condition isn't good. The doctors are trying to save her. What's wrong with your family? Why did you bring her in so late? Have you got the money ready? Go pay at the front desk. The patient was in danger, so we started treatment, but you still have to pay every cent. Xue Ling nodded quickly. Please do everything you can to save her and the baby. I'm her sister-in-law. We just got here and I'll go pay right now. The head nurse seemed to recognize Xue Ling and came over, lowering her voice. There's no way to save the baby. The patient's condition is very serious. You need to be prepared. What? Xue Ling was shocked, her face turning pale. As a mother herself, she knew the pain of losing a child. Just imagining it made her heart ache. I'll go pay now. If you need anything else, please let me know. The head nurse patted her shoulder. Go quickly. Just then, Cheng Muhai and Hu caught up. Xue Ling took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Dad, Hu, you 2 wait here. I'll go pay. Cheng Muhai quickly grabbed her, whispering, Ling Ling, I have over 100 yuan with me. Dad, I brought over 1,000. You keep yours. Xue Ling patted his hand to reassure him. The doctors are working on her now. We can't go in. Just wait here in the hallway. She gave Hu a look, signaling him to take the old man away. Hu understood immediately. Uncle, this is the OB-GYN ward. Us men shouldn't get too close. There's a sheltered spot over there. Let's go sit and wait for news. All right, Cheng Muhai agreed. Xue Ling hurried downstairs to pay. The receptionist seemed to recognize the name Cheng Tianfang and said impatiently, What's with your family? The patient needed surgery right away, but you kept delaying payment, not even a deposit. Luckily, the doctors are kind and started treatment anyway. Xue Ling frowned. pulling a thick stack of bills from the envelope. Sorry, we're her family from her maiden side. We just got here. How much do you need? The receptionist said, At least $150. If there's a transfusion or anything else during surgery, it'll be extra. For hospitalization, you'll get a bill every day and need to pay as you go. Okay. Xue Ling counted out 15 big bills and handed them over. Thank you. She quickly finished paying and rushed back upstairs. Head nurse, I've paid for Cheng Tianyuan. What now? She's still in emergency care. We don't know yet. The head nurse said quietly, But she's lost a lot of blood. We've already sent for more from the blood bank. Xue Ling was scared. Is it really that serious? The nurse nodded. If she'd come any later, both lives could have been lost. Xue Ling was angry. We're her family from her maiden side. We came as soon as we heard. Who brought her in? Her mother-in-law? The nurse's expression darkened and she shook her head, clearly not wanting to say more. You should ask her husband and mother-in-law. Xue Ling turned and went straight to He Liuhua, demanding, Where's Lin Kong? My sister-in-law is in surgery. Her life is on the line. Where is he? He Liuhua's face was pale as she shook her head. I don't know. He said he was going out to find money. And then he never came back. Xue Ling snorted. My sister-in-law was over 4 months pregnant. She was supposed to be in the safe period. They argued she fell. Did he push her? I don't know. He Liuhua's eyes were red and she looked panicked. They were in their room. How would I know? Xue Ling saw her evasive eyes and immediately suspected something was wrong. If my sister-in-law is okay, we'll let it go. But if anything happens to her, we won't let Lin Kong off. He Liuhua snapped. She's my daughter-in-law. She's carrying my grandchild. Why would I treat her badly? Shut up, Xue Ling shouted. The doctor said she was brought in late and lost too much blood. If you really cared, you wouldn't have waited so long. You'd better pray she's all right or we'll hold you responsible. He Liuhua was so intimidated by Xue Ling's forcefulness, and maybe out of guilt or fear, that she collapsed onto the bench, not daring to say another word. Cheng Muhai heard the commotion and hurried over with Ah Hu. Ling, what's going on? Is Ah Fang all right? Xue Ling hesitated, unsure whether to tell him the truth. Just then a nurse rushed over. Who here is a blood relative of Cheng Tianyuan? Immediate family? She's B blood type and the blood bank is out of B. Cheng Muhai was stunned, not understanding. Xue Ling grabbed his arm. He's her father. I'm O type, universal donor. Can you use mine? It's best to use immediate family, the nurse said, pulling Cheng Muhai along. Uncle, come with me for a blood test. If you're a match, we'll draw a unit for your daughter. Cheng Muhai nodded repeatedly. Okay. No matter how disobedient or foolish a child is, to a parent, they're still precious. As long as it could save his daughter, he'd give as much blood as needed. Fortunately, Cheng Muhai was also blood type B. The nurse explained, That's great. We'll draw 1 unit first. If it's not enough, try to get more immediate family members to donate. He's a bit older, so we can't take too much at once. It could affect his health. Okay. Xue Ling helped Cheng Muhai lie down, then turned to Ah Hu. Go call and see if Ah Yuan is back at the development zone. If he is, have him come right away. Don't forget to let Chen Min know too. Got it. Ah Hu hurried downstairs. A moment later, he returned with Mo Lily following behind. Mo Lily still remembered Xue Ling and smiled. Sis-in-law, if you need anything, just let me know. Thank you. Xue Ling managed a smile and said quietly, My sister-in-law is still in surgery. We don't know how she's doing yet. Lily, thank you in advance. Ah Hu said, Yuan's already back. He got the call and is on his way. Mo Lily brought over a cup of hot water. I added a little sugar. Have Uncle drink it, it's good for him. Thank you. Cheng Muhai squinted at her, then smiled. Such a kind nurse? Ah Hu quickly introduced her, beaming. Uncle, this is my girlfriend. Oh. Cheng Muhai's face lit up, nodding. Good, very good, very good. Mo Lily shot him a shy glare and hurried off. Cheng Muhai couldn't help asking, Ah Hu, she's local, right? From Rongcheng? Yes, Ahu replied. I live by the river, she's up north. Kind of far, but still in the same city. She has an older sister, an older brother, and two younger sisters. A big family is a good thing. Chung Muhai smiled. She seems steady and looks nice. She's a good match for you. Ahu grinned, lowering his voice. She's off this weekend, so I'm taking her to meet my mom. She'll be pleased, Chung Muhai said. She's been waiting for you to get married and give her a big grandson. Hurry up and get it done. Try to marry by the end of the year and give her a fat grandson next year. Will do, Ahu replied happily. With the topic changed, the atmosphere in the room eased a bit. Still, Xue Ling was anxious. She slipped out and looked down the corridor at the brightly lit operating room, her heart a jumble of emotions. She'd always been against her sister-in-law marrying Lin Kong, but her in-laws thought that since their daughter had run off and gotten pregnant, they had no choice but to accept it. Her parents-in-law insisted, and even brother Yuan had no choice but to go along. If she'd been more forceful back then, maybe things wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. Now, all she could do was hope her sister-in-law would pull through and survive. She was only 16, still just a girl, her life just beginning. As long as she survived, she'd have plenty of chances to start over. Xue Ling's eyes reddened without her realizing. "Wife!" came a familiar voice from behind. She spun around to see Cheng Tianyuan running toward her, his face full of worry and tension. "Brother Yuan," she choked up. He pulled her into his arms, still catching his breath. "How is she? Is she okay?" Xue Ling shook her head. "She's still in surgery. It's serious." Cheng Tianyuan's anger flared. He looked around and spotted He Liuhua across the hall. "Where's your son? Where's that bastard Lin Kong?" He Liuhua shrank back. He went to find money. Cheng Tianyuan roared, "What happened? How did my sister end up like this?" He Liuhua didn't dare say a word, just shook her head. Mo Lily hurried over at the commotion. "Family members, please calm down. This is a hospital. You can't shout." She held a medical chart and gave Xue Ling a look. Xue Ling quickly pulled Cheng Tianyuan aside to the stairwell with Mo Lily. Mo Lily handed them the chart and lowered her voice. "When she was brought in this morning, she wasn't fully unconscious. The doctor asked her some questions and she was still aware. I checked with my colleagues. Cheng Tianfang told the doctor she argued with her husband. He pushed her, she fell, and then started having stomach pains and bleeding." Xue Ling looked at the doctor's scrawled notes. Massive uterine bleeding, fetus not fully formed, critical condition, emergency surgery required. Cheng Tianyuan's face was grim and he growled, "Damn it." Mo Lily sighed. "Don't lose your heads. The most important thing is that she makes it through. She's lost a lot of blood and may need more." Xue Ling grabbed Cheng Tianyuan's hand. "Please test my husband's blood. He's her brother. If he's also B-type and 1 unit isn't enough, take more. Do everything you can." "No need to test," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I donated blood in high school. I'm B-type." Mo Lily said, "Wait a bit, don't worry." They went to the nurses' station together. Just then, a nurse rushed out of the OR. "We need 2 more units of B-type. The patient is in critical condition and needs more blood." He Liuhua looked around in a panic. "How do we do that? Please save her. Don't let anything happen to the baby." The nurse shot her a look. "The fetus was already lost when she was brought in. If we don't get more blood now, we might lose the mother too." He Liuhua broke down in tears. "Oh, what a sin. My grandson, my grandson." Mo Lili said to the nurse, "Sister Liu, this is Cheng Tianfang's brother. He's B-type. I'll draw his blood now. Hurry, quickly." Cheng Tianyuan was young and strong, so Mo Lili drew 2 units at once. With enough blood, the surgery finally ended after more than half an hour. The doctor came out, exhausted, and explained, "The baby couldn't be saved. The mother had massive uterine bleeding, but we managed to stop it. She's young and should recover quickly, but her reproductive system was affected. She'll need time to heal. She can't get pregnant for several years. Once she's recovered, she can try again." "Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much," Xue Ling said gratefully. "Get her settled in the ward. She'll need at least 2 weeks in the hospital." The doctor left quickly. The patient was wheeled out, face pale as paper, unconscious, hooked up to oxygen, blood transfusions, and IVs covered in monitors. He Liuhua hid in a corner, not daring to speak or approach, just craning her neck to look. Xue Ling hurried to help the nurse push the bed to the ward. Cheng Tianyuan, just after giving blood, looked pale. Hu, following the example, poured him a glass of water, got some sugar from Mo Lily, and made him drink it. Cheng Muhai sat there, face dark, chain-smoking, fists clenched tight. Night was falling, and the person in the hospital bed still hadn't woken up. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, "Wife, Mom still doesn't know about this. How about I take you home first? You look after little Ran Ran, and I'll bring Mom over to take care of Afang." Xue Ling replied softly, "It's better if I stay here with Mom to look after Afang." Cheng Tianyuan agreed that her staying was best. "Then how about this? Dad and I will go home first. He can watch little Ran Ran, and I'll bring Mom back later." Cheng Muhai frowned. "Aren't you all hungry? You need to eat something. This could go on for 10 days or half a month. You have to take care of yourselves first." Xue Ling said, "Brother Wen, go buy 3 meals and bring them in. We'll eat first, then you and Dad can go home. Since we're out so late, Mom probably only cooked for herself." "Okay." Cheng Tianyuan hurried out. A little while later, Mo Lily came in to check the patient's temperature and oxygen. Xue Ling pulled her aside and whispered, "Lily, is there still no private room? Can we move to a single room yet?" "Not at the moment," Mo Lily explained. "But beds aren't tight right now. You can rent the bed next door so whoever's staying can sleep there." "Really?" Xue Ling said quickly. "That's great. Let's rent the one next door." "Come with me. I'll get the paperwork done right away." Having a friend in the hospital made things easier. Soon the paperwork was signed and dated, and the bed next door was rented. Mo Lily brought over a new set of bedding and quickly made up the spare bed. "Whoever's staying tonight can take turns resting." "Thank you." Xue Ling squeezed her hand gratefully. "I'm so glad you're here to help." Mo Lily smiled and whispered, "It's part of my job and I'm happy to help. Hu told me you and your husband are good people, that you helped him when he was struggling. He's really grateful. And you're his boss. He was able to buy a house and start his business all because you supported him." "Hu is too modest," Xue Ling smiled. "He's a good man, loyal, reasonable, and responsible. Lily, you should hold on to him." Mo Lily blushed and smiled. "We're planning to visit each other's families this weekend. His family is simple, just his mom. Mine's different. Lots of people, lots of opinions." Xue Ling said, "A big family is a good thing. Hu likes you, so he'll look out for you." Mo Lily nodded. "I'll catch up with you later. I'm on duty tonight and have to get back to work." "See you." Xue Ling returned to the room. Cheng Muhai peeked out and saw that He Liuhua was gone. He spat and cursed. "Ch, heartless family." Since Cheng Tianfang was brought to the ward, He Liuhua hadn't come in once. No one knew when she'd slipped away. Xue Ling's face darkened. "Dad, don't get too upset. Right now the most important thing is to take care of Afang." Cheng Muhai nodded. A while later, Cheng Tianyuan brought in 3 meals. The 3 of them ate quickly. Then Cheng Tianyuan took Cheng Muhai home. About half an hour later, he returned with Liu Ying, whose eyes were red from crying. As soon as Liu Ying entered the ward and saw her daughter, still unconscious and pale, she couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Cheng Tianyuan explained to Xue Ling, "Little Ran Ran fell asleep after his milk. Dad's watching him." He handed Xue Ling a big cloth bag. She opened it to find 2 sets of underwear, a sweater, a jacket, and toiletries. Everything she'd need for the night. She hadn't even thought to ask, but he'd thought of everything and prepared it all for her. Liu Ying sobbed and couldn't help but curse. "What did you do to deserve this? How did you end up with that family? Are you blind? Are you stupid? Are you just unlucky?" Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged glances, not sure what to say. Sometimes you just have to let a parent vent, or it's too much to bear. Liu Ying cried and cried, tears streaming down her face. "You fool! How could you be so stupid? That man was your own choice. We all said he wasn't good. Your brother didn't agree either. We'd rather you not work at the co-op than have anything to do with him. We thought it was over, but then you ran off with him. You're lucky it's a good era and a good society. 30 or 50 years ago, your family would have beaten you to death or drowned you in a pig cage. How could you be so foolish? We gave you a house and a dowry and you were pregnant. If his family had any decency, they'd have treated you like a treasure. Now look, lost the baby, almost lost your life. How could you be so unlucky? You picked the wrong person. You never listened to your family but a few sweet words from him and you thought he was a saint. Are you stupid or what? I worked so hard to have you, even when your dad's arm was injured and he lost his job and we had no income. I gritted my teeth and brought you into this world. I just wanted another child, someone to rely on when I'm old. And you, barely grown, already desperate to get married, and now look at the mess you're in. Finally, Xue Ling stepped forward and helped her mother-in-law sit down. Mom, don't get so worked up. Now's not the time to blame Afang. Let's wait until she wakes up, then talk to her slowly. She just lost her baby. She must be heartbroken. Please don't scold her now. Liu Ying was still emotional, her voice hoarse. Where's that bastard? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. He just ran to the shop to find Dad, said Afang was in trouble and the hospital needed money, then disappeared. Liuhua didn't dare come in. She slipped away. He can run, but he can't hide, Liu Ying huffed. He has to go home sometime. Yuan, take Ahu and Chenmin, go over there and give that bastard a beating. Wait! Xue Ling grabbed her hand. Mom, don't be impulsive. Let's wait until Afang wakes up and tells us what happened. Hurting someone is against the law. Liu Ying was furious. My daughter's been treated like this. How can I just swallow it? If her own family doesn't stand up for her, she'll just keep getting bullied. Then maybe this is the time for Afang to leave that awful family for good, Xue Ling said. Don't worry about the future. Just cut ties with them now. Liu Ying's eyes darted, and she rubbed her hands, at a loss. Let's wait until she wakes up. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the bed and said quietly, She's awake. Liu Ying and Xue Ling hurried over. They saw Cheng Tianfang, face pale as paper, tears on her cheeks, eyes half closed, quietly sobbing. It was clear that earlier, Liu Ying's scolding and tears had all been heard by Cheng Tianfang. Xue Ling quickly said, Brother Yuan, the nurse said if my sister-in-law wakes up, we should let them know right away. I'll go tell them. Cheng Tianyuan turned and left. Xue Ling picked up some medical cotton and gently wiped away Cheng Tianfang's tears. Don't cry, little sister. How are you feeling? Wait for the doctor to check you over. Don't cry for now. Cheng Tianfang looked at her, then at her own mother, who was crying messily nearby, and tears kept streaming down her face. Soon the doctor and nurse arrived. Mo Lily was on duty tonight and came in with the doctor. After a brief check, the doctor asked a few questions. Cheng Tianfang answered weakly. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief and said, You're awake, so have a little water but don't eat anything yet. Tomorrow you can have some thin porridge, but don't eat too much for now. Yes, doctor. The doctor told Mo Lily to take her blood pressure again, then left. Mo Lily worked quickly and quietly. You lost a lot of blood, but you were saved in time. Your sister-in-law paid your medical bills and your brother and father gave 3 units of blood to save you from the brink. Treasure your life and get well soon, for your family's sake. Ahu had already told her all about this little sister's story. To be honest, she felt both sympathy and exasperation for her. But it wasn't her place to say much. She just hoped, as a friend of Ahu's important friends, that this girl's life would be better from now on. Cheng Tianfang just sobbed quietly. Mo Lily said softly, You just woke up. Don't get too emotional. Work with me for now. Your blood pressure is still unstable, so we need to keep a close eye on you for the next couple of days. Xue Ling hurried over to help. A moment later, Mo Lily took away the empty blood bags and a pile of bloody gauze, covered the bed with a white sheet, and left in a hurry. Liu Ying, seeing how much blood her daughter had lost, couldn't hide her pain and anger. You heartless girl. After the wedding, I just said a few harsh words and you forgot your parents? If nothing's wrong, you never show your face. Now you're almost dead and you remember your family? Remember that we're your parents? You fool! Cheng Tianyuan cried even harder. Liu Ying didn't hold back. Cry, is that all you know how to do? You were carrying his child and he dared treat you badly. Why didn't you ask for help? Now something this big happens, and that bastard is nowhere to be found. Even your mother-in-law snuck away without even looking in on you. If your family hadn't saved you, you'd be crying in the underworld right now. What's the use of crying? If crying worked, why are you lying here? Is that all you can do? Cry? Cheng Tianyuan choked out, Mom, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Xue Ling, worried she'd get too upset, quickly comforted her and handed Liu Ying the medicine the doctor had prescribed, asking her to feed it to Tianyuan. The interruption helped calm everyone down a bit. Liu Ying's face was still grim. So what happened? You'd better tell us everything. If you lie or cover for that bastard, then you can rely on him from now on. Don't come looking for us. Whether you live or die, we won't care anymore. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. He said he'd change, that he'd work and support the family, but he never did. He just lazed around eating and drinking, hanging out with thugs. I scolded him every day for being lazy, but he never listened. And your mother-in-law? Is she mute? She just lets her son waste away? Liu Ying pressed. Cheng Tianyuan's face was ashen. She's just like her son. All they do is eat and drink. Even when I was pregnant, I had to cook for them every day. Lin Kong not only lazed around, he kept gambling. They spent all my dowry, gambled it away. I couldn't take it anymore and argued with him. He pushed me. When did this happen? Xue Ling asked. Last night. At first I didn't feel too bad, but then my stomach started hurting more and more, and I bled a lot. Lin Kong went to his mom, and she said to wait until morning to go to the hospital. By morning, I was so weak I passed out. The doctor gave me an injection, and I woke up, but after that I don't remember anything. Xue Ling was furious. That family really doesn't value human life. Something so serious, and they didn't rush you to the hospital. If you'd lost too much blood, not even a miracle could have saved you. They're all heartless beasts. Liu Ying was incredulous. You were carrying their grandchild. How could they treat you like this? Cheng Tianyuan just cried, numb. Cheng Tianyuan listened with a dark face, saying nothing. Liu Ying was both angry and heartbroken, unable to speak. Xue Ling gently patted Tianyuan's shoulder. Don't dwell on it now. Focus on getting better, then we'll figure out what to do. Tianyuan's eyes were lifeless, and she whispered, Sister-in-law, my baby. Can I see it? Xue Ling paused, then sighed. The doctor said it was too badly hurt. It wasn't whole. Earlier, the doctor had asked the family to come see and sign paperwork. Xue Ling had wanted to go, but Cheng Tianyuan stopped her, saying he'd go instead. It might be too much for her to handle. If the mother herself saw, it would be even harder to bear. Liu Ying lowered her eyes. At 4 months, the baby isn't fully formed. Even if it was born, it couldn't survive. Tianyuan's tears flowed endlessly. Her child was gone. Xue Ling said softly, You're still young. There will be more chances in the future. Focus on getting well. Don't be too sad. Tianyuan just kept crying. Cheng Tianyuan tugged Xue Ling's sleeve and stepped forward, looking at his sister. This is very serious. You almost died. Lin Kong has run off, but we can call the police. Now you've seen their true colors. Do you still want to stay with him? If you do, we'll all leave and you can rely on your husband and mother-in-law. No, no! Tianyuan shook her head desperately. Big brother, please. I've regretted it for a long time. Can I come home? Please? I don't want to be married anymore. I hate Lin Kong. Who was it that insisted on being with him in the first place? Liu Ying snapped. You brought this on yourself, Cheng Tianyuan said coldly. You never got a marriage certificate, so legally you're not his wife. He treated you like this and ran off, heartless and cruel. We should call the police and let them deal with him. Xue Ling took his arm and said firmly, I agree. A man who's lazy, a gambler, and takes advantage of others is never worth relying on. But what's truly unforgivable is being so vicious, hurting a pregnant woman, then not rushing her to the hospital, almost costing 2 lives. Cheng Tianyuan's face was streaked with tears as she choked out, "He ran away. He didn't even come to see me?" Xue Ling explained. "The nurse said he didn't even have a few dozen yuan for the deposit. He said he was going to get money, but he never came back. And your mother-in-law, when she heard you lost the baby, didn't even come into the ward. She just slipped away." Cheng Tianyuan sobbed uncontrollably. "Heartless. Absolutely heartless." Cheng Tianyuan said coldly, "At least now you see their true colors. Ah Fang, you're only 16, 17 at the end of the year. You have your whole life ahead of you. Don't let one mistake lead to another. Take this chance to cut ties with them for good." "I hate them. My baby. He killed my baby with his own hands. I hate him. Call the police, big brother. Help me call the police." Liu Ying's face was dark with anger. "A family like that isn't worth keeping. If they're so heartless, don't blame us for being ruthless. Call the police. We have to get justice." Seeing everyone so agitated, Xue Ling quickly tried to calm things down. "Let's not panic. Ah Fang, just lie down and rest. You can't get too worked up right now." She poured a little water and helped Cheng Tianyuan drink. "You can have some thin porridge tomorrow. If you're hungry, bear with it for now. Don't cry. Just try to rest." She gave Cheng Tianyuan a look and whispered, "It's the middle of the night. Let's not make a scene. If you want to call the police, do it first thing in the morning. Go buy some late-night snacks for Mom. She and I will take turns staying here, and you'll need to go home to look after the baby later." Little Ranran was just over 2 months old. Though he mostly ate and slept, he was awake for longer stretches now, and usually stayed with Xue Ling at night. Since she couldn't go home tonight, his dad needed to be there, or the little one would get fussy. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and went out to buy snacks. Cheng Tianyuan cried herself to sleep. Mo Lily came in to check her temperature and bleeding. The bleeding has slowed a lot, and her temperature is normal. You need to keep an eye on her bleeding. If anything seems off, come tell us right away." "Okay," Xue Ling replied. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan returned with 2 bags of hot soy milk and a bag of chestnuts. Xue Ling quickly handed a bag of soy milk to Mo Lily. "You're on night shift. Have something warm. It's nothing fancy, but please don't mind." Mo Lily accepted it with a smile. "Thank you. I'll get back to work. Just call if you need anything." "Take care," Liu Ying said, seeing her out and thanking her quietly. When she came back, she asked, "Ling, isn't she the nurse who helped when you had Ranran? She's really nice." Xue Ling smiled. "She's good to us because she's Ahu's girlfriend. They're about to get married, probably by the end of the year." "Really?" Liu Ying had always liked Ahu. "That's wonderful. She's got a good figure, a pretty face, and she's a nurse. Ahu's really lucky." Xue Ling laughed softly. "When they get married, we'll have to prepare a big gift." Of course, of course." Liu Ying was genuinely happy for Ahu, but when she looked at her unconscious daughter, her smile faded, and her eyes filled with tears again. Xue Ling understood what she was worried about and took her hand. "Mom, society isn't like it used to be. Marriage isn't everything for a woman. Ah Fang can still have a career and her own life. She shouldn't be sentenced to misery just because she married the wrong man." Liu Ying didn't fully understand, but she got the gist. Xue Ling continued, "In the capital, lots of girls get a good education. If they marry the wrong person, they get divorced and find someone better. I'm not even married yet. As long as Ah Fang leaves Lin Kong's family and starts over, she can still have a great life." Liu Ying squeezed her hand. "Ling, I'm just a country woman. I don't know much, but this past year coming to the city with you, I've seen a lot of new things. Whatever you and your dad think is right, we'll listen." She'd thought that with a baby, a big dowry, and a house, the Lin family would treat her daughter well. She never imagined Lin Kong would be so heartless, pushing her, causing a miscarriage, nearly costing 2 lives. Her grandchild was gone, and her daughter had almost died. It was like a knife to her heart. Now that her daughter's life was saved, no matter what happened, it would be better than staying with the Lin family. She sighed and wiped her tears. Yuan only has this one sister. I hope you can be patient with her. Don't blame her for bringing shame to our family. If you can, help her through this. Thank you, Ling. Xue Ling felt a lump in her throat. Mom, don't say that. Fang is Yuan's sister. She's my sister-in-law. We're family. Of course we help each other. Liu Ying nodded. You've been busy all day. Go lie down for a bit. I'm not tired yet. I'll keep watch. We'll take turns. Okay. Xue Ling knew this would be a long haul. If the caregivers didn't rest, they wouldn't be able to look after the patient. Cheng Tianyuan, worried about the baby at home, drove back. Xue Ling and Liu Ying took turns watching over Cheng Tianfang. Because of the anesthesia, she slept deeply through the night. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law squeezed onto the hospital bed, sharing a blanket until morning. At dawn, Xue Ling got up to fetch water and took her mother-in-law to wash up. A while later, Cheng Tianfang woke up. Xue Ling gave her some warm water, then helped her wash her face and hands and wiped her down. Cheng Tianfang was still too weak to move and whispered, "Thank you, sis. Sorry to trouble you." "We're all women. No need to be embarrassed," Xue Ling said gently. "Wait a bit. I'll get a nurse to check on you." Soon, Mo Lily arrived. Her temperature is normal and her blood pressure is much better than yesterday. She's young, so she should recover quickly. She can have some liquid food. Plain porridge is best. Nothing too greasy yet. Xue Ling thanked her. "You're off duty today, right?" Mo Lily replied, "I'm going back to the dorm to rest. I'll be on shift all day tomorrow." "Thank you for everything. See you tomorrow." "Bye?" Mo Lily smiled and left. A while later, Hu arrived carrying 2 big thermos flasks. "Sis, Yuan asked me to bring these. He cooked early this morning. One is for you and Auntie, the other is for Fang." Xue Ling took them and asked, "Where is he? Where did he go?" Hu lowered his voice. "He went to the police station to file a report." Over half an hour later, Cheng Tianyuan returned. 2 police officers came with him to investigate, taking Cheng Tianfang's statement and then heading to the doctor's office to collect the relevant medical evidence. The doctor, a woman in her 40s with a bit of a temper, said, "People like that, scum of society, how can they lay hands on their own wife and child? They shouldn't be let off easy." The police explained, "This is a serious case of domestic violence, but since they never registered their marriage, it's a bit complicated and it's hard to press charges. It's best to involve the local neighborhood committee." "Domestic violence must be dealt with," the doctor insisted. "Even if it's complicated, you have to help. Women have it tough, raising kids, working to support the family. You need to do more to protect women's rights." "Of course," the police nodded. A while later, the doctor came to the ward to check on Cheng Tianfang and asked about her plans. "Miss, forgive me for being blunt. If you think I'm overstepping, just ignore me. But I have to ask, do you still want to stay with that scumbag?" Cheng Tianfang shook her head firmly. "I've had enough. I'll never trust him again." The doctor nodded gently. "In that case, you should ask the local Women's Federation to help. Since you never got a marriage certificate, have the neighborhood committee and Women's Federation witness that you're cutting all ties with his family. That way he can't keep pestering you and ruin your future. You're still young. This is just a lesson. Move on, and you'll be fine." "Thank you." Cheng Tianfang's eyes filled with tears again. The doctor said heartily, "No need to thank me and don't cry. We're all women here. I can't stand useless men. Cowards outside, tyrants at home, even hitting women. Scum! We have to be strong. Crying is weakness. Don't cry anymore." Cheng Tianfang sniffled and nodded. "Thank you, doctor," Xue Ling said quickly. The doctor laughed and strode out. Liu Ying was quietly amazed by this strong, commanding female doctor. Xue Ling explained softly, "She's highly educated and really stands up for women's rights. The nurses say she's always like this. At home, she calls the shots. Her husband is a teacher, gentle, cultured, and totally devoted to her." Liu Ying and Cheng Tianfang both looked a little envious after hearing this. Xue Ling took the chance to say, "If you have real skills, not only will people outside respect and admire you, but your family will cherish you too. Little sister, you're still young. You can have that kind of life too." Do you really think I can? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Of course you can, Xue Ling said softly. Once you're out of the hospital, we'll find a way to cut all ties with the Lin family. After that, you're free to choose your own future. You can go back to school or learn business and become a new you. Cheng Tianyuan was moved. When I went to the capital, I realized you can't get a good job without an education. Sis, can I still go to school? You can, Xue Ling said. We'll help you enroll. Start with middle school, then go to vocational school. I only finished 5th grade, then dropped out. Then you'll need to catch up, review your books, and ask me or your brother if you don't understand. After next summer, we'll enroll you in the county middle school. Really? Do you think I can do it? Cheng Tianyuan asked, both excited and hesitant. Xue Ling nodded seriously. If you're willing to work hard, you can do it? Cheng Tianyuan nodded, eyes red. In the days that followed, Xue Ling and her mother-in-law took turns caring for Cheng Tianyuan in the hospital, while Cheng Tianyuan and Cheng Muhai looked after little Ranran. Cheng Tianyuan ran back and forth with meals every day, busy as could be. Fortunately, Cheng Tianyuan recovered well, her complexion gradually improving. The doctor explained, Your family's blood was the best match for you, which helped your recovery. Much of the blood in your body now is from your family. Be grateful to them. If they hadn't donated in time, you might not have survived. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, eyes red. Over the past year, she'd grown a lot. Living in a better place, her skin had become fairer, though after this trauma, she still looked pale. On the day she was discharged, the doctor advised her to eat nutritious food, especially chicken stewed with donkey hide gelatin, ejiao, to replenish her blood. Xue Ling bought 2 jin of ejiao to take home. Liu Ying made chicken and ejiao soup every day to help her daughter recover. After half a month of hard work, life finally began to return to normal. Xue Ling hadn't seen her son much during this time, so when she did, she hugged and kissed him all over. The little guy was still chubby and cheerful, smiling at everyone like a little Buddha. It was the first time Cheng Tianyuan saw her little nephew, and she was completely charmed. Sis, can I hold him? Of course, Xue Ling handed her son over, laughing. Come on, this is your auntie. Cheng Tianyuan looked at her parents' smiling, wrinkled faces, her gentle, capable sister-in-law, and her adorable nephew, and her eyes filled with tears again. It feels so good to be home. Cheng Tianyuan came out of the kitchen and called, Come eat. Ah, Fang, there are 3 empty rooms at Mom and Dad's. I picked one with a balcony facing the river for you. Your bedding and things are all moved in. There's a set of toiletries on the sofa. Take them after lunch, and if you need anything else, just tell me. Thank you, brother, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. Liu Ying added, Eat first, then go rest. When you feel better, you can help look after little Ranran. Okay, Mom, Cheng Tianyuan agreed, picking up a bowl to help serve rice. Dad, Mom, let's eat. Cheng Muhai nodded quietly. Xue Ling looked at her sister-in-law, so changed by what she'd been through, and thought to herself that the girl had finally grown up. After lunch, Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling went to the development zone for work, and Cheng Muhai went to help at the shop, so they all left together. As he drove, Cheng Tianyuan explained, After I called the police, I took them to the 5th floor across the street. He Liu Hua made a scene saying it was just a couple's quarrel. Why call the police? She kept cursing me, and the officers had to warn her. Xue Ling was furious. Did you find Lin Kong? Not yet, Cheng Tianyuan said. The police found out he's often involved in gambling, and he might be connected to a theft case they're investigating. They're rounding up several people now. Cheng Muhai asked, Did you go to the neighborhood committee and Women's Federation? I did, Cheng Tianyuan said. I squeezed in time while the baby was napping. They agreed to help mediate. Since there's no marriage certificate or legal proof, as long as both sides sign, everything can be settled and there'll be no more ties. There are still many people in the world who stand up for what's right and sympathize with the weak. After explaining the situation to the neighborhood committee and Women's Federation, they were very sympathetic to Cheng Tianyuan and quickly agreed to help resolve the matter. After Xue Ling returned to the clothing store, She found it had been cleaned thoroughly everywhere. Clearly, Ahu had been coming by often to help out lately. For the past 10 days or so, she had been at the hospital, and the store's business had all been managed by Ahu. The temperature had dropped sharply these past few days, so winter clothes were selling well. The remaining batch of winter clothes had all been sold off one after another. Even the few dozen leftover items, which Ahu marked down to 30% off, were all sold. Yesterday, when Ahu went to the hospital, he handed over all the money to her. She counted it, then gave Ahu his commission for this period, and had Cheng Tianyuan help her deposit the rest in the bank. This time, Ahu earned 2,000 yuan in total, plus another 200 from the commission on several thousand pieces of subpar goods. At the time, Mo Lily happened to be at work. When she saw Ahu and her counting money in the corridor, she walked over. Ahu grinned and explained, "My boss is paying me my wages." "Wow," Mo Lily exclaimed. "That much? It must be several thousand, right?" Ahu replied with a smile, "A bit over 2,000. Ali, when you get off work this afternoon, I'll pick you up for dinner. I'm treating you to a big meal today." Mo Lily was full of envy and muttered, "I probably can't make that much in a whole year." Ahu quickly said, "What's mine will all be yours in the future." Mo Lily immediately blushed and turned away to get busy. Because of her sister-in-law's situation, Xue Ling wasn't in the mood to do business, so she hadn't restocked. Anyway, the milk money batch her father had given her had already earned over 200,000 yuan, so she was financially comfortable and in no rush to make more money. Seeing the empty store, Xue Ling let out a sigh and opened the window for some fresh air. "Sis-in-law!" a familiar voice called from outside. Ahu hurried in, smiling. "You're back. That's great. I was just looking for you to discuss something." Xue Ling sat down, exhausted, and sighed. "Let's wait a few days before getting busy again. I'm pretty tired lately, and I haven't spent time with my son for days. I want to stay home with him for a bit and do some translation work. Last week, I almost forgot to submit my article to the newspaper. Luckily, I had a backup draft for Editor-in-Chief Lin, or else I might have delayed their work. I'm tired. Let's rest for a few days first." Ahu quickly shook his head. "No, it's not that. I have something else to discuss with you. Money can be earned any time, but some things can't wait. I'm planning to get engaged to Lily next week and get married at the end of next month." "Wow, congratulations," Xue Ling said. "Remember to invite us to your wedding banquet?" "I wouldn't dare leave your family out," Ahu laughed. "And little Ranran must come too. Next year I want to have a chubby baby as cute as him." "All right," Xue Ling agreed happily. Ahu rubbed his hands and said quietly, "Sis-in-law, here's the thing. Lily's family isn't well off, and she has quite a few siblings. She has an older sister, an older brother, and 2 younger sisters. At first, her parents didn't like me because I'm older and because of some past issues, so they weren't satisfied with me." "Oh." "I made my intentions clear to them, said I'd cherish Lily and treat her well. From now on, her family's concerns are my concerns, and I'll be filial to her parents. When they heard I already have an apartment in Wangjiangyuan and run a shop, they were satisfied with my financial situation. After weighing the pros and cons, they finally agreed." "That's good." "But they said that among their daughters, only Lily did well in school and is the only one with a stable job, so they hope that after I marry Lily, I can help support their family financially. I think that's fair. After all, they worked hard to raise their daughter and let her study for a good job, so I should repay them." "So what do you plan to do?" "They only have 2 old houses now. The eldest sister is married, but the place is still too small. Lily can only live in the hospital's staff dormitory. Her 2 younger sisters, one works at a textile factory and the other at a plastics factory, both have to live in shared dorms. My eldest brother-in-law, Mo Qian, is short and not very good-looking, and because the family doesn't have a decent house, he hasn't been able to get married. I want to buy an apartment from you and give it to my brother-in-law so he can get married and bring my in-laws to live in Wangjiangyuan." "Oh." Xue Ling nodded slowly. So after all that, he was here to buy a house from her. She chuckled softly. "Ahu, You're really generous. The apartments in Tianyuan are the best in the county right now. As long as you can afford it, your in-laws will be overjoyed. Ahu grinned. I'm a simple guy, not good at taking care of elders. I just thought, since we'll be living there, my mom can live with us so we can look after her. If Lily's parents can also live there, we can take care of them too. Lily has to work, sometimes even night shifts, and she's always busy. If we can make things easier for her so she doesn't have to run around, that's a good thing. Xue Ling thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Wait, what did you just say? Is the apartment for Lily's brother to get married or for the elders to live in? Ahu replied, Mainly to please my in-laws so they can live in a nice place. I plan to buy 100-square-meter apartment, big enough for the whole family. My brother-in-law can also get married there. Xue Ling thought for a bit and said quietly, Can I give you a word of advice? Sis-in-law, are you unwilling? Ahu asked with a wry smile. Xue Ling glared at him. If I were unwilling, would I be wasting my breath with you? Of course I'm willing. I still have over 20 apartments and a few aren't even rented out. With our friendship, I'd sell you 2 or 4 if you wanted. I just want to remind you of something. Go ahead. Ahu said excitedly. Xue Ling sighed softly and explained, Ahu, you're in your 30s now, you've seen a lot, and you understand how things work. To be honest, it's great to be filial to your elders. But if you add your brother-in-law into the mix, things might get complicated. You need to be clear about who the apartment is for and how it's to be given, or you might cause family conflicts down the line. That's true. Ahu's smile faded and he nodded seriously. Xue Ling said, If you're giving it to the elders, then don't mention your brother-in-law. How they arrange things is their family's business. If you mention both, what if your brother-in-law and his future wife don't want to live with the elders? Then what? Who gets the apartment? Them or the elders? There are countless families who fall out over money and property. You mean well by giving them a place, but don't let it become the fuse that sets off family discord. Ahu's face darkened and he said quietly, Sis-in-law, you're right. I didn't think it through. I thought as long as I gave it to their family, it would all work out. That's because you're an only child, so your family situation is simple, Xue Ling reminded him. Lily's family is much more complicated, many times more than yours. The more complicated the family, the more carefully you need to think things through, or it's easy for good intentions to backfire. After Xue Ling finished speaking, Ahu fell into deep thought. It was true. He had been acting on impulse, wanting to give as much as possible to Lily's family, thinking that would make his in-laws look at him differently. Of course, his beloved Lily would also be more satisfied with him. After all, what he was doing would help her family out of a difficult situation. But he hadn't thought things through. Lily's family was large, with many sisters, and her parents often disagreed. If he gave them this apartment, should it go to her parents or to her eldest brother? How should it be arranged? This was an important question. Giving things to others was a good deed, but if good intentions led to bad results, that would be a problem. Sis-in-law, you're right. I really didn't think this through, Ahu admitted. Xue Ling smiled slightly and explained, I'll definitely reserve an apartment for you. You already bought one before, so now you just need to save a bit for the wedding, and the financial pressure won't be too much. Go home and discuss it clearly with Lily, then make your decision. Ahu nodded and said quietly, All right, I'll talk it over with her. Xue Ling watched him leave, then turned and closed up the clothing store. Winter had arrived in Rongcheng, and the wind by the river was strong. If you weren't careful, you could easily catch a cold. She'd been very busy lately, often staying up late, and her immune system was weak. She couldn't afford to get sick, or she wouldn't be able to take care of her child and might infect others at home. There were both old and young at home now, and whether elderly or children, they were the ones with the weakest immunity, so she had to be careful. After locking the door, she went back into the inner room. Just then, the phone rang. Xue Ling hurried over and picked up the receiver. Hello? Ling Ling? The voice was clearly her mother's. Hey, Mom! It's me! You child, have you been too busy lately? Why haven't you called? Your dad and I have called you 3 or 4 times in the past 2 weeks, but no one answered." Xue Ling smiled wryly to herself, knowing she couldn't hide things any longer, and explained to her mother about her sister-in-law's miscarriage. "For more than half a month, my mother-in-law and I have been at the hospital taking care of her. Ahu has been running the clothing store. Little Ranran was with Grandpa across the street and there was no one at home. Ayuan was busy coming and going, so probably no one heard the phone." Her mother exclaimed several times, "Oh my, how could there be such bad people? How did Lin Kong turn out like this? It's one thing to be lazy, but now he's become so heartless. The baby in your sister-in-law's belly was his. How could he do such a thing?" "That's not all. His mother isn't any better," Xue Ling explained. "My sister-in-law was already bleeding, but the two of them refused to take her to the hospital right away, saying they'd wait until morning. It wasn't until she fainted from the pain that they finally got an old car to take her to the hospital." Just talking about it made Xue Ling angry. My father-in-law and Ayuan both donated blood to save my sister-in-law. Or it could have been a double tragedy. That family isn't just heartless. They're like demons. Her mother agreed, cursing several times. "Too much. Just too much. You told me not to get too close to them, and I felt a little guilty at the time. After all, when your dad and I went to Rongcheng, Liu Hua even brought Lin Kong to see us twice at the alley entrance. Now I'm glad we pretended not to know them. How could we associate with people like that?" Xue Ling let out a long sigh and leaned back on the bedding. "Little sister-in-law isn't old enough to get a marriage certificate, so it doesn't count as a divorce. We've already contacted the neighborhood committee at Wangjiangyuan and the Women's Federation here in Rongcheng to help resolve this. We're planning to kick Liu Hua out of my sister-in-law's apartment and cut all ties with their family." Right, her mother muttered. "With people like that, the sooner you cut ties, the better." Xue Ling apologized. "Mom, did you call for something urgent? I really have been so busy lately that I haven't called you and I made you worry." "It's not really urgent," her mother said with a smile, lowering her voice. "Last time, you gave us a retirement plan, remember? I gave it to your dad to read. At first, he didn't care much, saying he wasn't old yet and didn't need to think about retirement. I asked him, 'You're already a grandpa, almost 60. Do you really think you'll be a hero forever? Your old buddy was hospitalized last month and passed away after just a few days. Life and death aren't up to us.' He was quiet for a while, then read your plan again and said you wrote it very well." "And then?" Xue Ling asked. "Did you start putting it into action?" Her mother replied, "I did. I had him leave me a large sum of money, then I went to the new district and bought several nice apartments, and also bought a large piece of land near the second ring road. There's a lake nearby and a small hilly area. It's a bit remote, but the environment is great. No one wants it now, but in the future, who knows? Maybe everyone will be fighting for it. Your dad said it's a good place. Even if we can't sell it, we can build a dozen villas there for the family to retire together." Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "There aren't many good places like that near the second ring road. If you can buy it, you'll definitely make money in the future. If even Dad says it's good, then it must be good." "I think so too," her mother said in a low voice. "I even took a few friends to see it, and they all said it was good. One friend brought a feng shui master with a compass and everything, and he said the land has great feng shui." Xue Ling covered her mouth and laughed. "That's great." Her mother explained, "When your dad saw me happily buying property, he decided to cancel the plan for the 5th branch factory. Ahung was unhappy, saying that if we do import business in the future, the volume will be huge and 2 small factories won't be enough. Your dad explained that if it's not enough, the main factory can help, but he doesn't have enough funds to open 3 branch factories at once." Xue Ling said softly. "If you want to invest, wait until next year or the year after. There's no rush to open 3 factories at once. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. The risk is too high." "I don't really understand these things," her mother said. "We used to just keep our money in the bank, and I always felt like we only had a little. But after buying property and land, it feels so real, and I'm so satisfied and happy." "Haha." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and teased, "Money in the bank is just a number. When you use it to buy things, it becomes real. Only when you see the real stuff do you know how much you actually have. We're still not as rich as some people, her mother said quietly. I didn't know before, but after buying property and land, I realized there are people in the capital who buy a dozen apartments at a time, or whole plots of land at auction. That's real wealth. Xue Ling chuckled and muttered, Mom, you know there's always someone better out there. We don't need to compare ourselves to others. Just live our own lives and keep working hard. Your dad said to ask you to send over your ID card. We want to buy some things in your name, her mother explained. We heard there might be an inheritance tax in the future, so since everything will be yours and Ayuan's anyway, it's better to buy it in your name now to save money and trouble later. Oh, sure, Xue Ling laughed. A gift from the elders I won't refuse. You'd better work hard. Don't think you'll get much, her mother scolded with a laugh. In the end, you have to rely on yourself. Otherwise, even if you had mountains of gold and silver, you'd spend it all. Xue Ling laughed. That's true. Don't worry about me. But if she really had mountains of gold and silver, that would probably last a lifetime. Ha. After hanging up the phone, Xue Ling went to Cheng Tianyuan to get the keys, then drove to the post office to mail her ID card to her mother. Since the clothing store was out of stock, she didn't go back but drove straight home. Her mother-in-law was busy in the kitchen while her sister-in-law sat in the living room holding her son, playing with him. The little one, just over 2 months old, was pink and chubby, very cute, and already knew how to enjoy being teased. Sometimes he would even let out a couple of adorable oh sounds. Looking at her cute little nephew, Cheng Tianyuan's eyes unknowingly turned red. If her own child had survived, maybe he would have been this cute too. Thinking of this, she hated Lin Kong and his mother even more. Xue Ling washed her hands, drank half a glass of warm water, and came over. Cheng Tianyuan snapped out of her thoughts, quickly forced a smile, and handed her nephew to Xue Ling. Sister-in-law, don't you need to be at the store? Do you need me to help? Xue Ling smiled and replied, No need. All the stock at the clothing store has been sold, so I'm planning to take a few days off. Your brother has enough help on his end, so you don't need to go there either. You still don't look well, so just stay home and rest. There's no rush to go out. Cheng Tianyuan rubbed her hands and said softly, But I can't just waste time like this. Little Ran is very well behaved, and Mom can take care of him by herself. I need to find something to do. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, Do you still have your elementary school textbooks? You should find them and start reviewing. Cheng Tianyuan felt ashamed and explained, I wasn't interested in studying back then, and I didn't take care of my books. I tossed them around, so they're all incomplete now. Xue Ling said, That's okay. I'll take you to the bookstore this afternoon. The Xinhua bookstore in town isn't far from here. I'll take you there and buy a whole new set, plus some study guides and a big dictionary. Then you can review at home. Sister-in-law, if I do that, can I go to middle school? I'll be 17 after the new year. Cheng Tianyuan asked hesitantly. Xue Ling replied, As long as you want to study, it's never too late. People here usually start school late anyway, so you're only 2 years behind. It's not a big deal. When the time comes, we'll talk to the middle school teachers and say you transferred from Chengjia village and had to take a year off. It should be fine. A light returned to Cheng Tianyuan's eyes and she nodded. Thank you, sister-in-law. Let's go buy the books this afternoon. Xue Ling smiled, feeling happy to see how much her sister-in-law had changed. At noon, Cheng Tianyuan came home on his bicycle. He helped with lunch as soon as he came in. When he heard that his wife and sister were going to buy books in the afternoon, he explained anxiously, It might not be easy to get into the middle school here in the county. Xue Ling asked, Why? Cheng Tianyuan explained, When I was still at the supply and marketing cooperative, I asked Chen Min about the middle school here. There's only one, Mianda Middle School, which covers both junior high and high school. Chen Min said only residents of Rongcheng can enroll? Cheng Tianyuan grew anxious when she heard this. Isn't there any way around it? My household registration is still in Chengjia village. Then just transfer your household registration here? Xue Ling suggested. She already has an apartment in Rongcheng in her name, so she should be able to transfer her registration here. That's a good idea, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Last time, Ahu mentioned he has a friend working in the household registration office. I'll ask him about it later. Liu Ying, who had been listening, put down her bowl. Having a city household registration is a good thing. Aiwan, Lingling, do you think we should move the whole family's registration to the city? Cheng Tianyuan was surprised. He hadn't expected his mother to have this idea. Mom, if we do that, our whole family will be moved out. That might not be so good. Although he had worked in the city for years and liked the environment, he'd never thought about moving the whole family's registration. Cheng Tianfang laughed. If we do that, our whole family will be city people, right? That's right, Liu Ying said happily. We're already living in the city and our business is here. We'll probably stay here long term. If we have a house in the city, we can all live here, so why not move everyone's registration? No need, Xue Ling shook her head and explained. Your sister-in-law needs to transfer her registration to go to school, but the rest of us don't need to. We still have so much land in the village. If we all move our registration, it'll be a hassle to manage the fields. Didn't the village chief say there might be another land distribution in the future? If we move our registration, we won't get any. Exactly. Cheng Tianyuan remembered and said, There's no land to distribute in the city, but we have land in Chengjia village. Also, Lingling still has hundreds of acres in the village. If we move our registration, it'll be a hassle to handle the land. Let's just leave it. When Liu Ying heard about the land, she quickly shook her head. Then forget it. Just move Fang's registration, we'll stay put. Oh, and we should get little Ranran's registration done too. If land is distributed by head count, my eldest grandson will get a share. Everyone laughed. The little one in Xue Ling's arms was startled by the sudden laughter, turned his head to look, and waved his chubby hands with a smile. Everyone was charmed by his cuteness and became even happier. Cheng Tianfang couldn't help but say, Sister-in-law, big brother, try to have a little niece next year. Then our family can get another share. Liu Ying quickly agreed. Yes, have 2 more, get a few more shares. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a glance and both laughed. The family already had several hundred acres of land, so a few more shares wouldn't make much difference. But with little Ran in the family, there was a lot more laughter. Maybe when the little one got older, they really would try for another child. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan told Ahu about the household registration. Ahu was straightforward. I'll call my old army buddy right away. Don't worry, your sister already has a new apartment in the city, so it shouldn't be hard to transfer her registration. Cheng Tianyuan quickly pulled him to the clothing store and pointed at the phone. Go on, ask what documents we need and I'll get them ready right away. Ahu pulled out his little notebook, searching for the number as he asked, Why do you suddenly want to transfer your sister's registration? For school, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Lingling encouraged her to keep studying. Really? Ahu was very surprised. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, also finding it a bit unbelievable. I tried to persuade her so many times before, but she never wanted to study. After all she's been through this past year, she's changed, especially after this recent incident. It's like she grew up overnight and became sensible. Now she actually says she wants to study. The more education, the better. That's great, Ahu said cheerfully. She's only 16 or 17. If she can keep studying, her future will be bright. Cheng Tianyuan smiled slightly and said softly, If she can be sensible, work hard and learn a skill, that's the best. Ahu quickly got in touch with his old army buddy, asked for details and put down the phone. All you need is a certificate from your village committee, the property deed, and a temporary ID. Just go to the police station and find him and he'll handle it. Cheng Tianyuan was delighted and quickly agreed. Xue Ling took her sister-in-law to buy a complete set of textbooks for grades 3 through 6 of elementary school. At this stage, besides Chinese and math, there were also some courses on morals and ideological education, but nothing else. Cheng Tianfang was so moved as she stroked the brand-new textbooks and hugged the big dictionary that her eyes filled with tears. Xue Ling didn't say anything. pretending not to notice. From that afternoon on, Cheng Tianyuan stayed in her room, diligently studying all over again. Except for helping take care of her little nephew, she spent all her time on her studies. In the evenings, when Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling were home, she would quietly bring out the problems she'd encountered that day and ask them to explain. She was very earnest and hard-working. After being taught once or twice, she could basically remember. Cheng Tianyuan drove back to the village and quickly got the necessary certificate, then asked Ahu to help with the household registration transfer. With nothing much to do at the clothing store, Xue Ling stayed home with her child and did translation work, occasionally going to the newspaper office to submit articles. Life was quite leisurely. The weather was getting colder and gloomier. Xue Ling drove out to buy groceries, stopped by the post office to pick up the ID card her mother had mailed back, and also brought home 2 big boxes of imported formula. A few days ago, her mother had explained that she used Xue Ling's ID to buy another plot of land and also bought 5 apartments in the city center, all on the 12th or 13th floor, in excellent locations. Xue Ling was busy changing her son's diaper and forgot to ask how big the land was. Later, she thought that having 5 apartments in the city center of the capital definitely made her a real tycoon, so she didn't bother calling back to ask. Her mother also said that one of her old friend's sons had settled in New Zealand, got married, and had a child. The friend had gone over to help take care of her grandchild and planned to settle there. She said, however much formula we need, just ask her and she'll send it over. We've been friends for decades, so I'm not afraid to trouble her. I told her to send 2 big boxes every 2 months, which should be enough. Xue Ling quickly agreed, saying that in a few months the baby would be eating rice cereal and porridge, so he'd be drinking less formula. But her mother wouldn't have it, muttering, "It's not about the money. You have to make sure my precious grandson gets plenty of nutrition." Xue Ling didn't explain further. As the child grew, it was necessary to eat more solid food. When she got home, Cheng Tianyuan helped carry the formula inside. Sister-in-law, earlier Mom was feeding little Ranran when the phone rang. It rang several times but no one answered, so I guessed there was no one at the clothing store and picked it up. It was a man named Shan Yu. He said he wanted to place an order with you and asked you to call him back as soon as you got home. Xue Ling remembered that his previous order and design drawings had run into problems, and then she hadn't heard from him for almost 2 months. She wondered if everything had been sorted out. Xue Ling nodded and asked, "Where's little Ranran?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "He's asleep. Mom is napping with him, keeping him company." "Okay." Xue Ling went to the kitchen to put away the groceries. Cheng Tianyuan quickly followed to help and said considerately, "Sister-in-law, if you have work to do, go ahead. I'll wash the vegetables and make bone broth so dinner will be easier to prepare." "Thank you," Xue Ling said with a smile. Cheng Tianyuan blushed and said softly, "Don't mention it, sister-in-law. Go make your call." Xue Ling quickly went to the living room, opened the phone notebook, found Shan Yu's number, and dialed. Maybe he was waiting by the phone, because he picked up right after the first ring. "Hello? Is this sister-in-law Xiao Xue?" "Yes, brother Shan Yu? Hello, hello?" "Hello? Last time there was a problem with the order, and thanks to your timely reminder, we avoided a big loss. I was in a rush to get to the bottom of things and didn't get to thank you properly." "Thank you. Really, thank you. I've been in business for years. Partners come and go, friends get fewer and fewer, and even relatives turn against you. It's so rare to meet someone as honest and considerate as you." Xue Ling blushed at his praise and said softly, "It was nothing, just a small matter." But Shan Yu didn't see it that way. He said seriously, "It wasn't a small matter. If we hadn't been able to sell that batch of goods, we could have lost over $1 million. Even if we didn't go bankrupt, it would have been a huge blow. Last time my wife had a stomachache, you even helped find a doctor. You really treat us as friends. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bothered. Xiao Xue, you're someone worth being friends with. Really." Xue Ling laughed and said, "Thank you. Here's to a long and happy partnership." "Yes," Shan Yu said. "I've decided from now on I'll get all my clothing stock from you. We'll be long-term partners and good friends, too." Xue Ling replied warmly, "Thank you both for your trust." My husband told me your wife's stomach still hasn't been well lately. She really needs to take care of herself. Yeah, she's lost a lot of weight recently, just eating plain porridge and noodles, taking her medicine on time, Shanyu explained. She's been in a bad mood and has no appetite. At least she hasn't been eating junk, so that's something. But she was already thin, and now she looks even thinner. Business troubles and family problems have really worn her down, and it's hard for both of us. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "What happened? If it's okay to talk about it?" From his tone, it sounded like he was having a tough time, but since it was his private matter, she didn't want to pry. She was just showing concern. Shanyu seemed to trust her and poured his heart out. Ever since I got back from the last buying trip, her health has been bad, and she had gastritis for a long time. I was so busy with buying and selling that I couldn't take care of her, so I took her back to my hometown. But she and my mother fought constantly. 3 big arguments a day, and it wore me out. One's my mom, one's my wife, and I was stuck in the middle. She even threatened to divorce me, said she didn't want to be with me anymore. My mom was even more extreme, telling me to marry someone else, saying my wife was a hen that couldn't lay eggs and wasn't worth keeping. I was nearly driven crazy. Later, I was afraid their fighting would ruin their relationship, so I hurriedly moved back to the city. During that time, she was in a terrible mood. After I sold off the remaining stock, I took her to the seaside for a while. Her gastritis got better, but she still didn't really want to talk to me. That was when I placed the order with you, and her friend tried to set her up. Luckily, you pointed it out in time. That friend had known her for years, but still tried to trick her. She was so angry and hurt that she lost a lot of weight. I confronted that friend, but I was afraid my wife would get sick from holding it all in, so I dropped everything and took her to the seaside to relax. We stayed there for over a month until her mood and health improved, and then we came back. Now that things at home are fine and my wife is better, I can finally focus on making money again. We used to be so focused on earning money that we neglected a lot of things. Sigh. I was at fault too. She's been with me for so many years, it hasn't been easy. At the end, his voice even choked up. Back then, her family didn't want her to marry me and suffer, said my family was too poor. She snuck out in the middle of the night to find me, and we eloped so we could be together. We had no money and nowhere to live, and she suffered with me for years before things finally got better. Now that life is easier, why are we talking about divorce? Sigh. Xue Ling was moved and couldn't help but say softly, maybe she's just under too much pressure, and with her health not being good, she's feeling depressed. Spend more time with her. I believe with your care she'll gradually get better. Shanyu sniffled and explained, You're right. That's what the doctor said too. Actually, I know she cares too much. She's always wanted to give me a child, but after so many years she still hasn't gotten pregnant. My mother's words were also hurtful. How could she say such things? Calling her a hen that can't lay eggs. It's just too much. Shanyu and his wife had been wandering and working away from home for over 20 years, but only spent a little over a decade with their parents. There were many siblings in his family, and he was in the middle. His parents and elders didn't pay much attention to him, being busy with farming and raising cattle, and had no time to properly care for all their children. Instead, it was his wife, Chen Shuiyu, who had grown up playing with him like childhood sweethearts, and later worked hard with him to build a better life. In his heart, his wife was the person he was closest to and loved the most. Even though she hadn't been able to give him a child, it didn't affect his feelings for her at all. Xue Ling said gently, It's wonderful that you think this way. Your wife hasn't wasted all these years with you. Don't push her too hard. Let her focus on getting healthy first, and then think about having a child. Shanyu thought for a moment and quietly agreed. Sister-in-law Zhao Shui, I've already had someone redesign a piece of autumn clothing. Actually, it's more like spring wear, a very thin, long-sleeved shirt. I've written out all the materials clearly. If you have a place, I'll fax it to you. Xue Ling simply gave him her father's office fax number. Once you send it over, I'll have someone double-check it for you before production. Great, thank you. Shanyu explained. I was originally going to order 150,000 pieces, but now that it's winter, everyone here is wearing thin, long-sleeved shirts. We won't be able to wear short sleeves until next spring. There have been a lot of orders lately, so I'm thinking of ordering 200,000 pieces. Okay, Xue Ling said. I'll have my dad get the order done as quickly as possible so you can start selling soon. After all, the weather won't wait. Thank you, Shan Yu said. The gynecologist you recommended last time seems really good. My wife and I plan to come over in the next couple of days. While we wait for the goods, we'll have the doctor take a look at her. Xue Ling quickly said, That's fine. When you arrive, just come to the shop, and I'll help you find a clean place to stay. Thank you so much. Shan Yu thanked her and then hung up. 10 minutes later, Xue Ling called her father's office. After a while, the secretary answered. Yes, we just received it. The designer happened to be here for a meeting, so I had them look it over. They all said it's fine and the materials are quite fashionable. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Is my dad there? This is a big order, and I want to ask if he can rush it for me. The secretary quickly agreed and went to find her father. After a while, her father came to the phone, his voice a bit hoarse, as if he'd just woken up. It's nothing. Yesterday I went shopping with your mom and we got back late. I was a bit tired, so I went to take a nap. Xue Ling asked, Are you and Mom both okay? It's been pretty cold these days. Her father replied, It's snowing here, really cold. I told your mom to stay home and not come to the office. The heating here isn't as good as at home, so it's better for her to stay in. By the way, little Ran Ran is over 2 months old now, right? Yes, Xue Ling replied. He was born in the 9th lunar month and now it's November, so he's just over 2 months old. Hearing that his chubby little grandson was eating and sleeping well, Grandpa Xue was very happy. Xue Ling then explained the order. Dad, our factory is making spring clothes now, right? Yes, her father replied. All for next spring. Xue Ling said softly, There's still some time before spring. Dad, can you adjust things so the factory makes these 200,000 pieces first? Down in the southern islands, they only wear this kind of clothing in winter. By spring, they'll be wearing short sleeves, so it can't be too late. All right, her father agreed readily. The other orders aren't urgent. I'll have them prepare the fabric, and if they can, they'll start production in the next day or two. If we hurry, it'll be done in 3 or 4 days. That's great, Xue Ling said with a smile. Please do your best. I'll be in touch. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan got a call from the police saying that Lin Kong had been arrested. He was involved in a robbery and selling stolen goods. His accomplices have also been caught. Now we have to wait for the investigation and for the court to sentence him. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and explained his sister's situation. Is it possible to arrange for the neighborhood committee and the Women's Federation to come along, so everything can be made clear in person? That way my sister won't have any more entanglements with that guy. The police officer sympathized with Cheng Tianfang's situation and said quietly, All right. He's being held here now. Get everyone together and bring them over as soon as possible. Cheng Tianyuan was anxious to resolve the matter, so he quickly went to the neighborhood committee to ask a director and 2 Women's Federation members to come along, and took his family to the police station. Xue Ling had to stay home to look after little Ran Ran, so she didn't go with them. That evening, the whole Cheng family returned home. Xue Ling quickly put away her translation notebook and hurried out. She saw that both Cheng Muhai and Cheng Tianyuan were smiling, while Liu Ying and Cheng Tianfang had red eyes. Cheng Tianyuan explained quietly, It's all settled. There was no marriage certificate or any legal proof, so it wasn't hard to resolve. The neighborhood committee wrote up an agreement, and Lin Kong finally signed it. From now on, he and Afang have nothing to do with each other. Xue Ling breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's great. Did you thank everyone? Cheng Tianyuan replied, I gave the neighborhood committee director 2 packs of cigarettes and each of the 2 Women's Federation members a box of candy. Xue Ling asked quietly, Did everything go smoothly? How serious was Lin Kong's case? Cheng Tianyuan snorted. That guy is addicted to gambling. The ringleader was also a gambler, and they spent a lot of time gambling together. Later, after losing too much, they decided to rob someone. They stole 2 bicycles and a bit over 20 yuan. Lin Kong was called along. He didn't do the robbing himself, but he took a share of the loot, so he's an accomplice. The police said he'll get 6 months to a year or two. He deserves it, Xue Ling said, then asked, was he willing to sign? Cheng Tianyuan replied quietly, he didn't dare not to. I told him. He pushed Afeng, caused her miscarriage, and delayed her treatment. The police have all the records. If he doesn't want more charges, he'd better sign. Afeng has nothing to do with him from now on. He put on a show, cried for a long time, and begged Afeng to forgive him, but she kicked him away. When he saw he had no chance, he had no choice but to sign. What about his mother? Did she know about this? Xue Ling asked. Cheng Tianyuan replied, she was called over and was there in person. Cheng Tianyuan's face was cold as he said quietly, Liu Hua was crying and carrying on, crazily accusing Afeng of being heartless, saying she was kicking Lin Kong while he was down and leaving him at his lowest. Afeng scolded her right back. She deserved it. Xue Ling asked, when is she moving out? There are still clothes hanging outside the apartment across the street, so Liu Hua must still be living there. Cheng Tianyuan explained, the neighborhood committee director ordered her to move out within 3 days, or the police would be called to evict her. Trespassing is a crime, after all. She's all talk, but she doesn't have the guts. She agreed right away. That's good. Xue Ling finally let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, little Ran started crying from the bed. Cheng Tianyuan hurried over, lifted the blanket, and picked him up. Xue Ling quickly said, wrap him in his little cotton jacket. It's cold outside. Cheng Tianyuan did as she said, skillfully wrapping up the little one, checking his diaper to see if it was wet. It's not wet. Maybe he's hungry. Xue Ling quickly went to make formula, then took her son and fed him. Cheng Tianyuan came over and whistled for the baby. Little Ran was very curious, staring at Cheng Tianyuan with his big, adorable eyes, even forgetting to drink his milk. Xue Ling laughed and teased. All right, the baby's eating, don't distract him. Cheng Tianyuan squeezed the little one's chubby hand and gave it a kiss. Drink your milk, little one. Daddy's going to cook for Mommy. The little guy looked back a couple more times, then turned away and focused on his milk, as if he'd completely forgotten about his dad. Cheng Tianyuan gazed at his son's cute face, his eyes full of fatherly tenderness and love. He seems to have grown again. Xue Ling explained, this is when he grows the fastest. All right, go help in the kitchen. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and hurried off. Now that Cheng Tianfang was helping in the kitchen, Liu Ying had less to do, and the meal was ready quickly. Cheng Muhai, always diligent, wiped the table, set out the bowls and chopsticks, and served the rice. The whole family soon sat down to a hot meal. With this matter finally resolved, everyone's face was full of smiles and happiness, and with little Ran occasionally babbling, everyone burst out laughing. At the factory, they worked overtime to rush the order, and Xue Ling's father said the goods would be shipped by train in 2 days. Meanwhile, Shan Yu and his wife's ship was about to arrive. Xue Ling quickly found Ahu and asked him to help host the couple. Ahu brushed snow off himself and rubbed his hands. I just came from the photo studio. It finally snowed today. The roads are slippery and it's cold, so there weren't many customers. Tongzi took the camera to shoot the snow, and Uncle Lu and I were dozing in the shop. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm good at hosting guests. Xue Ling hadn't checked in on the photo studio business for a while and couldn't help asking how things were going since the new photographer joined. Ahu replied, business is more than half better. Tongzi's photography skills are great, and customers are very satisfied. The key is, he's there during the day so people don't have to wait. I check the books every day, and in the past 20 days, business has gone up a lot. It's just a shame it's so cold now, or it'd be even better. Xue Ling didn't worry about it and said, no need to go over for now. Let Liu Xing and his dad handle it. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. So, about buying the apartment? Have you made up your mind? Have you talked it over? At the mention of this, Ahu couldn't help but sigh deeply. I'm really torn. I still haven't decided. Xue Ling asked, can you talk about it? Have you and Lily discussed it? The main thing is for you two to be on the same page. If you are, there's nothing you can't get through. Her relationship with Cheng Tianyuan had always been stable, mainly because they agreed on most things. Even when they disagreed, he was willing to compromise, and so was she, which was why things always worked out. Ahu's face was serious as he shook his head. Her family situation is really complicated. I see so many people squeezed into a tiny apartment. It's just too cramped. When I mentioned giving them an apartment, Lily was happy at first. She liked the idea of the whole family moving in so her two sisters could come home instead of living in dorms. After all, it's safer at home, and it's not convenient for girls to always live outside. But her parents were embarrassed to accept. Embarrassed? Xue Ling asked. Do they want the apartment for Lily's brother to get married? Yes, Ahu explained. The two elders said if the apartment could go to their son, that would really solve their urgent problem. Cheng Tianyuan isn't very capable or good-looking, and without a decent place to live, no girl will marry him. Lily doesn't want that? What about you? Xue Ling asked. Ahu replied, Lily really doesn't want that. She says it should be for the whole family, not just her brother. Me? I don't really care, but I'd rather the elders live comfortably and close to us, so Lily doesn't have to run back and forth and can take care of them more easily. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. You two want to give the apartment for one reason, but her family has another urgent problem to solve. Ahu couldn't help but ask, Sister-in-law, what do you think? Who's right and who's wrong? No one's wrong, Xue Ling laughed. They say even an honest official can't settle family disputes. If officials can't judge who's right or wrong, how could I? That's what I meant before. In a big family, everyone has their own difficulties and reasons, and there's a lot of affection in the mix. Who can say who's right? The worst is if you spend the money and end up with family conflict. That's the most upsetting. Ahu muttered, It's already upsetting. I've been feeling down for days. Lily too. She told me not to visit for a couple of days. She wants to focus on work and take a break from all the family drama. That's tough, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. You should take a break too. Maybe if everyone cools off, the problem will solve itself. Ahu said, That's what I think. If things get too heated, I just won't give the apartment. If it comes to nothing, maybe they'll agree to our plan. Xue Ling couldn't help teasing him. So you had that little scheme in mind. Ahu shook his head with a bitter smile. Sister-in-law, it's not easy for me to make money, so of course I want to spend it happily. It wasn't easy for me and Lily to get together, so I want our marriage to be a happy one. That's only natural. Xue Ling nodded and asked, So, when's the wedding? Have you set a date? Ahu replied, My mom already went to a fortune teller and picked a date. 5th day of next month. I have a lot of friends, army buddies, and a bunch of colleagues, so I'm planning to book a small restaurant and set up a dozen tables. Sister-in-law, your whole family has to come. I've reserved a table for you. Of course, Xue Ling agreed readily. It was gloomy outside, and before long it started snowing again. Shan Yu and his wife had arrived and took a car to Dajial. Why is it so cold here? Both of them were from the southern islands and weren't used to such cold winters, shivering from the chill. Xue Ling quickly invited them inside and closed the shop door behind them. It's not always this cold here. When it snows or rains, it gets chilly. But when the sun's out, the temperature goes up. She turned and poured 2 cups of hot water, handing them over. Shan Yu thanked her and drank. He was still dressed fashionably, tall and thin, not much changed. But his wife, Chen Shui-yu, looked very different. Her short hair was cut even shorter, she wore no makeup or accessories, her complexion was sallow, her eyes dull, and she was so thin she looked almost gaunt. She gave Xue Ling a faint smile and lowered her head to drink. I heard you had a big healthy baby boy. Congratulations. Xue Ling smiled softly. Thank you. How's your health? Are you feeling better? Chen Shuiyu shook her head. My stomach's a bit better, but the rest, not really. Xue Ling comforted her. You're still young. As long as you take care of yourself, you'll recover soon. Just follow the doctor's advice, relax, and don't stress too much. Chen Shuiyu smiled, but it was clearly bitter. How can I not be stressed? Even if I'm not, is he? Even if he isn't, can his family not be? They've made it clear. If I don't give him a son, they'll make him divorce me. That's not true, Shan Yu quickly interjected. I'd never agree to that. Don't say things like that anymore. It wasn't easy for us to be together. If we have a child, it's fate. If not, I won't force it. We can still take care of our health. What are you afraid of? Chen Shuiyu gave a bitter laugh. I'm not afraid. I just feel I was so foolish back then, always focused on making money with you, never thinking about having a child. Now my health is bad, I'm getting older, and even though we have money, we can't buy back the good health we had. Now we want a child, but after years of trying, nothing. I'm anxious enough myself, let alone your family. Shan Yu put down his cup and put his arm around her shoulders. Don't say that. Like little sister-in-law said, getting healthy is the most important thing. Don't overthink it. Chen Shuiyu took a couple sips of water and sneezed several times. Xue Ling grew worried. You're weak, and this cold might be too much for you. How about I drive you to the hospital now? Let the doctor check you out, get some medicine, and then we'll arrange a place for you to stay. Chen Shuiyu was eager to see a doctor. There aren't really any good hospitals in the southern islands, just a couple of small ones. And I don't trust the doctors there. The doctor you introduced last time was older, knew Chinese medicine, and after I took her medicine, I felt better the next day. Please take us to her again. Xue Ling nodded. She's the chief gynecologist, quite well known. She's older now, so she only works day shifts. It's almost 3 o'clock. If we go now, we should make it in time. Let's go! Chen Shuiyu stood up quickly. Shan Yu tried to persuade her. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow? We just got off the boat and it's so cold you might catch a cold. Chen Shuiyu shook her head. I'm already coming down with something. Let the doctor check me and get some medicine. Seeing his wife so insistent, Shan Yu agreed. Xue Ling drove them straight to the hospital and went directly to Director Zhao's office. Director Zhao was wearing reading glasses, looking at an old Chinese medicine book. She squinted at them and asked, You came before for stomach problems, right? This is gynecology. Maybe you should see internal medicine. Xue Ling explained, Director, my sister-in-law's health is poor. We're hoping for some Chinese medicine to help her recover and maybe some medicine to help with fertility. Director Xiao remembered Xue Ling and, hearing this, took Chen Shuiyu's pulse and asked some questions. Your stomach still isn't fully recovered. The inflammation is gone, but you need to keep taking care of it. If you eat the wrong things, the inflammation will come back. Chen Shuiyu's eyes reddened. I won't eat the wrong things anymore. I've only been eating porridge and noodles, no raw or cold food, no beer. Director Xiao gave her a look, half mocking, half stern. People like you only learn after a hard lesson. It's good you're turning back in time. If you wait too long and get a serious illness, it'll be too late for medicine or treatment. Chen Shuiyu choked up. I was in the hospital for over half a month. I won't make the same mistake again. Your body is your own, the doctor said. If your stomach is bad, your absorption is bad, and eventually your other organs will suffer. Eating cold foods can also cause uterine cold, making it hard to conceive. Shan Yu frowned, seeing his wife cry. Doctor, please prescribe her some medicine. She'll stick to it. If we can have a child, we'll be forever grateful. Director Zhao chuckled softly. Her body is too weak right now. Go home and make thick red date and ginger soup. Drink several bowls a day. It'll help keep out the cold and nourish the blood. I'll prescribe some medicine to strengthen her stomach and warm her womb. Take it for a month or two, then continue to build up her health. This is a long-term project, at least a few months, maybe a year or more. You have to stick with it or it'll all be for nothing. I'll stick with it, I can do it, Chen Shuiyu said quickly. Shan Yu nodded eagerly. Director Zhao said nothing more, calmly writing the prescription. A nurse nearby explained quietly. Director Zhao studied Western medicine, but her family background is in Chinese medicine. She's one of the best doctors in our department, especially good at combining both approaches. Xue Ling smiled and nodded. Director Xiao took care of me before too. She's very skilled, which is why I recommended her. Soon they went to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Chen Shuiyu couldn't help worrying. If we stay in a hotel, it'll be hard to make the medicine. The doctor said this is a long process, and if we go back, we'll definitely stop taking it. Shan Yu thought for a moment. There aren't any good doctors back there. Why don't you stay here? If there's anything inconvenient, we can ask Zhao Shui and her husband for help. Stay in a hotel the whole time? Chen Shuiyu asked. Yes, Shan Yu said. We'll find a good hotel and rent a room long term. It has to have a kitchen. They didn't lack money now. What they lacked was good health. The couple quickly agreed to look for such a hotel. Xue Ling thought for a moment and suggested, "Why don't I rent you an apartment? It's right downstairs from my place, very spacious. And no one's living there now. It's an elevator building by the river, with a nice view and plenty of light. You just need to buy some simple furniture and you can move in right away. The kitchen is ready to use. Just get some pots and pans. If Shan Yu needs to go back for business, we can help take care of you, and you can come upstairs to eat with us." Shan Yu and his wife exchanged a look, then both broke into delighted smiles. "That's wonderful." Xue Ling drove them back to Dajiale and had Cheng Tianyuan take them to buy a bed and a small sofa. "I have a lot of daily necessities and supplies in my shop. Why don't one of you stay here to buy those, and the other go with my husband to buy furniture?" "Sounds good," Shan Yu laughed. "I'll go with Ayuan to buy some furniture." Chen Shuiyu smiled. "Then I'll stay and buy daily necessities." Since she was going to stay and recuperate, she decided to take this opportunity to really focus on her health and not be half-hearted anymore. Luckily, Xue Ling and her family provided the apartment, so they could rent it long-term. They didn't have financial worries now, but it was still better to save where they could. Hotels were expensive. Buying their own daily necessities and supplies was more hygienic and reassuring. Xue Ling called Ahu over and had him take the keys to clean the apartment downstairs. "My sister-in-law is home too. Have her go help you. It's getting dark. Hopefully you'll finish in time." Ahu patted his chest. "I'm quick, don't worry. If your sister-in-law helps, we'll be even faster." Xue Ling was reassured. After helping Chen Shuiyu buy daily necessities, she rode her bike home with her. Mother-in-law Liu Ying was cooking. When she heard there were guests for dinner, she happily said, "I'll make my specialty braised beef tonight, please. Have a seat." Chen Shuiyu couldn't help asking, "Where's your baby? Is he asleep?" Liu Ying replied, "He's sleeping in the bedroom. His aunt went downstairs to help clean, so I'm cooking and waiting for him to wake up." Chen Shuiyu smiled. "I'll come up to see him later." Xue Ling took out some red dates. "Mom, please wash these and make a soup with a big piece of ginger. The doctor said Chen needs to drink ginger water. She might be catching a cold." Liu Ying nodded quickly when she heard someone was sick. "I'll make it right away. It'll be ready in half an hour." Chen Shuiyu felt a bit embarrassed and thanked her. "I'll need to pay for some of the electricity and water later." "Oh, don't mention it," Liu Ying said warmly. "It's just a bit of soup. No need to be so polite. You're Ling Ling's friends, and friends shouldn't fuss over these things." Xue Ling took Chen Shuiyu downstairs and found Ahu and Cheng Tianyuan busy cleaning. Since being forced to serve Lin Kong and his mother for months, Cheng Tianyuan had become very efficient at housework. She greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Sister-in-law, I've cleaned the kitchen and bathroom. The apartment is new, so it just needed a dusting. It'll be ready soon." "Thank you." Xue Ling picked up a cloth to help. Ahu was mopping the floor and said with a smile, "It's just a layer of dust. Everything else is spotless. Sister-in-law, you can sit down and rest." Wangjiang Yuan was close to the river, so the air circulated well. There was no lingering smell from renovations, and the apartment was bright and spacious. Chen Shuiyu was very satisfied. "You'd never find such a nice place in the southern islands. Xiao Shui, you're so lucky. The apartment upstairs is big and spacious, and you even have one downstairs to rent out. So enviable." Just then, the elevator doors opened. Cheng Tianyuan and Shan Yu came in, followed by two workers carrying a simple wooden bed and a sofa. With a sofa in the living room, a bed and nightstand in the bedroom, plus some utensils and cups, the place quickly felt like home. Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll get you a few more things so you can settle in tonight. Shan Yu, feeling a bit embarrassed, grabbed his arm. Let me come with you. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Your luggage is still at the shop. We'll bring it over together. Xue Ling called out, Go ahead. Once you're done, come back for dinner. It's close. We'll be quick, Cheng Tianyuan said as he hurried off with Shan Yu. Xue Ling and Hu wiped down the living room sofa, while Chen Shuiyu and Cheng Tianfang cleaned the bed in the bedroom. With plenty of hands, everything was ready in no time. Cheng Tianyuan and Shan Yu soon returned, carrying 2 big suitcases and 2 large woven bags. These are quilts and thick comforters. I was worried you wouldn't be used to the cold here, so I bought extra thick ones. Keep the windows closed at night and it'll stay warm inside. Thank you, Shan Yu said as he carried them in. Xue Ling added, We live upstairs. If you need anything, just come get it. Don't be shy. Chen Shuiyu quickly asked, By the way, we haven't talked about rent yet. Yue, hurry and pay Xue Ling. Later, Xue Ling laughed. Everyone's hungry. Let's eat first. With you 2 living here, I'm not worried you'll run off. Everyone burst out laughing. A little while later, they locked up and went upstairs for dinner. Little Ran was already awake, wrapped in a cotton jacket by his grandma, his big, adorable eyes wide open as he looked at everyone. Maybe because there were so many new faces, the little guy was very curious, staring at the guests as if studying them. Chen Shuiyu gasped, Oh, he's so cute! Shan Yu rubbed his hands, excited. Can I hold him? Cheng Tianyuan brought his son over, smiling. He's just over 2 months old. By New Year's, he'll be almost 4 months. Wow, so chubby and cute. Chen Shuiyu pinched his plump little hand and exclaimed, Honey, feel this, so soft and fair. Shan Yu put his arm around her shoulders and said warmly, Yes, he's adorable. Looks just like his parents. Hu laughed and waved. Little baby, little nephew, call uncle, call uncle. Uncle will give you candy, sweet candy. Liu Ying laughed, teasing. He only drinks milk and water now. You can't tempt him. He won't be calling you uncle for at least another 6 months. Little Ran wiggled and smiled happily at Xue Ling. Xue Ling quickly picked him up, adjusted his jacket, and checked his little hands. Warm, so she was reassured. Our winters are pretty cold, but since this place faces south and doesn't have big north-facing windows, it stays warm inside. Shan Yu nodded in agreement. We brought coats, so we're prepared. Sometimes a change of environment is good for the mood, right, honey? Chen Shuiyu nodded with a smile. Yes, seeing so many people eating together, I suddenly feel really hungry. Shan Yu was secretly delighted. Auntie's cooking is delicious, so tasty. Don't be shy, Liu Ying said warmly. It's just home cooking, but all the ingredients are homemade and today's vegetables are fresh. Hu ate heartily, exclaiming, It's been so long since I had braised meat. I've missed your cooking, Auntie. I'm going to eat several big bowls tonight. Cheng Tianfang smiled and said, Eat as much as you want, Brother Hu. Mom made a big pot, there's plenty. Thanks, little sis, Hu said, eating happily. Outside the wind was cold and biting, but inside the lights were bright, the food was hot, and the room was filled with laughter and warmth. When Xue Ling told her father she needed the order rushed, he immediately postponed other orders and had the workers work overtime to finish Shan Yu's order. 200,000 pieces in total. Both factories worked at the same time, with overtime at noon and in the evenings. With about 1,000 workers, they quickly finished the 200,000 pieces. 3 days later, Xue Ling's father called. They're being packed now. They should be shipped to the train station this afternoon and arrive in 2 days. 3 at the latest. Thanks, Dad. Xue Ling lowered her voice and asked, Dad, the material for this batch of autumn shirts is really good. Breathable and comfortable. The factory price should be a bit higher, right? Her father didn't mind. The material's decent, perfect for autumn and winter in the southern islands. You can sell them for 5 or 6 yuan. Just give me 3 yuan per piece as cost. The fabric was sourced by a friend of mine who gave me a good deal. Since he gave me a discount, I'll give you one too. Great, Xue Ling said. Once I get the goods, I'll send you the money right away." Her father couldn't help but laugh. "This is your biggest order so far, isn't it?" "Hey," Xue Ling replied softly. "It's still that couple from the southern islands. They've been in wholesale and retail for nearly 20 years. This time they're taking the whole batch, so I don't have to split it up for other wholesalers." "Not bad," her father praised her for once. "Whether you're running a factory or doing wholesale, the bigger the order, the better. Even if you make less per piece, the volume means you make more overall. But don't just rely on this one client. Try to find a few more big customers." Xue Ling smiled wryly. "Dad, Rongcheng is a small city. There aren't many clothing or department stores, and people are afraid to take big orders." "That's true," her father said. "But you could check out the provincial capital. I remember there's a clothing wholesale market there. Stores from all over the province go there to buy stock. If you can get a few regular clients there, you'll be set." Xue Ling was tempted. "I'll go check it out when I have time." "No rush," her father said. "Little Ranran is still small, and it's the middle of winter. Take care of the baby and the elders first." "Okay," Xue Ling smiled. "We'll talk again soon." "Oh, Dad, we're planning to go to the capital for New Year's. Me, Yuenge, and little Ranran. I wanted to bring my in-laws too, but they said it's too cold there." Her father laughed. "Silly girl, you should tell them there's heating at home. Only outside is cold, inside is warm. Muhai and Liu Ying haven't traveled much, so take this chance to bring them. There are so many sights to see in the capital. It'd be a shame to miss out." Xue Ling said, "All right, I'll try to persuade them. If they agree, I'll bring my sister-in-law too, so she won't be left alone here." "Bring the whole family," her father said with a smile. "But the most important is little Ranran. I haven't even met my precious grandson yet. This new year, your mom and I don't want to go anywhere. We just want to stay home and hold little Ranran." Hearing someone volunteer to babysit, Xue Ling was overjoyed. "Then I'll leave him to you and Mom, and Yuenge and I can go out and have fun." Father and daughter chatted for a while before hanging up. Xue Ling went downstairs to tell Shan Yu the good news. Shan Yu and his wife were both delighted, explaining that the order had been delayed before because of an accident and then because of illness and hospitalization. "We were worried the factory would take a month or two, and by the time the goods got to the southern islands, it would be too late for New Year's. We have a tradition of buying new clothes for the holiday. Every family buys several sets, especially girls aged 17 or 18, who might buy 3 or 5 each. Getting the goods this fast is amazing." "Right. It'll arrive in 3 days, and shipping to the islands will take a few more. There's still over a month before New Year's. Plenty of time for the small wholesalers to pick up stock and for us to sell it all." Shan Yu was very grateful. Luckily, the factory was willing to rush the order, or we wouldn't have made it. Some factories are so busy you can't even get in line. If we'd missed the season, we'd have lost out. "Thank you," Chen Shuiyu said sincerely to Xue Ling. Xue Ling grinned. "You're helping my business. I should be thanking you." The couple laughed. Now, every day, Chen Shuiyu ate plain porridge and soft minced meat and took a dose of Chinese medicine. After a few days, she'd put on a little weight and her complexion had improved. She said, "That donkey hide gelatin soup is awful, but after a few days I really do feel better, not so weak. This place just feels more reassuring." Shan Yu was delighted. "Director Zhao may seem strict, but she's really skilled. The Chinese medicine is a hassle, but it's great for recovery. In just a few days, her appetite and energy are back." Chen Shuiyu smiled. "That's because I'm in a good mood. Xue Ling and her husband come by often, and little Ranran is so cute. Every time I see him, my heart just melts." Shan Yu also liked little Ranran and couldn't help asking, "Is the little guy awake? If he is, let us help take care of him." "Not yet," Xue Ling laughed. "He loves to sleep. His grandma is with him now." Chen Shuiyu patted her husband's shoulder and smiled. "We'll go up and see him after 4. By the way, how about hot pot and noodles for dinner?" "Great," Shan Yu agreed eagerly. Chen Shuiyu jumped up, humming as she went to the kitchen. "I'll start the soup." Hearing his wife hum, Shan Yu was moved. "Sister-in-law, I haven't heard her sing in months." Xue Ling understood and said softly, "That's a good sign. She's in a good mood and her spirits are up." Shan Yu grinned. "I have lots of siblings, and I'm in the middle. My older brothers and sisters' kids are already in their 20s, and my younger siblings' kids are in their teens. We're the only ones without children. The doctor said if she keeps taking care of herself and treats the uterine cold, there's a good chance she'll get pregnant. Hearing that, she's full of hope." Xue Ling was happy for them, then tiptoed upstairs to check on her son. In the living room, Liu Ying was sorting yarn, and Cheng Tianyuan was at the kitchen table, diligently doing homework. Her sister-in-law had made great progress lately and was already self-studying 5th-grade material. At first, she had lots of questions, but now she was learning more independently. With the help of Ahu's friend, her household registration had been moved to the Riverside Neighborhood Committee. Cheng Tianyuan was even considering quietly enrolling her in junior high after the new year if her studies went well. Xue Ling thought that was a good idea and would decide based on Cheng Tianyuan's progress. "Sister-in-law, you're back! I was just about to ask for your help." Cheng Tianyuan got up and came over, holding her first-year English textbook. "Sister-in-law, why is the word order in this English sentence so strange?" Xue Ling looked at the brand-new first-year English textbook and couldn't help but smile. "You're already studying junior high material? That fast?" Cheng Tianyuan blushed and explained softly, "Math isn't hard. After my brother taught me, I could solve the problems. I've been reading Chinese, looking up words in the dictionary, making sentences, and my essays are still a bit weak. My brother says I've made a lot of progress and I can keep up with Chinese and math, but I don't understand any of the English." Xue Ling looked at the thin English textbook and flipped through it carefully. "You start learning English in junior high. The first part is the 26 letters. I'll teach you the pronunciation and how to write them. Practice those first. Once you've got them down, I'll teach you how to spell words and read the texts." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Tianfang said gratefully. Liu Ying, knitting nearby, occasionally glanced up at the two of them and couldn't help but smile quietly. After the big lesson her daughter had learned, she'd truly changed. With her brother and sister-in-law's support, she'd picked up her textbooks again, studying in the morning, afternoon, and late into the night. She helped prepare meals, cleaned up after eating, and when she was tired from studying, she'd sweep and mop the floor, sometimes helping to take care of her little nephew. Except for sleeping, she was never idle, either studying or doing chores, so diligent that as her mother, Liu Ying could hardly believe it. Thankfully, she had changed. She used to run around all day, talk nonsense, have a bad temper, and argue with her parents. Now she'd grown taller and slimmer, no longer chubby, and looked much prettier. After eating and sleeping well at home, her complexion had improved, and her skin was getting better. A few days ago, when Ling Ling went out shopping, she bought her a lot of winter clothes and even a box of snow cream. Wearing a bright red coat, her face was fair and rosy. Compared to a few years ago, it was like night and day. She used to be a chubby, dark, rough country girl in old-fashioned clothes. Now she was taller, slimmer, fairer, with prettier features. In the nice clothes her sister-in-law bought, she looked just like a city girl. Thinking about all this, Liu Ying felt even happier. Ever since Ling Ling joined the family, life had gotten better and better. A year ago, she would never have believed she'd be living in such a beautiful, spacious home with a well-behaved daughter who studied hard and a chubby grandson to hold. Just then, the doorbell rang. Liu Ying put down her yarn and hurried to open the door. It was Chen Lan. Chen Lan's eyes were red, with tears still at the corners. "Auntie, is sister-in-law Xue Ling home?" Liu Ying was startled and quickly pulled her inside. "Xiaolan, what's wrong? Come in, come in. Oh, your hands are so cold." Xue Ling, who had just asked her sister-in-law to copy ABCD, heard the doorbell and came out. "Huh? Lan, you're here?" As soon as Chen Lan saw her, she burst into tears. Xue Ling was startled and quickly took her hand. "What's wrong? What happened?" Chen Lan choked out. "Sister-in-law, can I borrow some money? My mom suddenly fell ill. She's in the hospital. The doctor says she needs major surgery and we have to pay over 1,000 yuan for the operation." "Money's not a problem," Xue Ling said quickly. "What happened to your mom? Tell me clearly. Chen shook her head, crying. I don't know. She just clutched her stomach and said it hurt, really hurt, so we took her to the hospital. The doctor said it's serious and she needs surgery right away. She's always had stomach problems but never said anything. This is the first time it's hurt this much. My brother's at the hospital, and when the doctor said it would cost so much, Brother Hu isn't around. We panicked. My brother told me to come borrow money from you. Xue Ling nodded immediately. Wait here. I'll get the money. My car's downstairs. I'll take you to the hospital. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you. Chen wiped her tears. My brother and I will pay you back by the end of the year. Liu Ying brought over a cup of warm water and comforted her. Lan, have some hot water to warm up. It's freezing outside and it might snow tonight. Thank you, Auntie. Chen took a sip and said quietly, I rode my bike over. I was so anxious I didn't even feel the cold. Xue Ling had just collected 3 months' rent and half a year's pay from the newspaper, totaling over 2,000 yuan, all locked in her cabinet. She quickly took out 2,000 yuan, stuffed it in her army green bag, put on her coat, and grabbed her keys from the living room. Lan, let's go. I'll take you to the hospital. Mom, please watch Ran with Tianfeng. I'm going to help Auntie. Okay, Liu Ying said. Be careful on the road. Xue Ling drove steadily and soon got Chen to the People's Hospital. It turned out Chen's mother had a perforated stomach ulcer, and the doctor said she needed immediate surgery or her life would be at risk. After paying the surgery fee, the doctors quickly arranged the operation. Xue Ling breathed a sigh of relief and comforted them. Don't worry, the doctor said this kind of surgery isn't too risky. Try not to be too anxious. Chen Min's face was ashen. He said quietly, Sister-in-law, thank you. We couldn't come up with that much money on short notice, and Brother Hu wasn't around, so we had no choice. No need to thank me, we're all friends. It's just a temporary loan, don't be so formal. Xue Ling asked, Is Ayuan at the shop? Chen Min nodded. He and Uncle Muhai are both there. I left in a hurry and just told them quickly. It's fine, Xue Ling said. With them and my dad there should be enough hands. It was cold in winter, with a strong river wind, and the workers were all busy with overtime at the factory, so few people were out shopping. As it got dark, the surgery still wasn't over. The siblings and their father waited anxiously in the hallway, their eyes red. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Min! Uncle! Ahu rushed in, his shoulders covered in snow, his face red from the cold. Chen and Chen Min saw him, and both started crying again. She's still in surgery. We don't know the details yet, Xue Ling explained. But the doctor said the risk isn't high, so let's not worry too much. Ahu caught his breath, helped his uncle sit down, and turned to Chen Min. I was out with Lily delivering wedding candy this afternoon, so I wasn't home. When I got back, the neighbors said you'd come looking for me and that Auntie was sick. I called Aiwan, then rushed over. Ahu was about to get married and had been busy every day, Chen Min explained. The procedure cost several hundred, plus other fees, so it's over 1,000. We couldn't come up with that much right away, and I couldn't find you, so I sent Lan to ask sister-in-law. Luckily, she was home and brought the money and drove us here. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ahu rubbed his nose, looking a bit frustrated. I've been so busy lately. I haven't visited Auntie and Uncle in ages. Don't worry, Xue Ling said. Your aunts had stomach pain for a long time. This was a warning sign, but the family didn't take it seriously, so it turned into something serious. The surgery will go well and she'll be fine. Ahu let out a long breath and sat down beside her, looking exhausted. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and asked quietly, What's wrong? You look worn out. Ahu gave a bitter smile and lowered his voice. I'm about to be driven crazy by Lily's family. Xue Ling was puzzled and couldn't help asking, What's going on? Aren't you getting married next weekend? She had agreed to sell him an apartment and had already done so at the end of last month, using the same price Boss Liao had given her. She didn't make a cent of profit. Now, the price of apartments at Jiangyuan had risen to 60 or 70 yuan per square meter, but she hadn't raised the price for him, still selling at 30 yuan per square. Ahu was very happy. After the transfer was done, he even bought a carton of cigarettes for Cheng Muhai and personally delivered the wedding invitation, inviting their whole family to the wedding next weekend. Business at the clothing shop had been slow lately, so she stayed home with little Ranran, did some translation and column work, and rarely went out because of the cold. She thought Ahu was busy preparing for the wedding and didn't ask if he was helping at the photo studio. When she went to the newspaper last week, Liu Xing said the studio's business was steady, with Tongzi there during the day and him developing photos and watching the shop at night, so she didn't need to worry. Liu Xing also said business would be even better at the end of the year, and when they settled accounts, he'd pay her all at once. Xue Ling knew Ahu was probably saving for the wedding, since he and Wang Ting were getting married at the end of the year, so she just smiled and said it didn't matter when she got paid. Liu Xing quietly complained that Ahu hadn't been helping at the studio much lately and was rarely seen. Xue Ling explained that he was busy preparing for the wedding. Liu Xing, who was also planning a wedding, quickly apologized and asked her what size red envelope would be appropriate. She hadn't expected that Ahu was not only tired from wedding prep, but also mentally exhausted. Ahu gave a bitter smile. "I gave that apartment to Lily's parents, and the deed is in her father's name. They're planning to move in by the end of the year. Everything was fine, but Lily's brother, Mo Tianyuan, disagreed. He said the apartment should be for him to get married and the parents and sister should stay in the old apartment." "Oh? There's more?" Xue Ling asked. Ahu explained. Mo Tianyuan had been chasing a technician at the fan factory, but she wouldn't agree. Then, for some reason, she did, and now she's willing to marry him, but she wants to live in the new apartment, leaving the old place for the parents and sister. Lily refused, saying the apartment was a gift for her parents, a token of our filial piety, and couldn't be given to her brother. Her parents are caught in the middle and don't know what to do. Yesterday, Lily even argued with her mom, who scolded her for not thinking of the family, and she ended up crying. Xue Ling wasn't surprised and sighed softly. In big families with lots of people, these kinds of issues are bound to come up. My family and Yuenge's are simple, except for my sister-in-law's situation. People are naturally greedy. Unless someone is willing to give in and the other side is understanding, there will always be problems. Ahu rubbed his cold face and sighed. Sister-in-law, I'm really stuck in the middle. I should have just given them the money and let them do what they wanted, like a bride price. I thought giving them an apartment would be impressive, and if the parents lived nearby, Lily could take care of them more easily, without running back and forth. Lily often works night shifts and commutes a lot. It's not easy. I meant well, but it turned into a mess. Now the whole family is fighting, parents, siblings, everyone. I really regret it. I'm not even married yet, and I've already stirred up so much trouble. I suddenly feel it's all my fault. I'm to blame. Xue Ling laughed softly. If giving someone an apartment is a crime, then you should give me one. I'd praise you for being generous and loyal. Ahu burst out laughing. Sister-in-law, you're so funny. That apartment was practically a gift from you. Xue Ling recalled her earlier advice and said quietly, I warned you before. Sometimes good intentions can backfire. Family matters are complicated. Everyone has their reasons and grievances. The only solution is mutual understanding. Ahu sighed. I told Lily this morning not to worry about it anymore. The apartment's given, so let her parents live there if they want, or not if they don't. Parents always think of their children, and since Mo Tianyuan is their only son, of course they have to consider him. Right, Xue Ling said. Once you give something away, it's up to them what they do with it. Ahu nodded. The parents are healthy, so there's nothing else to worry about for now. I'll work hard, save up, and buy a car for Lily. Then she won't have to worry about commuting, and it'll only take 10 minutes to get home. The key is, I need money. Money solves problems. Xue Ling agreed with a laugh. That's true. If money can solve it, it's not a big problem. As long as we work hard and plan for the future, we'll be fine. Making money is hard, Ahu muttered. But spending it is easy. I used to save a lot when I was single, but now, with buying furniture, setting up the new place, preparing the bride price and wedding banquet, and helping Lily with her dowry, it feels like money is just pouring out. There's more to come, Xue Ling counted on her fingers. There's daily life, kids, elders. Everything costs money. Lots more to come. Ahu gave a wry smile and lowered his voice. Sister-in-law, don't say that, you're scaring me. Xue Ling lifted her chin and said quietly, I'm just giving you a heads up so you're mentally prepared. Ahu chuckled and glanced at the operating room. I hope Auntie will be okay. I haven't dared tell my mom. She's still at the mall and I'm keeping it from her. She and Auntie have always been close and I'm afraid she couldn't take it. She's getting older and there are some things I just can't tell her. Xue Ling said quietly, Try not to tell your mom about Lily's family issues either. It's better for your wife to have face in front of your mom. It's good for both of you. I know, thanks, sister-in-law, Ahu said. I only told my mom I gave them an apartment. Nothing else. I told her Lily is a working woman and to be understanding. She agreed, and said she'd stop helping at the shop and stay home to cook for us so we can focus on earning money. That's good, Xue Ling smiled. Having another elder at home to help will lighten Lily's load, so she won't be so tired from work and housework. It's really hard for women to balance a career and family. Xue Ling knew this well. Ahu nodded repeatedly. Yes, mutual understanding, that's what matters. We'll all be family soon. They chatted quietly, and time passed quickly. After more than 2 hours, the surgery was over. The doctor, looking tired, explained, The patient's stomach perforation was very serious with more than one hole. The surgery was a success, but she's always been weak and her heart isn't strong. She'll need to be monitored in the observation room. If she can get through the next 3 days, then she'll be out of danger. Everyone's faces fell. Doctor! Chen Min grabbed the doctor's arm, anxiously asking, If she doesn't make it through the 3 days, what does that mean? The doctor sighed and patted his shoulder. It means exactly what you think. Sigh. You all need to be prepared. They had thought it would be a routine surgery with no real danger, but who could have guessed there was still such a big risk? No one had been mentally prepared for this, and after what the doctor said, everyone was completely stunned. Chen burst into loud sobs, squatting on the floor and crying, Mom! Mom! Ahu's eyes reddened as well. He quickly took a deep breath, stepped forward, and pulled Chen up into a hug. Calm down, everyone. Don't be afraid. Auntie will pull through. The doctor seemed used to such situations, just nodded slightly, and left with the nurses. The whole Chen Min family was in shock, one after another breaking down in tears. When Xue Ling got home, it was already past 7 in the evening. Her sister-in-law was still studying next door, a faint light shining from the window. Mother-in-law Liu Ying and father-in-law were chatting. It's rare to close the shop this year. You still have to go keep watch tonight, right? Yes. Since Chen Min's family had an emergency, I've been going to watch the shop. Ayuan is staying home to help take care of little Ranran. All right, I've boiled hot water for you. Take a bath and soak your feet before you ride back to the shop. Okay. Tell Afang not to stay up too late. Studying is important, but she needs to rest too. She goes to bed after 10 and gets up at 6 to read. She's working hard, so let her be. We shouldn't interfere. Xue Ling didn't go in, but quietly closed their door for them before unlocking her own. Under the lights, the living room was bright and spacious. Cheng Tianyuan was spinning around with their son in his arms. The little one was giggling, waving his chubby arms and legs, shouting with joy. Cheng Tianyuan was all smiles, his handsome face full of fatherly love and happiness. Father and son soon saw Xue Ling come in. Cheng Tianyuan said happily, Ran, Mommy's home. Come on, let's go find Mommy. He held his son sideways and walked quickly toward Xue Ling. The little one, seeing his mom, instinctively reached out, wanting her to hold him. Seeing this, Xue Ling's sadness was quickly washed away, a smile lighting up her face and eyes. She rubbed her hands together. Mommy's hands are cold, so I won't hold you yet. Let Daddy hold you, and I'll hold you when I'm warm. Cheng Tianyuan quickly closed the door and said gently, It's cold outside, isn't it? Have you eaten? I left some stew for you in the kitchen. It's still warm on the stove. Xue Ling hadn't eaten yet, and when he mentioned it, she realized how hungry she was. I'll go eat. You hold Ranran. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and glanced at the clock. Right, he needs his milk. I'll go make him a bottle. Xue Ling put down her bag, went to the kitchen to wash her hands, then served herself rice and stew. The food was hot and she was already starving, so she ate quickly. Cheng Tianyuan came in, holding their son in one arm and a bottle in the other, feeding him as he walked into the kitchen. Wife, is Chen Min's mom okay? Xue Ling paused, then said quietly, The doctor said, it's pretty serious. We'll have to see how she does after surgery. As long as she wakes up, she'll be fine. Cheng Tianyuan was shocked. Surgery? She needed surgery? Earlier that day, Chen Min's father had rushed to the shop looking anxious and called Chen Min and Chen Lan away, saying there was an emergency at home. Chen Min told him his mom wasn't feeling well and they needed to go home. Cheng Tianyuan immediately agreed. Go ahead, call if you need help. Then Chen Min and Chen Lan rode off on their bikes. They hadn't come back by the time the shop closed. Business was slow in the winter evenings, so he and his father closed up early and went home for dinner. Later, his father would go back to keep watch, and he planned to visit Chen Min's family in the morning before heading to the shop. He hadn't expected that after coming home, his sister said Chen Lan had come by in the afternoon to ask his wife for help, apparently to borrow money. With an emergency at home, they must have needed money urgently. Cheng Tianyuan understood and waited for his wife while taking care of the baby. He'd thought it was just a regular illness. He hadn't expected surgery. Xue Ling nodded and explained Chen Min's mother's situation. The doctor said it was a stomach perforation, and not just one. Plus, she's always been weak and her heart isn't good. If she wakes up, she'll be fine. If not after 3 days, then it's not looking good. Cheng Tianyuan was stunned. That serious? Xue Ling sighed. Chen Lan said her mom's stomach pain had been going on for years. Every time it flared up, she'd just take some random medicine and ignore it. They got used to it, thinking it would go away. But years of neglect turned into multiple perforations. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. How could you let an illness drag on like that? It should have been treated. Xue Ling shook her head. Probably because it wasn't obvious, and they thought it was nothing, so they just endured it. The family's not well off, and the old lady was reluctant to spend money on doctors. Cheng Tianyuan felt sorry for them. We'll go to the hospital first thing tomorrow. Do they have enough money? If not, we'll bring more. The surgery fee's been paid, Xue Ling said. But now, even if you have more money, it can't solve the real problem. If money could fix everything, it wouldn't be so hard. You can earn, borrow, or even cheat for money. The scariest thing is when money can't solve it, like this. In her previous life, she'd worked hard to build a business empire on her own. But years of accumulated illness couldn't be cured by medicine or surgery. Even the world's top doctors could only shake their heads, and she could only wait for death. By then, her fortune was in the billions, not counting real estate. But all that money couldn't buy back her youth, her life, or her health. Helpless and sad, she donated most of her wealth to charity, then quietly had her driver take her to Beijing to find her parents. But they had already moved away, and she didn't know where they'd gone. In her final days, it was him who found her, cared for her, stayed by her side, pushed her wheelchair to see the sunrise and sunset, and took her to see the beautiful sights she'd missed. He was mostly silent, but he liked to hold her hand and listen to her talk softly. Sometimes, late at night, he'd quietly reminisce about their childhood, telling her how mischievous and cute she was, and what the rest of the family was like. She'd listen, nestled in his arms, and fall asleep with a smile. Like a dream from a past life, she looked at the tall, handsome man before her and suddenly burst into tears. Cheng Tianyuan was startled, quickly put their son in the cradle and hurried over, worried. Wife, are you scared? Xue Ling threw herself into his arms and cried softly. Sometimes, people are just so helpless. When I saw Chen Min and Lan crying and begging the doctor to save their mom, I couldn't help crying too. But the doctor was powerless. Cheng Tianyuan hugged her tightly and comforted her. Don't cry, don't cry. In life, everyone faces birth, aging, sickness, and death. No one can escape it. Sometimes we really are powerless. All we can do is cherish the people in front of us. Xue Ling sniffled and leaned into his shoulder. Yes, you're right. The only thing we can do is cherish the people we love. Having lived a second life, she was determined to treasure all her loved ones, and especially this good man who had loved her for 2 lifetimes. That night, Xue Ling was in a low mood and didn't do her usual translation work. After coaxing their son to sleep, Cheng Tianyuan stayed up to talk with her. With him by her side, her mood gradually improved, and the two of them chatted quietly until after 10 before going to bed. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan got up early and made her favorite meat buns, then drove out to buy hot soy milk. Xue Ling hadn't slept well and with the cold winter decided to stay in bed a bit longer. Cheng Tianyuan saw his wife and son sleeping soundly, one fair and delicate, the other chubby and rosy, snuggled together. The sight made his heart melt. No wonder people say the happiest thing is having your wife and son warm by your side. Even though there's no need for a heated brick bed these days, this kind of happiness is just as sweet and cozy. He rubbed his hands together and snuggled up next to Xue Ling. Wife. Xue Ling, half asleep, mumbled, Looking at her adorable sleeping face, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but lean down and kiss her. I made you meat buns. Get up and eat. It's already 7:30. Even though neither of them had to be up at a set time anymore, ever since she got pregnant, they'd both tried to go to bed early and get up early. Lately, they'd been sleeping around 10 and getting up at 6. Xue Ling jolted awake. It's that late already? Cheng Tianyuan said gently. No rush. Wash up and have breakfast. Mom and Ah Fang have already eaten. Ah Fang went out to buy groceries, and Mom's outside waiting to take care of Ran Ran. I'll ride Chenlan's bike to the hospital to return it to her. You eat, then drive over. Yesterday, Chenlan had ridden her bike over, and Xue Ling had driven her away. The bike was left at the building's elevator entrance. Though it was hidden in a corner, it wouldn't be safe to leave it there too long. With everything going on at home, they'd be coming and going a lot, so it would be more convenient for her to have her bike. Okay, Xue Ling reminded him. Wear gloves and a hat. It's really cold in the morning. Don't get frostbite. Riding a bike in this cold, with hands and face exposed, it was easy to get chilblains. Cheng Tianyuan quickly agreed. Ran Ran should be waking up soon. Just let Mom take care of him. Xue Ling looked at her chubby son, her expression softening. He's sleeping so soundly. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and teased. He's a little pig. If he's a pig, then you're Pig Daddy, Xue Ling giggled. Cheng Tianyuan pecked her forehead and hummed, Pig Mommy, aren't you getting up? Xue Ling laughed, threw on her coat, and went to the bathroom. Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, There's a thermos in the corner, don't use cold water. Okay, she replied sweetly. Cheng Tianyuan soon left, riding off on the bike. After Xue Ling finished breakfast, little Ran Ran woke up, kicking off his blanket and laughing happily at Grandma Liu Ying. Liu Ying's face wrinkled into a big smile as she picked him up. Come on, Grandma will feed you. Xue Ling was about to leave when she heard the commotion and quickly went back to make formula. The little one, seeing his mom and the bottle, bounced with joy. Both Xue Ling and Liu Ying laughed, teased him a bit, and then handed him the bottle. Mom, I'm heading to the hospital. You and Ah Fang watch Ran Ran. Don't worry, we've got it covered, Liu Ying said. Not wanting to delay, Xue Ling drove to the People's Hospital. Cheng Tianyuan had already arrived and was sitting on a bench in the hallway. Ahu and Chen Min were on either side, both looking worried. Xue Ling hurried over. How is it? Has Auntie woken up? Chen Min forced a smile. Sister-in-law, you're here. My mom still hasn't woken up. Lan and Auntie are inside with her. Ahu clearly hadn't slept all night, his face full of worry. Cheng Tianyuan nudged him. It's too cold here. You can't sleep anyway. We'll take turns during the day. You and Chen Min should go home and rest. Right, Xue Ling added. When Auntie wakes up, she'll need you to take care of her. Don't wear yourselves out now, or who'll help then? Chen Min nodded, feeling lost. What about the shop? We can't just close it, can we? Xue Ling thought for a moment. Yuanga, you go help at the shop. I'm a woman, so it's more appropriate for me to stay here and look after Auntie. No need, Ahu said. There are 3 cousins and my mom here, 4 people in total. When the shop gets busy, 1 or 2 people can't handle it. You and Yuenge take care of the shop. We have enough people here. Men take night shifts, women take days. We can look after Auntie. Cheng Tianyuan handed Chen Min 500 yuan. Here's an advance from the shop's income. Your share is much more than this. Chen Min nodded gratefully. Thanks, Yuanga. Cheng Tianyuan patted his shoulder and left with Xue Ling. The couple went to the development zone and found the shop already open. Cheng Muhai was busy, handling customers and taking payments, sweating from the effort. The young couple quickly went in to help, letting the elder rest. Cheng Muhai couldn't help but ask, "How's Chen Min's family? When will they be back?" "We really can't do without them at the shop." Xue Ling lowered her voice and explained, "It's not looking good. We don't know if Auntie will make it. We'll help at the shop for the next couple of days. If she doesn't pull through, we'll just close for a few days." "Family comes first. Don't worry about making money for now." Cheng Muhai sighed. "Chen Min's mom is only in her 60s. She can't go like this. Chen Min isn't even married yet, hasn't given her a grandchild." Xue Ling didn't know what to say. Seeing a customer wanting cigarettes, she quickly went to help. Cheng Tianyuan handled the register and chatted with the workers. "No work today? That's nice. Good to take a break sometimes." "It's payday, so everyone's out to treat themselves, buy some beer, buy some cigarettes. We've been craving it." Most factories paid at the start of the month except the fan factory, which paid at the end. Cheng Tianyuan guessed, "You're from the fan factory, right?" "Yeah." The worker paid, tore open the pack, and quickly lit a cigarette. "In another half-month, most of the techs and managers will go home for New Year's. This year we'll probably get over 20 days off." Cheng Tianyuan made a mental note and smiled. "That's good." The worker gave a wry smile. "Not really. A few days off, then waiting for everyone to come back, means over a month with no income. We all live on our wages, and New Year's costs money, train tickets, everything. Over a month with no pay, just thinking about it is stressful." Cheng Tianyuan had grown up poor and understood. "You'll just have to find some odd jobs to make up the difference." "Yeah," the worker said. "I heard the plastic shoe factory needs packers working until the 27th or 28th. My hometown isn't far, so I'll go there and earn an extra half-month's pay." Cheng Tianyuan asked, "The shoe factory stays open that late?" "Yeah," the worker replied. "They don't close until New Year's Eve, and there are a few other factories that work until the 25th or so." Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment, then turned to Xue Ling and said, "Looks like we'll have to keep the shop open until the 26th of the lunar month this year." Xue Ling wasn't worried at all and explained, "We're going to the capital for New Year's this year, so we'll definitely have to fly. Little Ranran is too young. He needs to be fed and have his diaper changed all the time. The train ride would take at least 2 days and nights, and we just couldn't manage. If we fly on the 27th or 28th, we'll still make it in time for the new year." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "We'll have to book tickets in advance. Remind me when the time comes." "Okay," Xue Ling said. "Factories usually start up late after the new year, so maybe we'll just wait until after the Lantern Festival to come back." Last year, she'd wanted to stay a few extra days, but the newspaper started work on the 8th, so she had to come back early. Now she no longer had a fixed job at the paper, so she didn't have to worry about that. "Whatever you want," Cheng Tianyuan said, knowing she hardly spent any time at her parents' place all year and wanted to stay longer in the capital. He readily agreed. With fewer customers in the shop, Xue Ling picked up a cloth to wipe the counter and tidy up the goods. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and couldn't help asking, "Wife, haven't you quit your job at the paper yet? Didn't the old editor say he was hiring? It's been almost a year and they still haven't found anyone?" He was worried she'd be too busy, since she already had a lot on her plate. The translation work had no deadlines. She could send it to Zhao Jiaxu whenever she finished, so there was no rush. But the newspaper was different. She had to prepare a column every week, and even being a day late wasn't allowed. Sometimes she'd prepare one or two in advance, but if something came up at the clothing shop, she'd end up working late into the night with no time for the column. Now, with a little son, she'd be even busier, so the less she had to do, the better. Xue Ling smiled wryly. There really aren't any English speakers here. I've talked to Director Liu several times. He's posted job ads at the paper's entrance and run them in the paper for several issues, but no one's applied. He's helpless. I told him I'd do what I could, but if I couldn't manage, I'd have to quit. He asked me to hang on a bit longer, and if no one comes, they'll just cancel the column. After little Ranran's 1-month celebration, she'd brought candy and a basket of oranges to the paper. Her colleagues all gave gifts for the baby. Little clothes, jackets, even a hand-woven cradle. They were really warm and welcoming. We've worked together for over half a year, and I still go back to the paper often. I'm like a half-employee, and I get along well with everyone. If I really quit, I'd be a bit reluctant. Cheng Tianyuan understood right away. After all, she was highly educated and had more in common with her colleagues at the paper. They were her new friends in Rongcheng. If she quit and didn't see them anymore, the friendships would fade, and she might not have another chance to see them. In that case, do what you think is best. If you really can't keep up, maybe talk to the editor about doing a column every 2 weeks, or once a month. Xue Ling nodded. I'll do what I can. There are about 20 pages left to translate in that book. I'll try to finish before the new year, and when I go to the capital, I'll hand it to Jack Su. Whether I keep translating will depend on my energy. Cheng Tianyuan didn't want her to be too tired and said gently, maybe just pick a thinner book next time. Not such a big one. This one took you a whole year and still isn't done. You were even translating during your confinement. I was worried you'd hurt your eyes. The village elders always said that if a woman hurt herself during confinement, it could become a lifelong problem, flaring up whenever the weather turned bad. She'd spent her confinement translating every day, which had really worried him. Xue Ling giggled. It's fine. I made sure to rest, took naps at noon, and went to bed early. Both moms were watching me, and with you too. How could I dare mess around? Cheng Tianyuan took the cloth from her and said, There aren't many customers. Go tidy up the clothing shop. I'll handle things here. It's cold. Don't soak your hands in cold water. Knowing he was just worried about her, Xue Ling didn't argue. She handed him the cloth and went to the clothing shop. She'd left the phone in the most accessible spot so everyone in the shop could hear it ring. She hadn't been to the clothing shop in days and saw dust had built up, so she grabbed a broom to sweep. Just as she was finishing, the phone rang. Xue Ling quickly wiped her hands and answered. Hello? Hello? Ling Ling? It's Liu Xing, came the familiar voice. Xue Ling hadn't expected it to be Liu Xing and asked, How have you been? How's the wedding prep going? Liu Xing laughed softly. Almost done? The wedding banquet is on the 15th of the 12th lunar month. Make sure you and your husband come. All the colleagues from the paper will be there, so you can't say no. Otherwise, Wang Ting and I will be mad. Of course, Xue Ling agreed. Is it at noon or in the evening? Where is it? Liu Xing explained. At the new place, around 11. We've already set up the new house and got all the furniture. My mom comes by to clean, so it's spotless. The place is big enough for 5 or 6 tables, 2 for colleagues, the rest for family and friends. There are 12 days left, but there's so much to do. I wanted to invite you and Brother Tianyuan in advance. Congratulations, Xue Ling said. We'll be there on time. Since we live in the same complex, just call out and we'll come. No need to phone. Liu Xing laughed. That's true. From now on, we can just take the elevator and see each other in a minute or two. Wang Ting is so happy to have you as a neighbor. Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh. I remember last year you were still nervous about pursuing Wang Ting. Now, a year later, you're getting married. I'm really happy for you both. Liu Xing let out a long sigh, sounding both emotional and a little wistful. Yeah, it wasn't easy getting here. Last year, when she agreed to date me, I felt like the luckiest man in the world. But I was still too young, so many things and people I thought too simply. Step by step we made it, and now life is looking up. It's really great. Wang Ting's family had put up a lot of obstacles, and at first he'd even wanted to give up, but in the end, he stuck it out, and things kept getting better. Xue Ling smiled. "Congratulations again. I've got a wedding gift for you two. I'll bring it down to the building in a couple of days and let you know so you can find a place for it." She'd promised Wang Qing a wedding gift and had never forgotten. Now that they were finally getting married, she had to hurry and buy it. Liu Xing was very curious. "What is it? Is it big? Will it take up a lot of space?" Xue Ling answered honestly, "It's a bicycle." Liu Xing was delighted and laughed. "Really? Thank you so much. That's such a valuable gift. I almost feel bad accepting it." A bicycle cost over 100 yuan, which was more than half a month's wages. In these days of scarce and precious goods, a bicycle was an extremely expensive and valuable gift. In the past, Liu Xing would never have dared accept it. But after getting to know Xue Ling, he knew she was a bona fide rich woman now, so he didn't feel so awkward. Although Xue Ling never said how much money she had, Liu Xing guessed her clothing shop was making a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to invest thousands so casually or bought 20 or 30 apartments in Tianyuan in one go. Xue Ling smiled. "When the bike arrives, I'll park it under your building and give you the key. Don't worry, I'll leave it somewhere hidden. There are security guards at the gate now, so it's quite safe." Liu Xing agreed repeatedly, explaining, "The environment there is great, and all the residents are well off and well-mannered. My parents visited and couldn't stop praising the place." Xue Ling asked about the photo studio's business. Liu Xing said business would be even better at the end of the year, and it might be very busy during the new year. "I'll settle accounts with you after the holiday. I'm busy now, and after the new year I'll be busy with photos and developing." "No rush," Xue Ling teased. "I was just asking about business, not hurrying you for money." "No need to be so nervous." Liu Xing laughed. "I'm calling from the director's office, so I can't talk long or he'll scold me. If you have time, come by the studio. Tongzi and my dad are there and business is steady." "That's good." Xue Ling then hung up. That afternoon, Cheng Tianyuan made 2 dishes and a soup, and the 3 of them ate in the shop. After lunch, business picked up again. The workers finished their lunch break and came out to buy things at Dajialei. Customers came and went, buying cigarettes, beer, and daily necessities. The place was bustling. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan were busy, ringing up sales, packing goods. It was half an hour before they could catch their breath. Cheng Tianyuan noticed only 2 girls were left in the corner, picking out soap. Seeing Xue Ling looking tired, he said quietly, "Wife, go rest in the back of the clothing shop." She was used to napping at noon, and it was almost 1 o'clock. No wonder she felt unwell. Xue Ling didn't mind. "The factory shift starts at 1:30. I'll wait another half hour. I'm not that delicate." Cheng Tianyuan would rather she be delicate. "Dad and I can handle it. Go rest." "All right." Xue Ling gave in, wiped her hands, and headed to the back of the shop. Just then, the 2 girls' conversation drifted over. "That Mo Qianqian is such a fool, always dreaming above his station. Technician Huang has high standards. How could a toad like him even hope? Idiot! Idiot!" Hearing the name Mo Qianqian, Xue Ling stopped in her tracks and glanced at them discreetly. Both girls were plainly dressed, with thick black braids, chatting as they picked out soap. Xue Ling pretended to dust the counter, listening as she worked. The 2 workers didn't notice her eavesdropping and kept chatting. Back when Mo Qianqian was running that expensive grocery store, he was always after Technician Huang, staring at her all the time. Everyone at the fan factory knew. "I know. Technician Huang is pretty and educated, just a bit short. Otherwise she'd be perfect. Who wouldn't like her? 8 out of 10 men at the factory do. I'm not exaggerating." "Tsk tisk. She doesn't date anyone, just keeps a bunch of men hanging. Like she's the only good woman in the world and everyone else has to wait for her leftovers." "I can't stand it either. But the men love her type. Pretty, stylish, good at talking and laughing. Lots of people say she's the prettiest at the fan factory. Mo Qianqian gave her lots of gifts. I've seen it. Huang Miao's dorm is below mine, same as my hometown friend. When I visit, her bed is full of treats. Heard they're all from Mo Tianyuan. Must be. When he ran the grocery store, she never paid for anything. He let her take whatever she wanted, even went out to buy things for her if the shop didn't have them. My friend says Huang Miao is stringing along several guys. Mo Tianyuan is one, but she dislikes him most. The only thing she likes is that he spends money on her. I heard he gave her a beautiful sailor suit the other day. Really? A navy shirt? Like the ones on TV? Yeah, Mo Tianyuan somehow got one and gave it to her. She was so happy, she put it on and showed it off in the dorm. What's there to show off? Just because she's pretty? Always stringing along men? She'll get her comeuppance. No way. She's not stupid. She says she's already 23 and wants to marry the best-looking, richest guy she can find. She definitely won't pick Mo Tianyuan. He's not good-looking at all. But he's rich. His family runs a grocery store, has several bikes, and his sisters all have good jobs. I heard he even has an apartment in Wangjiangwan. He's loaded, or he wouldn't have such a fancy name. Is Huang Miao really going to pick him? No way. Her standards are too high. She wouldn't settle for just money. I don't know. My friend says Mo Tianyuan plans to give her an apartment as a bride price. She seems tempted and said she'll give him an answer by the end of the year. Xue Ling listened, remembering Ahu's sighs at the hospital yesterday, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Clearly, things weren't as simple or easy as he thought. She tossed the duster aside, clapped her hands, and went back to the clothing shop. There was still a small bed in the back, with a thin quilt in a big bag. Whenever she needed a nap, she'd take out the quilt and cover up. It was cold, and the quilt was thin, so Cheng Tianyuan brought her a military coat. Where did this come from? Looks brand new, Xue Ling asked. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Ahu gave it to me. He has friends in the army who send him military coats and blankets. He wrote to ask for a few coats and 2 sailor suits and gave me one. I haven't worn it yet. Xue Ling thought of the women's conversation and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Ahu really is thoughtful. Cheng Tianyuan set down the coat and went back to work, not catching the double meaning in her words. Xue Ling didn't nap for long, just over half an hour, before getting up to help. There wasn't much business in the afternoon. Cheng Tianyuan went out to pick up goods, while she and Cheng Muhai cleaned the shop inside and out. Cheng Muhai was very particular about cleanliness and even cleaned the warehouse in the back. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't gone long. He brought back several cases of beer and cigarettes, plus some daily necessities, and carried them all into the warehouse. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, "Do we need to buy groceries for the kitchen? Is there enough for dinner?" Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "I bought some lamb and bones on the way back. I'll take care of dinner." "All right, you go ahead," said Cheng Muhai, glancing at the darkening sky. "It's cold. Let's eat dinner early. If there's no business, you and Ling Ling can go home early and help take care of little Ran Ran." Cheng Tianyuan hurried off to the kitchen with the lamb. Just then, Ahu arrived on his tricycle, his rugged face red from the cold, and his eyes looked red too. Cheng Muhai saw him and quickly came down. "Who's he? What brings you here? Cold out?" "Ling Ling, go to the kitchen and get him a cup of hot water to warm up." "Thanks, uncle." Ahu's voice was hoarse as if he'd been crying. Cheng Muhai squinted at him and asked quietly, "Who's he? What's wrong?" Ahu's eyes reddened further and he choked out, "My aunt. She's gone. I came to talk to Ayuan. The hospital is a mess. My sisters and my mom are all crying. My uncle just sits there and Amin is out of it. I have to get started on the funeral. We can't just grieve. There's so much to do." Cheng Muhai was stunned. Xue Ling happened to come out with the water, feeling a wave of sadness. "What happened? She hadn't woken up this morning. How could she be gone in just one afternoon?" Ahu took a deep breath and said quietly, "Her heart was weak, and this afternoon it just stopped. The doctors tried for a long time, but they couldn't save her. She died in the hospital. No one can accept it. My mom even fainted from crying." Xue Ling's eyes reddened as she handed him the cup. "Drink some water and sit down for a bit. I'll go get Yuenge. Wait here." Her mind was a bit of a mess, and she couldn't help but feel again how fragile and powerless life could be. Ahu took the seat, choking up. "Thanks, sister-in-law. I wanted to ask Ayuan if we could get an advance on the shop's profits. About 2,000 yuan. So Amin and I can give my aunt a proper funeral. Xue Ling nodded. That shouldn't be a problem. Wait here. She hurried to the kitchen to find Cheng Tianyuan. After hearing the news, Cheng Tianyuan rushed out, saw Ahu's red eyes, and let out a long sigh. Don't be too sad. Amin definitely can't handle it right now, so you have to be the strong one. Drink your water. I'll go to the bank and get the money, then bring it over. Ahu nodded. I've already arranged a car. We need to get my aunt's body out of the hospital. You know where Amin's house is, right? The neighborhood committee has a place for funerals. Go in a bit and you'll see a small ancestral hall. We'll take the body there and everyone will be there later. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. You go ahead. I'll come by later to help. Ahu looked at Cheng Muhai and Xue Ling, apologetic. We'll need you and Uncle to watch the shop for the next few days. Amin and I can't make it. Don't worry, Xue Ling reassured him. We've got it covered. Cheng Muhai took a drag on his cigarette and sighed. My condolences. The dead can't come back. The living still have to carry on. That's true. Ahu stood up, handed the cup back to Xue Ling, and hurried off on his tricycle. Cheng Tianyuan said, Wife, you and Dad watch the shop and keep an eye on the stove. It's not even 5 yet, so I'll hurry to the bank and get the money. Go ahead. Drive safe, don't rush, Xue Ling reminded him. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan left in a hurry. After that, Xue Ling and her father-in-law watched the shop. Night fell quickly in winter. Just after 5:30, it was completely dark. With the darkness came a howling north wind and even colder weather. It was so cold that after work, the factory workers didn't go out. They ate in the canteen and then stayed in their dorms. Only a few people came to buy daily necessities, and the shop soon quieted down. Xue Ling closed the back door and all the windows, then went to the kitchen to cook. Cheng Muhai suggested, Ling, it's too cold. Let's close up and eat in the kitchen. All right, there aren't any customers anyway. Let's close early tonight. Xue Ling glanced at the dark sky and guessed, the forecast said it might snow heavily tonight. Cheng Muhai sighed. Having a funeral in this kind of weather, there's nothing you can do. Xue Ling finished cooking and brought the food to the table, a big pot of lamb stew. Dad, it's just the two of us, so let's eat like this. It'll stay warm and there's meat, veggies, and soup. Cheng Muhai chuckled. 20 years ago, this would have been a top-notch meal. After spending time with them, Xue Ling understood that good meal was a local phrase for a nice dinner. All right, let's have a good meal. Xue Ling served him rice and they sat down to eat. Just then, they heard a car outside. Xue Ling immediately recognized their jeep and put down her chopsticks. That must be Yuan Ge. Call him in to eat. He probably hasn't eaten yet, said Cheng Muhai. Xue Ling hurried to greet him, seeing his brows furrowed and his nose red from the cold. Have you eaten? Come in and have something hot to warm up. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and followed her into the kitchen. She ladled him a bowl of hot soup. Cheng Tianyuan took a couple of sips, licked his lips, and explained quietly, I took out 3,000 yuan from the bank and gave it to them. Amin was beside himself with grief, and Chenlan and her sisters were all crying. Luckily, Ahu was holding things together. Some of Amin's relatives came too, and everyone's busy with the funeral. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, Will it take about a week? Cheng Tianyuan explained, Auntie wasn't that old, and Amin isn't married yet. According to local tradition, the burial will be the day after tomorrow. The family will be busy for a few days, as they should be. Let's eat, said Cheng Muhai, tapping his bowl and sighing. You two are still young and haven't dealt with this much. When you get to my age, you'll be prepared. People around you get old and pass away. There's an old saying, birth, aging, sickness, and death are part of life. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a glance and ate in silence. After dinner, Cheng Tianyuan cleaned up the kitchen, checked the doors and windows, and took Xue Ling home. On the way, Xue Ling asked, It's the end of the year. Do you have a handle on the shop's accounts? Cheng Tianyuan replied, I've kept track every month, so I know where we stand. There's just 1 month left. When we close around the 25th or 26th, I'll do a final tally. I know how much we've made and how much stock we have." In the blink of an eye, Dajia Lei had already been open for almost a year. Over the past year, business had been steady, and the income was pretty good. Xue Ling had never really asked how much they'd made or how much capital was left, but now, as they chatted, she couldn't help but be curious. "How much did you make this year?" "We get 60%. If you settled up now, how much would you get?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Except for this last month, every month we averaged about 4,000 yuan in income. After deducting utilities and wages, our share is a little over 2,000 each month." "Wow." Xue Ling was surprised it was that much and couldn't help but smile. "That's pretty good." Cheng Tianyuan smiled and glanced at her, his voice gentle. "It's nothing compared to a single deal at your clothing shop." She could make tens of thousands on a single order, while they worked all year and still couldn't match that. But Xue Ling didn't see it that way. "The clothing shop business isn't stable. Sometimes I only get one big order every 2 months. Right now, only the Shanyu couple's orders are big. The rest are just local retailers, a few hundred or 1,000 pieces at a time, really small. If I want to make real money, I need to find more big, regular clients." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "No need to stress. Shanyu's orders are big enough that one deal can last you a year or two." "Making money is something to stress about," Xue Ling said. "If the Riverside area gets developed next year, I might invest in Boss Liao's construction company." Last month, Boss Liao had started a construction company, formalizing his old crew, hoping to ride the wave of Wang Zhangyuan's hot sales. He'd made a lot this year, and since he wasn't too old, wanted to keep going and eventually pass the company to his kids. He'd been eyeing the land east of Wang Zhangyuan, hoping to buy it when the lease was up and develop a new complex. Rongcheng is getting more and more outsiders. They're bringing in factories, foreign investment, and big companies, so the population will keep rising. Building apartments is still a good business. Cheng Tianyuan didn't know much about the industry, but he'd seen Xue Ling's apartments get rented out one after another. Aside from selling one to Liu Xing and one to Ahu, the rest were all rented. Every month, she got over 1,000 yuan in rent, sometimes 2,000 if people paid in advance. Over time, that added up to a lot. When Xue Ling first wanted to buy so many apartments, he'd been shocked, but since it was her own money, he let her make her own decisions. Looking back, it was a good investment. The apartments were still there, and just renting them out brought in a lot of money. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help asking, "After you invest, will you still rent them out?" Xue Ling shook her head. "No, I'll be buying into the company. When the new complex is built, I'll get a share of the apartments and a share of the profits." "That must be a big investment?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. Xue Ling replied, "Boss Liao has over 2 million in assets now, but the new project is several times bigger, so he won't have enough capital. I'll probably invest half." Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly. "That's several million, right? You don't have enough cash on hand." "Not right now," Xue Ling said with a grin. "But I'll have enough by then. The new project won't start until the second half of next year, so I have time. If I'm still short, I can borrow a bit from my dad and pay him back later." Cheng Tianyuan suddenly smiled. "Wife, a year ago you were spending a few hundred here and there, buying bikes and places. I already thought you were amazing, working at the paper, translating at home, making so much every month. Now, in just a year, you're talking about million-yuan deals. I'm honestly shocked." Xue Ling laughed. "It's not time yet. Probably not until July or August next year." "That's still fast," Cheng Tianyuan said as he pulled into their complex. "Don't pressure yourself. We can always earn more money." Xue Ling nodded, half sighing, half satisfied. "We've made a lot of progress this year. Got a house, land, and a big chubby son." Cheng Tianyuan smiled and squeezed her hand. "Yes, as long as we keep improving every year, that's enough." They got out of the car and took the elevator up. When they got home, little Ran was already asleep. Liu Ying was knitting in the living room. When she heard about Amin's mother's sudden passing, she sighed and shook her head. "It started snowing outside. If you need to help tomorrow, go ahead. I'll stay home and watch Ran. Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen to boil water and said quietly, "It's late, you should get some rest. Where's Afeng? Still next door?" "She's studying," Liu Ying replied. "She doesn't go to bed until after 10 and gets up early to read. Tell her not to get up too early. It's cold. She might catch a cold." "All right." Liu Ying packed up her knitting. "I'll go to bed. Don't stay up too late. Ran just ate and went to sleep, but he'll probably wake up for another bottle in the night. Make sure to change his diaper so he doesn't get cold." "Got it," Xue Ling said gently. "You go ahead and rest." The apartment was well insulated, and once the windows were closed, it was warm. Nothing like their old place. Cheng Tianyuan rubbed his hands. "It's snowing hard outside. It'll be cold tonight. Where's the heater your parents gave us last year? I'll go find it." "It's in the storage room, still in the original box," Xue Ling replied. Cheng Tianyuan quickly found it, kept one for themselves, and took one next door. "It's warm in here, but it's freezing outside." Xue Ling took a hot shower and came out feeling cozy. "We're not cold at all at home. Ran's under his little army blanket and his hands are warm. I just hope Amin and Ahu are okay. The weather's so bad tonight." Cheng Tianyuan said. "Ahu bought 5 charcoal stoves and plenty of coal. The ancestral hall is drafty with a big courtyard, so they'll need the stoves to keep warm." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "Let's rest early. Tomorrow morning, buy some hot food for them so they can have something warm." "Okay," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "Let's sleep." Xue Ling changed Ran's diaper, tucked him in, and the family snuggled together, warm and cozy. Early the next morning, Cheng Tianyuan got up to boil water and cook, told Xue Ling to watch the stove, and hurried to the ancestral hall. Ahu and Amin were wrapped in blankets, squatting by 2 charcoal stoves, taking turns keeping watch. Cheng Tianyuan brought them fresh buns and soy milk. "Eat something to fill up." Ahu ate hungrily. "It was so cold last night we barely slept." Cheng Tianyuan looked at the sky, then at the drafty, snow-filled ancestral hall. "Here, drink something warm. My car's outside. Leave a crack for ventilation, and take your blankets into sleep for an hour or 2. "Okay," Ahu agreed without hesitation. Amin looked exhausted, as if he'd aged overnight. He nodded gratefully at Cheng Tianyuan and staggered out with his blanket. Cheng Tianyuan watched his friend's retreating figure, unable to suppress a bit of worry. "Amin seems to have caught a cold. He really doesn't look well." Ahu finished his bun and was sipping his soy milk. "With weather like last night's, even I almost couldn't take it. I was shivering under my quilt, it was so cold. Amin's health isn't as good as mine. I doubt he can handle it." Cheng Tianyuan glanced around and said, "I'll go out and buy some ginger, make some ginger soup for you and him. We've got a funeral to handle. Can't afford to get sick ourselves." Ahu muttered, "All right, you go ahead. I'll have to sleep in the car for a bit too. It's so cold here my feet keep stomping, and that damp wind just keeps sneaking into my quilt." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and hurried out. The market was a bit far, so he ran to a small grocery shop at the corner of the street and finally managed to buy 3 big pieces of old ginger. There was a pot for boiling water in the small ancestral hall. He washed and smashed the ginger, stuffed it all in, and set it on the charcoal stove to boil. Ahu, hugging his quilt, dozed off. When he smelled the ginger, he couldn't help but sneeze a few times. I think I've caught a chill too," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Wait a bit, the ginger water's almost ready. You and Amin both need to drink some. Don't catch a cold." Ahu looked at the coffin parked not far away and let out a long sigh. "I've been busy preparing for the wedding lately. Haven't really visited my uncle's house. Last time I went, my aunt was still sewing under the lamp, saying she'd make me a pair of dragon and phoenix pillowcases for the wedding. I wonder if she finished them. Didn't even get to say a word before she left us so suddenly." Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. "Will your wedding still go ahead as planned this weekend?" "No," Ahu explained. "I'm just a distant relative, so at least 7 days have to pass. I told Lily we'll postpone it to next weekend." Cheng Tianyuan nodded slowly. "She'll understand." She will. She's very considerate. Ahu squinted, voice low. It's just a shame her family isn't considerate at all. How can people from the same family be so different? Cheng Tianyuan didn't comment, but he knew Mo Qian and never had a good impression of that shifty guy. You're marrying their daughter, so just keep a low profile and get along. After all, you'll be relatives from now on. Ahu forced a smile and murmured, Relatives? Yeah. Marriage is strange like that. Two people come together and suddenly the families are tied together too. What a curious relationship. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but think of Xue Ling and explained, My wife's family is far away, and she's their only daughter, so things are simple. If I were as lucky as you, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Ahu teased. Can't compare with you. Enough about that. Cheng Tianyuan watched over the ginger water and added, I've known my wife since I was 5 or 6. You really can't compare. Ahu laughed and visibly relaxed. All I want is to marry Lily as soon as possible and keep some distance from her family. I'll do my duty to the elders, but otherwise if I can avoid seeing them, I will. I don't have much to my name. Can't afford to keep giving and giving. Cheng Tianyuan gently fanned the stove. It's the end of the year. Dajiale can settle accounts soon. You should get a few thousand. Need to use some for the wedding? If you want, we can settle up early after this is over. All right. Ahu agreed readily with a wry smile. The bride price keeps changing. I'm almost at my limit. There'll be a lot of expenses for the wedding, too. Good thing I have you to help. I borrowed 500 before and now 3,000 with Amin. Let's settle it all together then. Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly, a bit displeased. They keep changing the bride price? Ahu snorted and explained, At first it was 1,200, then 1,600, now they're saying 2,000, plus red envelopes for the relatives' kids, for the elders, new clothes for the bride, the wedding banquet. It'll be about 2,400 in total. Cheng Tianyuan was secretly shocked. In Rongcheng, he'd never heard of a bride's family asking for so much. Do they think you're some tycoon? Brother, you have to know your limits. Don't push yourself too hard. If it's just once, fine, but if it's a bottomless pit, what will you do then? Ahu's face darkened as he lit a cigarette. Lily's parents say she's the only one of their daughters who went to school, so she's the most expensive. She has a job, gets a salary every month, a lifelong meal ticket, a guarantee for life. They say I'm getting such a good deal marrying her, so the wedding has to be grand, so her colleagues won't look down on her. Cheng Tianyuan frowned, shaking his head with a smile. Ahu couldn't help but ask, By the way, how much bride price did you pay when you married your wife? Cheng Tianyuan was taken aback, but answered honestly, My family owed a few hundred at the time. My dad was seriously ill, and my mom and I went to the capital, spent almost all our money on travel. We only had 40 yuan left, so we put it in a red envelope as the bride price. My father-in-law took it without a word and told Ling to pack her things and get ready to marry in a few days. My in-laws even prepared a lot of dowry. The day after the wedding, Ling helped me pay off 200 of my debts. Later, when I needed to sell land, she gave me another 500. We finally paid off all the family's debts. Ahu listened in silence, smoking without a word. Cheng Tianyuan found 2 bowls, rinsed them with boiling water and poured out the ginger water. I was poor, but luckily my wife and her family didn't look down on me. Otherwise, I'd never have been able to marry. If you can afford it now, then pay. If your wife is true to you, that's enough. She only gets married once. Make it a bit grand. Give her family some face, and you'll have face too, right? We'll earn more money. There's always more to be made. Ahu nodded, tapping off his ash. You're right. I'll just treat it all as being for Lily. Cheng Tianyuan handed him the ginger water. Drink and get some sleep. It's not even 7 yet, still early. Then he took the other bowl outside and opened the car door. Chen Min was half asleep, but the cold wind rushed in as the door opened, startling him awake with a string of sneezes. Cheng Tianyuan handed him a big bowl. Drink it slowly, then get some more sleep. Chen Min smelled the ginger water, wrinkled his nose, and drank with a grimace. No sugar. It's really spicy, Cheng Tianyuan explained helplessly. There's nothing here except a pot and a few bowls. I can't do much more. Chen Min chuckled softly. True, just having this is already pretty good. After half a bowl, he sighed in relief, feeling much warmer, and finished the rest. Cheng Tianyuan said, Sleep a bit more, I'll keep watch inside. Hey, thanks, brother. When he went back in, he found Ahu asleep, sitting up with his quilt. Cheng Tianyuan pushed the charcoal stove closer to him, added more charcoal, and gazed absent-mindedly at the snowflakes drifting down into the courtyard. This year, when he went back to the capital with his wife for New Year, he'd have to bring more gifts. Right, he should dry some cured meat and make some pickles to take along. His mother-in-law had praised his cured meat to the skies last time. Xue Ling had breakfast early, helped her son wash his face and hands, then changed his clothes. By the time her mother-in-law, Liu Ying, came over, she had already fed her son and was playing with him. She handed her son over to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, then hurried off to help at Dajiao. Cheng Tianyuan hadn't returned yet, so she rode her bicycle over. Her father-in-law, Cheng Muhai, had already opened the shop and was sweeping the snow outside. When he saw her riding up, he quickly called out, Ling, be careful, it's slippery. The snow was thick on the ground, and Xue Ling struggled to walk through it. By the time she reached the entrance of Dajiala, she was already sweating from the effort. Dad, be careful not to get your shoes and socks wet. I'll go park the bike. Cheng Muhai nodded and kept sweeping the snow. A little while later, Xue Ling came over to help him. It had snowed heavily last night, almost all night long. Even now, snowflakes were still drifting down from time to time. They swept the snow toward the drain, then went back inside to rest and have some water. It was so cold that all the workers had already gone to work, and the shop was very quiet. Cheng Muhai turned on the radio and chatted with Xue Ling over water, listening to the news and advertisements. Wow, it's going to stay cold for the next few days. Xiao Ranran needs to dress warmly, don't let him catch a chill. Xue Ling replied gently, Don't worry, Dad. He stays at home every day. It's warm. Our place faces south, and there's a wall to the north so the wind can't get in. When he's awake, Grandma and Auntie are always holding him, so he's never cold. That's true. Cheng Muhai chuckled. In winter, it's nice to hold a child. They're warm, and so are we. Holding him together, it's all warm. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh too. Dad, you haven't been home for several days. Why don't you let Yuan Gege keep watch tonight, and you go home to sleep? You can see Xiao Ranran too. Cheng Muhai shook his head. I'm a light sleeper, so I'm best for night watch. Yuan can help take care of Xiao Ranran at night, so he shouldn't be on night duty. When Chen Min is free, I'll go home in the evening to see the little guy. Around noon, Cheng Tianyuan arrived, carrying lots of meat and vegetables. The sky had cleared up, sunlight pouring down and quickly melting the snow. Xue Ling and Cheng Muhai sat outside in the sun. Seeing how much meat and vegetables he'd bought, they both laughed. How many days are you planning to eat all this? Cheng Tianyuan explained. I want to make some cured meat and pickles. Cheng Muhai looked up at the sky. If the weather stays like this, it's perfect for curing meat. Xue Ling got up to help in the kitchen and also helped prepare lunch. After lunch, more customers came, so the young couple both helped out in the shop. It wasn't until evening that they closed up and went back to their apartment. After 3 busy days, Chen Min and Chen Lan returned. Both looked a bit pale and seemed to have lost weight. Xue Ling couldn't help but comfort them. Don't be too sad. If you need to help out at home, go ahead. We can handle things here. Chen Min explained. Everything was taken care of yesterday. The ancestral hall is cleaned up and the house is tidy. Everyone's just moping around at home and that's no good. It's better to come here and do some work. Keeps the days moving. Chen Lan choked up. Mom is gone, but life has to go on. Xue Ling patted her shoulder and asked, Where's Ahu? Why didn't he come? Chen Min replied, He went to see Lily. He said he'd come over for lunch. Seeing the shop was spotless and there was nothing to do, Chen Lan said, I'll go check the kitchen. Xue Ling called out, There's meat stewing in the pot. Just turn the stove down a bit. Okay, Chen Lan answered and went out. A moment later, she called, "Sister-in-law, the phone's ringing." Xue Ling hurried over to answer. It was a call from the train station telling her to come pick up a shipment. She pulled Cheng Tianyuan along, and when they got there, they found dozens of boxes, all packed full. "Yuan Gege, you need to get Ahu to help and find a truck to bring these back." Cheng Tianyuan quickly went to find Ahu. That afternoon, all 56 boxes were brought back. Xue Ling called her father's secretary to get a faxed inventory list, then checked everything one by one. This time, everything's stored by number. Just look at the label and number on the box, and you'll know how many pieces and what sizes are inside. "That's easy," Ahu laughed. "No need to count the goods at all." The Shanyu couple soon arrived, opened a few boxes to check, and were very satisfied. "Brother Yuan, can you help me contact a big cargo ship as soon as possible?" Cheng Tianyuan said. "Come on, I'll take you to the dock to look." Chen Shuiyu was bundled up tightly, her face looking fuller and healthier than before, and she seemed much more energetic. "Xiao Shui, I still need to keep taking Dr. Xiao's medicine, so I won't go back to Nandao with him. Once the goods are loaded, he can go back, and I'll join him at the end of the year." Xue Ling did some calculations and couldn't help but ask, "Are you going back for New Year?" "Yes," Chen Shuiyu explained. "I'll go join him at the end of the year." With New Year approaching, there weren't many boats at the small dock. Cheng Tianyuan found a boatman to help, and finally, by evening, managed to arrange a big ship. It would dock at noon the next day, unload, and then load up for the trip south. The Shanyu couple had dinner at Dajiale that night. "Xiao Shui, tally up the accounts later. Tomorrow we'll go to the bank together to transfer the money." Xue Ling agreed, and while she had a moment after eating, she secretly called her father. Her father was at home having hot pot with her mother. He asked, "How's the weather in Rongcheng? Cold?" "It's pretty cold," Xue Ling replied. "It's been snowing on and off these days, but sometimes there's sun, so it's not too bad. It must be really cold in the capital, right?" Her father shot back, "-16 degrees. What do you think?" Xue Ling laughed. "It's about -5 here. The wind is the worst. When the north wind blows, it's freezing. But you have central heating." Her mother grabbed the phone and asked about her precious grandson. Xue Ling said, "When the weather gets better in a couple of days, I'll take him to the photo studio for pictures. I'll send you a few." "Send photos? Just bring him home for New Year." Her mother was getting impatient, laughing. "We haven't seen him in over 2 months. He must have grown a lot." Xue Ling didn't have time to talk about her son, and quickly said, "I have something to ask Dad. Give him the phone." "Go, go!" Her mother laughed and handed the phone back to her father. Xue Ling got to the point, asking quietly, "Dad, the summer clothes had low costs, but you said the autumn ones only cost 3 yuan each. Is it really just 3? "Yes," her father explained. "A friend sold me the fabric at a discount." "But you can't keep not making any profit," Xue Ling said. "I'll wire you 3.5 per piece." "Whatever you want." Her father laughed, then teased, "You're my only daughter. Whatever's left in the end is all yours anyway." Xue Ling chatted a bit more before hanging up. When Shanyu came to settle accounts, Xue Ling first quoted 6 yuan per piece. He asked if she could give a discount, bargaining as usual. Xue Ling smiled. "We all know each other so well it's almost embarrassing to haggle. How about this? 5.5 final price." Shanyu was more straightforward than his wife, Chen Shuiyu, and quickly agreed. He could sell each piece for about 7 yuan, and with 200,000 pieces, he'd make about 300,000. With the good New Year market, he'd probably make even more. "I need to hurry back and get the ship moving. Tomorrow I'll call and notify the other small vendors to meet me at the dock in 4 days to unload." There were still more than 20 days until New Year. If he waited any longer, he'd miss the rush. He hoped to make a good profit before year's end. The next morning, Shanyu went to the bank and transferred over 1.2 million yuan into Xue Ling's account. After receiving the money, Xue Ling wired 700,000 yuan to her father, keeping the rest for herself. She also took Xiao Jiaxu's remittance slip to the post office and withdrew 4,000 yuan, planning to buy plane tickets and New Year's goods at the end of the year. Cheng Tianyuan and Hu helped transport the goods to the dock. Unexpectedly, the ship arrived early and the cargo was quickly loaded. The captain sent people ashore to buy supplies and daily necessities, and then they set off. Shan Yu asked Xue Ling to look after his wife, saying he'd wait for her to return to Nandao for the new year. Xue Ling nodded repeatedly and waved. "Don't worry, I'll buy your wife's ticket in advance so she can get home smoothly." She turned and took out 400 yuan, handing it to Hu. "Use this for transportation, and the rest is your pay for helping these past couple of days." Hu only took 100 yuan, declining. "I didn't do much, just helped load and unload. It wasn't much work. I don't need so much." Xue Ling pressed the money into his hand and said quietly, "These were orders that came to us directly, so there was no commission for you. After the new year, I plan to go to the provincial capital's clothing wholesale market to find some steady clients. When the time comes, we can go together. Any clients you find, you'll always get a commission." "All right," Hu nodded eagerly. With the goods successfully shipped, Xue Ling finally felt at ease. "Yuan Gege, are you free?" Cheng Tianyuan had just finished washing his hands and stood up when he heard her. "What is it? Just say it." Xue Ling smiled. "I want to buy a bicycle as a wedding gift for Wang Ting and Liu Xing. I don't know which kind is best, so come with me." Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the sky. "Get in the car. I'll take you around. There are a few shops in Rongcheng, and I think 2 of them sell women's bikes. Are you buying for Wang Ting or Liu Xing?" "For Wang Ting, so a women's bike is better," Xue Ling replied. The two said goodbye to Hu and left hand in hand. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Hu is getting married next weekend too. What should we give him?" Xue Ling answered, "A red envelope." Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows, then smiled. "That's probably best. How much do you think we should give?" Xue Ling thought for a moment, unsure. "What do you think?" Lily's family asked Hu for a lot of bride price, and he's been taking money from Dajale to prepare for the wedding, so he probably doesn't have much left. Cheng Tianyuan sighed lightly and explained. Mo Qianqian really went overboard, asking for 2,000 yuan for the bride price, plus all sorts of red envelopes for elders and kids. Apart from a few hundred for the banquet, the rest all went to her family. This wedding will cost him about 3,000 yuan. Xue Ling's eyes widened in surprise, and she whispered, "That's not even counting the apartment and other expenses." Clearly, Hu's financial burden was heavy lately. Cheng Tianyuan turned the steering wheel and said, "Luckily, he made quite a bit working with you this year, but this wedding is costing too much. He already took 500 from Dajale, another 1,500 when Amin's mom passed, and 2,000 yesterday. He's already overdrawn." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "He must really need it, or he wouldn't ask. It's fine if he's overdrawn. As long as the shop keeps running and things keep selling, there'll always be income." "That's what I think too," Cheng Tianyuan said. "He gets 30%, and I've already calculated everyone else's wages. Chen Lan gets a share, my dad gets a share, and Hu's mom gets half a share." He added, "Even though Hu's mom is helping her own son with the family business, she doesn't have any income herself. And with all the wedding expenses, we should give them a little extra. Hu hasn't asked to borrow money, and it's awkward for us to offer, so it's better to give some to his mother." "Good idea," Xue Ling agreed. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. "Since Hu's struggling financially, let's give a bigger red envelope. How about 400 yuan?" Xue Ling had originally thought of 800, but then remembered that most people only give 20, 10, or even just 4 yuan. Giving 400 was already very generous. "All right, 400 it is." They visited 2 shops and soon found a women's Phoenix brand bicycle, deep red with a flying phoenix printed on it. "This is perfect for a wedding gift. Beautiful and elegant," said Cheng Tianyuan. Xue Ling was delighted. "Let's get this one." They loaded the bike into the back of the Jeep and drove back to the apartment complex. Liu Xing's family was busy preparing for the wedding, and he was at home. Xue Ling took the bike up in the elevator and delivered it to him. Liu Xing was overjoyed and thanked her repeatedly. Liu's mother came out, took Xue Ling's hand, and squeezed it. Xiao Xue, I've heard Xing talk about you so many times, and now I finally get to meet you. I didn't expect you to be so young and pretty. Thank you, thank you. After chatting for a while, Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Where's Uncle?" Liu Xing replied, "He's still helping out at the photo studio. Tongzi is there too." Xue Ling said, "You should close the shop for a day tomorrow. It's your wedding, and Tongzi should help with the photos. Just put a note on the door saying the shop is closed for a wedding and will reopen the day after." Okay. Liu Xing grinned. "We're picking up the bride at 3 a.m. tonight. Wanna come? You can keep Wang Qing company. She'll have 4 sisters with her." "No, I can't," Xue Ling apologized. "I have to look after my son tonight. I'll come by in the morning to congratulate you." Liu's mother smiled. She's a mom now. Of course she worries about her child at night. Wang Qing will have her sisters with her, that's enough. Xiao Xue, come early tomorrow and bring your baby. We all live in the same complex, it's so convenient. Yes, Auntie, we'll be neighbors from now on, Xue Ling said with a bright smile. We can visit and chat anytime. Liu's mother walked her to the elevator before waving goodbye. Ah, Xing, Xiao Xue really is even better than I imagined. That look, that confidence, she's a real heroine. Liu's mother was an elementary school language teacher, and she'd met countless students and parents. She's so confident and wise. If you hadn't told me, I'd never believe she's younger than you and Wang Qing. Liu Xing, busy tidying up, replied without looking up. She's from the capital, the biggest city in the country. We can't compare. I think her family runs a clothing factory. She's from a well-off family. Liu's mother was full of envy and whispered, "Such a good girl." And she married into a small farming family in Chengjia village. Liu Xing quickly explained, "Her husband isn't bad either. He may be from the countryside, but he's got a high school education. He's tall and handsome. He stands out even among city boys." Really? Liu's mother chuckled. No wonder she was willing to marry him. She must have fallen for him, not caring about his humble background. That's right. Liu Xing nodded, pointing at the door. Mom, we forgot to put up the wedding couplets. Quick, go get them. Okay, I'll get them right now. The next morning, Shan Yu went to the bank and transferred over 1.2 million yuan into Xue Ling's account. After receiving the money, Xue Ling wired 700,000 yuan to her father, keeping the rest for herself. She also took Zhao Jiaxue's remittance slip to the post office and withdrew 4,000 yuan, planning to buy plane tickets and New Year's goods at the end of the year. Cheng Tianyuan and Hu helped transport the goods to the dock. Unexpectedly, the ship arrived early, and the cargo was quickly loaded. The captain sent people ashore to buy supplies and daily necessities, and then they set off. Shan Yu asked Xue Ling to look after his wife, saying he'd wait for her to return to Nandao for the new year. Xue Ling nodded repeatedly and waved. Don't worry, I'll buy your wife's ticket in advance so she can get home smoothly. She turned and took out 400 yuan, handing it to Hu. Use this for transportation and the rest is your pay for helping these past couple of days. Hu only took 100 yuan, declining. I didn't do much, just helped load and unload. It wasn't much work, I don't need so much. Xue Ling pressed the money into his hand and said quietly, These were orders that came to us directly, so there was no commission for you. After the new year, I plan to go to the provincial capital's clothing wholesale market to find some steady clients. When the time comes, we can go together. Any clients you find, you'll always get a commission. All right. Hu nodded eagerly. With the goods successfully shipped, Xue Ling finally felt at ease. Yuan Gege, are you free? Cheng Tianyuan had just finished washing his hands and stood up when he heard her. What is it? Just say it. Xue Ling smiled. I want to buy a bicycle as a wedding gift for Wang Ting and Liu Xing. I don't know which kind is best, so come with me. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the sky. Get in the car, I'll take you around. There are a few shops in Rongcheng, and I think 2 of them sell women's bikes. Are you buying for Wang Ting or Liu Xing? For Wang Ting, so a women's bike is better, Xue Ling replied. The two said goodbye to Ah Hu and left hand in hand. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Ah Hu is getting married next weekend too. What should we give him?" Xue Ling answered, "A red envelope." Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows, then smiled. "That's probably best. How much do you think we should give?" Xue Ling thought for a moment, unsure. "What do you think?" Lily's family asked Ah Hu for a lot of bride price, and he's been taking money from Dajiale to prepare for the wedding, so he probably doesn't have much left. Cheng Tianyuan sighed lightly and explained, "Mo Changqian really went overboard, asking for 2,000 yuan for the bride price, plus all sorts of red envelopes for elders and kids. Apart from a few hundred for the banquet, the rest all went to her family. This wedding will cost him about 3,000 yuan. Xue Ling's eyes widened in surprise, and she whispered, "That's not even counting the apartment and other expenses." Clearly, Ah Hu's financial burden was heavy lately. Cheng Tianyuan turned the steering wheel and said, "Luckily, he made quite a bit working with you this year, but this wedding is costing too much. He already took 500 from Dajiala, another 1,500 when Amin's mom passed, and 2,000 yesterday. He's already overdrawn." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "He must really need it or he wouldn't ask. It's fine if he's overdrawn. As long as the shop keeps running and things keep selling, there'll always be income." "That's what I think too," Cheng Tianyuan said. "He gets 30%, and I've already calculated everyone else's wages. Chenlan gets a share, my dad gets a share, and Ah Hu's mom gets half a share." He added, "Even though Ah Hu's mom is helping her own son with the family business, she doesn't have any income herself, and with all the wedding expenses, we should give them a little extra. Ah Hu hasn't asked to borrow money, and it's awkward for us to offer, so it's better to give some to his mother." "Good idea," Xue Ling agreed. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. "Since Ah Hu's struggling financially, let's give a bigger red envelope. How about 400 yuan? Xue Ling had originally thought of 800, but then remembered that most people only give 20, 10, or even just 4 yuan. Giving 400 was already very generous. "All right, 400 it is." They visited 2 shops and soon found a women's Phoenix brand bicycle, deep red, with a flying phoenix printed on it. "This is perfect for a wedding gift, beautiful and elegant," said Cheng Tianyuan. Xue Ling was delighted. "Let's get this one." They loaded the bike into the back of the Jeep and drove back to the apartment complex. Liu Xing's family was busy preparing for the wedding, and he was at home. Xue Ling took the bike up in the elevator and delivered it to him. Liu Xing was overjoyed and thanked her repeatedly. Liu's mother came out, took Xue Ling's hand, and squeezed it. "Xiao Xue, I've heard Ah Xing talk about you so many times, and now I finally get to meet you. I didn't expect you to be so young and pretty. Thank you, thank you." After chatting for a while, Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Where's Uncle?" Liu Xing replied, "He's still helping out at the photo studio. Tongzi is there too." Xue Ling said, "You should close the shop for a day tomorrow. It's your wedding, and Tongzi should help with the photos. Just put a note on the door saying the shop is closed for a wedding and we'll reopen the day after." "Okay." Liu Xing grinned. "We're picking up the bride at 3 a.m. tonight. Wanna come? You can keep Wang Ting company. She'll have 4 sisters with her." "No, I can't," Xue Ling apologized. "I have to look after my son tonight. I'll come by in the morning to congratulate you." Liu's mother smiled. "She's a mom now. Of course she worries about her child at night. Wang Ting will have her sisters with her. That's enough. Xiao Xue, come early tomorrow and bring your baby. We all live in the same complex. It's so convenient." "Yes, Auntie. We'll be neighbors from now on," Xue Ling said with a bright smile. "We can visit and chat any time." Liu's mother walked her to the elevator before waving goodbye. "Ah Xing, Xiao Xue really is even better than I imagined. That look, that confidence, she's a real heroine." Liu's mother was an elementary school language teacher, and she'd met countless students and parents. "She's so confident and wise. If you hadn't told me, I'd never believe she's younger than you and Wang Qing." Liu Xing, busy tidying up, replied without looking up. "She's from the capital, the biggest city in the country. We can't compare. I think her family runs a clothing factory. She's from a well-off family." Liu's mother was full of envy and whispered, "Such a good girl, and she married into a small farming family in Chengjia village." Liu Xing quickly explained, "Her husband isn't bad either. He may be from the countryside, but he's got a high school education. He's tall and handsome. He stands out even among city boys." "Really?" Liu's mother chuckled. No wonder she was willing to marry him. She must have fallen for him, not caring about his humble background. "That's right." Liu Xing nodded, pointing at the door. "Mom, we forgot to put up the wedding couplets. Quick, go get them." "Okay, I'll get them right now." Early the next morning, the sound of firecrackers echoed through the neighborhood. Xue Ling was woken up by the noise and hurriedly hugged little Ran, worried the baby might be startled. But the little one slept soundly, completely undisturbed, sweetly dreaming away. Beside her, Cheng Tianyuan also woke up, groggily sitting up and pulling the quilt up to cover her. "It's cold. Don't catch a chill getting up." Xue Ling smiled, snuggled back under the covers, and burrowed into his arms. "He's sleeping so well." Cheng Tianyuan smiled and hugged her, whispering, "Children who have their parents by their side are braver than others because they feel secure inside." Xue Ling sleepily glanced out the window and muttered, "What time is it? It's still dark." Cheng Tianyuan looked too and guessed, "Probably 4 or 5 o'clock." Xue Ling closed her eyes and yawned. "No way, I'm going back to sleep. It's way too early to get up." Business at the shop had been slow these days, so Cheng Tianyuan wasn't busy. Yesterday afternoon and evening, he'd helped her copy and finalize some translations. With the weather so cold outside, he was happy to just hold his soft, fragrant wife and sleep in with her. Outside, firecrackers sounded again, and someone shouted, "The bride is here! Everyone, come welcome the bride!" But Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling had already drifted back to sleep and didn't hear it. Little Ran, bundled up in his little military blanket, slept warmly and peacefully, with his parents right beside him, feeling perfectly safe. That morning, Xue Ling stayed home working on translations while looking after her son. After coming back upstairs, Liu Ying said to Xue Ling, "I brought some braised meat and big buns down to Xue Yu. We made a lot and it's not easy for her to cook alone. I told her to come up and eat with us for lunch and dinner." Xue Ling smiled and nodded. "Mom, you always make so much food. One more pair of chopsticks is nothing. Besides, sister-in-law Xue Yu likes little Ran, and she must get lonely downstairs by herself. Let her come up and chat more often." Just then, the door opened. Cheng Tianfang came in, clutching her English notebook. "Sis-in-law, I can't pronounce these words. Can you help me?" Xue Ling glanced at the words, read them out twice, and taught her how to sound them out. "Don't worry, just keep practicing. The more you learn, the easier it'll get to sound out new words." "Thanks, sis-in-law." Cheng Tianfang smiled. "I'll go back and study for now. I'll come help Mom with lunch later. If you need someone to hold Ran, just call me." "It's fine, go study," Xue Ling said, giving her a gentle push. Cheng Tianfang hugged her books and went back next door. Xue Ling said quietly, "Mom, Fang has gotten so much fairer lately, and her cheeks are rosy. She's looking prettier and prettier." Liu Ying chuckled. "It's all those supplements you bought her. Every few days I stew chicken for her, and it's really made a difference. You're such a generous sister-in-law. She looks so much better now. Even her hair is darker and shinier. She really is prettier." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "After the wedding lunch, I'll take her out to buy some more winter clothes. Clothes make the person, just like a saddle makes the horse. She's tall and has a good complexion now. She'll look even better in nice clothes." Liu Ying quickly said, No need. She doesn't earn money, just eats rice every day. As long as she has something to wear, it's fine." "Mom, don't say that." Xue Ling laughed softly. "I want to buy you a few things too. When we go back to the village for New Year, you'll look beautiful, and that's face for both me and Yuengege." Liu Ying grinned from ear to ear, whispering, "Just one is enough. No need for more. The ones you bought me last year are still new." Xue Ling pretended not to hear, picked up her son, and went downstairs to find Chen Shuiyu. These days, Chen Shuiyu walked around the house and climbed stairs every day, taking her medicine and exercising as the doctor ordered, and her health was getting better and better. When she saw little Ranran, she immediately jumped up in delight. "Little darling, come, let auntie hold you." Little Ranran giggled, waving his chubby hands, but snuggled into his mother's arms. Xue Ling chatted with her for a while, inviting her to come upstairs for lunch with Liu Ying and Tianfang. Then she nursed her son and took him to Liu Xing's place. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she could hear her colleagues laughing and joking from afar. Xue Ling smiled happily and called out, "Everyone's here already? Is the newspaper office closed for the day?" Hearing her voice, everyone burst out laughing and hurried out to greet her. "Wow, this is little Ranran? Oh my, he's adorable." "Xiao Shi, your son is so chubby, he doesn't look like you at all. He's so cute, so fair and plump." "Let me hold him. Come on, let me hold him." Director Liu hurried over and scooped up little Ranran, coaxing, "Come on, call me Grandpa Liu, Grandpa." Editor-in-Chief Lin laughed, teasing, "You're getting old, you've forgotten when your own kids started talking. Little Ranran is only 3 months old. He can't call you anything yet. Give it another year." Director Liu laughed heartily. "See? He's not afraid of strangers. He even smiled at me. He's just like his mom, so brave." Tongzi was snapping photos non-stop, and when he saw Xue Ling and little Ranran, he started taking even more. Liu Xing, dressed in a suit with a flower in his lapel, called out, "Ling Ling, come have some sunflower seeds and wedding candy. Everyone's been waiting for you." Wang Qing, in a red suit and with powder on her face, shyly waved at Xue Ling. "You? Why didn't you come earlier? They were teasing me so much just now, I almost couldn't take it." Xue Ling greeted everyone left and right, busy and happy. "It's your wedding day. Just put up with it for everyone's fun. Don't worry, our colleagues are civilized, they won't go too far." Wang Ting blushed and whispered, "Liu Xing helped me out a few times. I can't drink, so you have to save me at lunch." Xue Ling quickly said, "I have to take care of my baby, so I can't drink. I'll ask Director Liu to say something to everyone so they don't go overboard. With him, the old school boss around, no one will dare get too wild." Okay. Wang Ting looked relieved, whispering, "Please ask Director Liu for me." Xue Ling looked up and saw Director Liu and Editor-in-Chief Lin fighting over who got to hold little Ranran, with Deputy Director Zhen joining in. Little Ranran stared at them with big, innocent eyes, looking from one to the other as if he couldn't decide who to choose. She laughed and said, "I'll go in a bit." Tongzi snapped a photo of the scene and came over, grinning. "Boss Xue, let's get a picture of you and the bride. It's a big day. You need a photo together for the memories." Xue Ling and Wang Qing both laughed and hugged for the photo. Tongzi counted 1, 2, 3, and quickly took the shot. Then Liu Xing squeezed over, putting one arm around the bride and the other around Xue Ling. "Tongzi, take another one, with me this time. This is a photo of us as a couple with our matchmaker. This one's a must." Tongzi exclaimed, "Wow, she's your matchmaker? Really? You and your sister-in-law have been colleagues for years." Everyone burst out laughing. Liu Xing nodded firmly. "She encouraged me to pursue Qing, so she really is our matchmaker." "I see." Tongzi quickly crouched down. "Let's get a group photo." The picture was quickly taken. Tongzi, grinning, said, "Boss Xue, I'm still looking for a pretty wife. Maybe you can play matchmaker for me too." Xue Ling just laughed it off as a joke. "You're so handsome you'll have girls chasing after you. Just wait and see." Once little Ranran arrived, everyone's attention immediately turned to him. "Oh, he's so cute. My goodness, what a handsome child, so fair and good-looking." Even Liu Defu and Liu's mother came over, eager to hold the little one. In no time, Liu Xing and Wang Qing, the bride and groom, were no longer the center of attention. Ranran quickly became the star of the show, with everyone's focus on him, without exception. Liu Xing had bought a medium-sized apartment, so the living room was big enough for 4 tables. There were also 2 tables set up in the bedrooms, and even one in the newlyweds' room. 2 chefs were hired to cook in the kitchen, and several relatives were helping serve dishes, bustling in and out. Xue Ling saw that her son was always being passed around, and she couldn't get a turn herself, so she was happy to relax and take it easy. Liu's mother came over to Wang Ting and said, "According to our hometown tradition, the bride eats in the bedroom, and she has to eat first. You're the bride this year, so you're the most important. You have to be the first to sit and eat." Wang Ting nodded shyly and followed Liu's mother into the bridal room. Liu's mother also invited the 4 bridesmaids in, then called over Editor-in-Chief Lin and Xue Ling. "We need one more. Let's have one more join us." Liu Xing thought for a moment and pulled Deputy Director Zhen in as well. "They're all women, so it's most appropriate for you to join." Liu's mother smiled and took Zhen's hand, saying, "You're their colleague and a leader, so it's perfect for you to join us." Xue Ling was a bit worried about her son and reached out to take him back. Director Liu waved her off. "You go keep the bride company. I'll hold the baby. My own son and daughter aren't married yet, so I don't have any grandkids to hold. Just take pity on me and let me hold him a bit longer." Xue Ling laughed. "That's fine by me. Please hold him as long as you like. I'm happy to have a break." Director Liu really loved children and went off to play with little Ranran. Liu Xing and Tongzi also came over to play with him. Liu Xing even put a big red flower on Ranran's head, making everyone laugh so hard their stomachs hurt, while Tongzi snapped photos, capturing the joyful atmosphere. In the bridal room, everyone chatted quietly while eating. It was cold, so even though the food was plentiful, it cooled quickly. Xue Ling, spoiled by Cheng Tianyuan and her mother-in-law, couldn't get used to cold food, so she only ate some sweet sticky rice and candied lotus root. Wang Qing, as the bride, was both happy and shy and didn't eat much either. Editor-in-Chief Lin, being experienced, was at ease, eating and chatting, keeping the mood light. Deputy Director Zhen congratulated Wang Qing, but the deep lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth betrayed a hint of envy. She leaned over to Xue Ling and whispered, Can I ask you something? That guy taking photos just now, is he from your studio?" Xue Ling was taken aback, but quickly noticed Zhen's blush and guessed what was going on. She knew Zhen was already in her 30s. She'd heard colleagues gossip that years ago, not only people at the newspaper but also some from outside had pursued her, but she was picky, looking down on those whose jobs or positions weren't as good as hers. After turning down so many, she'd ended up single. Younger and prettier women had all married, but since she turned 30, few had shown interest. Xue Ling nodded calmly and explained, "He's just a part-timer. He's Liu Xing's junior from school. He works at the radio station. He does the night shift, so he has free time during the day to help out at the studio. He's a talented young man." She deliberately emphasized young man, hoping Zhen would realize he was quite a bit younger than her. But Zhen was too busy sneaking glances at Tongzi to care. "Oh, that's nice. That's nice." Xue Ling couldn't help but smile to herself. He really was more than just nice. Zhen seemed to realize something and awkwardly lowered her head. "This sticky rice cake is good. You should try it." Xue Ling nodded and took a piece. Zhen was anxious about marriage, but there was no rushing these things. The men introduced to her lately were all worse than before, and none compared to those she'd turned down. Wang Ting was several years younger than her, and now even Wang Ting was married. Zhen was the only unmarried woman left at the newspaper. Everyone else had settled down. Coming to this wedding was both awkward and embarrassing for her, but she couldn't not come, or people would gossip even more. Everyone was eating and drinking, the atmosphere was great, and with such a handsome guy taking photos, she couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. After a while, Zhen asked, "Is the studio business good?" "It's all right," Xue Ling replied. "Mostly it's Tongzi and Liu Xing taking photos. Uncle Liu handles the other stuff. I don't go there much, so I'm not too familiar with the details." Zhen's interest in the handsome guy was stronger than her curiosity about the business, so she quietly asked, "Does he always take photos there? You said he's there during the day, right?" "He should be," Xue Ling said. "Liu Xing only helps out on weekends because of his job." Zhen smiled awkwardly, explaining, "I was thinking of getting some photos taken, so I wanted to ask." Xue Ling could tell she was just making excuses, but kept a straight face and nodded. Of course. Come by anytime. Colleagues get a discount. Just tell Liu Xing. Zhen quickly agreed. The bride didn't eat much and was soon full. The bridesmaids, on the other hand, were clearly hungry and ate quickly, even fighting over the food. When 2 plates of meat came out, their chopsticks never stopped, and they ate so fast it was a bit unseemly. In those days, many families rarely saw meat on the table, so even at a wedding banquet, there might only be a couple of meat dishes. The rest were sweet or vegetarian. Editor-in-Chief Lin, who'd been to plenty of big events, was unfazed and calmly ate her sweets. Zhen, however, was a bit annoyed and couldn't help glaring at the bridesmaids. Wang Qing was a little embarrassed and gave an apologetic smile. Everyone, take your time. No need to rush. Editor-in-Chief Lin laughed. That's right. A wedding banquet should be enjoyed slowly. The bridesmaids kept their heads down, eating quickly, barely saying a word. Since marrying into this area, Xue Ling had never attended a wedding banquet or group meal, so she'd never seen anything like this before. She felt a bit awkward. Editor-in-Chief Lin tugged Zhen's sleeve and whispered, "It's always like this. Sometimes even more outrageous. Just eat quickly. After the banquet, we still have to go back to work." This year, Director Liu had given everyone a half-day off, so the whole newspaper staff could come celebrate with Liu Xing and Wang Qing and stay for the banquet. But while they could enjoy the wedding, work still had to get done, so everyone would have to go back and work overtime in the afternoon. Zhen didn't say much, ate a few more bites, then put down her chopsticks. "I'm full. You all take your time." Xue Ling quickly followed her lead. "I'm full too. Everyone enjoy." Wang Ting pulled her and Editor-in-Chief Lin aside and quietly talked about her dowry. "It's not much. My mom just gave me this little gold ring." Editor-in-Chief Lin smiled. "Having a bit of gold jewelry is already great. It's your family's way of giving you face. That's wonderful." They chatted for a while longer, until little Ranran started crying outside. Xue Ling quickly got up and rushed to her son. "Oh, he's wet himself. I need to take him home to change. You all keep eating. I'll take the baby home. See you later." Director Liu called out, "The baby comes first. It's windy outside. Don't let him get cold. Hold him tight. Keep him warm. We'll be heading back to work this afternoon, so take care of the little one." "Will do," Xue Ling waved. "I'm heading back now." After getting home, Xue Ling helped her little one change into dry pants and wrapped him up again in a warm diaper. Liu Ying had already made up a bottle of formula and came over, smiling. "You were out so long. Our little Ranran must be starving, right?" The little guy gulped down his milk, clearly famished. Watching her son wolf down his food, Xue Ling couldn't help but think of the wedding banquet and told her mother-in-law about it. Liu Ying wasn't surprised at all and laughed. "That's nothing. Did you know? A few years ago, I heard about people actually fighting over chicken legs at a wedding banquet. In Chengja village, there were even 2 brothers who got into a brawl over a few extra bites of sticky rice cake. They ended up in the hospital." Xue Ling was both amused and exasperated. "I guess I really haven't seen much." She'd grown up in a relatively well-off family, and even when she returned to the capital and her family went through hard times, they'd never lacked food or clothing. Life had always been comfortable. Chen Shuiyu, sitting nearby cracking sunflower seeds, laughed. "It's normal. A lot of people still don't have enough to eat or wear. At home, you only get to eat until you're about 70% full. If you eat too much, the adults get annoyed, maybe even scold or hit you. So when there's finally a wedding banquet, it's only natural to scramble for the good stuff." Liu Ying couldn't help teasing Xue Ling. "You know, not every family is like ours. We have meat every day. Beef, pork, buns, braised meat. That's the kind of food most people only see at New Year. Our family, it's like New Year's every day." Xue Ling and Chen Shuiyu both laughed. Hearing Xue Ling was back, Cheng Tianyuan quickly came over to ask about a few English words. Xue Ling patiently taught her each one. By then, little Ranran was full and had fallen asleep. Liu Ying took him back to the bedroom. Remembering her plans for the afternoon, Xue Ling grabbed her sister-in-law. "Let's go shopping at the department store." Chen Shuiyu perked up immediately. "Really? I want to go too." Cheng Tianyuan hesitated, embarrassed. I still have books to study. You and Chen can go, I have enough clothes, I don't need anything. Chen Shuiyu scolded her playfully. Silly, a woman's closet is always missing something. You're still young, you should dress up a bit. That's right, Xue Ling laughed. You'll be going back to school after New Year, so get a few nice, comfortable outfits to wear. You can't just stay home studying all the time. Sometimes you need to get out. I'll tell Mom, and the three of us will go shopping. Cheng Tianyuan fiddled with her sleeve, then finally nodded. I'll just get a new sweater, that's enough. Sis, wait a minute, I'll go to my room. Xue Ling knew she was going to get her money but didn't stop her. She figured Tianfang probably didn't have much and planned to pay for her at the register anyway. When Cheng Tianyuan went out that morning, he didn't take the car, just rode his bike to help at the shop. So Xue Ling drove the jeep, taking Chen Shuiyu and Cheng Tianyuan out. 3 women shopping together is always a lively affair, and this time was no exception. By the time they'd finished, the sun was setting and it was dark everywhere. When the 3 of them came home, arms full of shopping bags, Cheng Tianyuan and Liu Ying had already made dinner and were waiting for them. Xue Ling and Chen Shuiyu went to wash their hands. Cheng Tianyuan, a little embarrassed, whispered, Mom, Sis bought me several jackets and 3 sweaters. It must have cost a lot. Liu Ying glared at her, scolding, Why didn't you stop her? Your sister-in-law works hard for her money. You have enough to wear, you shouldn't be greedy. I tried, but she wouldn't listen. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. Cheng Tianyuan overheard and said, If your sister-in-law bought them for you, just accept them. She probably thought you'd need more clothes for school after New Year. Liu Ying said, She's so thoughtful, so you'd better study hard. Don't let her down and don't let us down either. Cheng Tianyuan nodded quickly. Cheng Tianyuan explained, I already took your household registration to Rongcheng Middle School to ask the teachers. The director said they accept transfer students every semester. If you want to transfer, you can register right after the Lantern Festival on the 16th of the lunar month. When you register, they'll test you to see what level you're at, then place you in the right grade. There were still few kids who could go to school, and even fewer who made it to middle school. That's why Rongcheng Middle School only had 1 class per grade. High school was even rarer, with just a handful of students per class. And that was in the city. Out in the countryside, most people didn't even finish elementary school. If you could read, write your name, and had a year or 2 of schooling, that was already good. So far, Cheng Tianyuan was still the most educated person in Chengjia village, a high school graduate. He'd insisted his sister finish elementary school, refusing to let her drop out. Cheng Tianyuan had finished elementary school in fits and starts, but eventually dropped out and never went to middle school. But elementary school material was simple, and she'd learned it before, so catching up wouldn't be hard. I'm already studying the second-year middle school textbooks, Cheng Tianyuan said quickly. I can write and recite all the characters. Sis also bought me a lot of books and I read them every day. English is a bit hard, but I'm working on it. Good, said Cheng Tianyuan. Study hard. If you can get into second year, great. If not, first year is fine too. Cheng Tianyuan helped serve dinner, saying quietly, There's still time before New Year. I'll work faster. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Work hard, but don't push yourself. If you don't understand something, just ask. Okay? She nodded. Liu Ying added, You've got a month. Study hard. I heard that after middle school you can take the entrance exam for teacher's college or nursing school. If you study a couple more years, we'll support you to take the exam and get a job. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but look forward to it, nodding eagerly. Cheng Tianyuan brought the stew from the stove to the table and explained, Teacher's college is for becoming a teacher, nursing school is for becoming a nurse. If you want to be a doctor, you'll have to study even longer. I'll think about it when the time comes, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. Cheng Tianyuan could tell she already had an idea and was secretly pleased. All right, go call your sister-in-law and Chen to come eat. Okay. A week later, Ahu and Mo Lily got married. Cheng Tianyuan's whole family went to congratulate them and gave a big red envelope. Hu was all smiles, and his mother was so happy she couldn't stop grinning, fussing over them and patting little Ronron's head, calling him my little darling over and over. Dajiale was closed, and Chen Min and Chen Lan came to help. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying both wore the new clothes Xue Ling had bought them, looking festive as they came to offer congratulations. Hu wore a big red flower on his chest and happily greeted his friends. Xiao Lu, you're here. You know Yuan and his wife. Go sit with them. Boss Xiao Lu, whose full name was Lu Xiaoyu, now lived in the same complex, though in a different building, so they rarely saw each other. He was impressed by Xue Ling, and seeing her holding her son, he hurried over to say hello. Sis, long time no see. Wow, your little boy is so big now, so cute. He looks just like you and Yuan. Xue Ling smiled. Long time no see. Are you still in construction? I heard Boss Liao started a construction company. Are you still working with him? Sometimes, Lu Xiaoyu explained. My crew is only 12 people, not enough for big projects. If he has a job, he'll call me in. Oh? Xue Ling asked, curious. He's got projects now? Lu Xiaoyu replied. Recently, he got a government contract to build a 4-story office building. He's got good connections, but the projects aren't that big. Hearing this, Xue Ling couldn't help but recall how quickly Boss Liao had set up his company, and how fast he'd gotten wind of the news about the orchard next to Wangjiangyuan. She figured this Boss Liao must have some excellent connections. If he can land government projects, Boss Liao must be quite the hidden talent. Boss Lu chuckled and lowered his voice. You probably don't know. Boss Liao's wife works for a government office. She used to be a director in the Rongcheng County government. I think she's still there. Xue Ling nodded and replied quietly, It's always easier to get things done when you have the right people. That's a good thing. It is, Boss Lu explained. Boss Liao started out as a construction worker, working his way up from the bottom. His wife used to be a director at some unit, and she was hardly ever home. He had to be both mom and dad, working to support the family. A lot of people respect him for that. His family used to be educated, but for the sake of making a living, he had to do all kinds of dirty, tough jobs. It wasn't easy. Luckily, the hard times are over, and now he's finally made it as a big boss. Xue Ling hadn't heard all the details before, but just thinking about it, she could imagine how tough it must have been. Yeah, after all that hardship, now it's time for happiness. Boss Lu glanced at the newlyweds, who were busy greeting guests, and said with feeling, That's right. Hu and his wife will be happy too. He's had a tough time, but finally found someone. All us brothers are happy for him. Xue Ling pulled Boss Lu aside and said, Could you let Boss Liao know I'd like to visit his company in a few days? I hope he'll spare me a little time and show me around. She'd thought it over. If Boss Liao was planning to invest in the second phase of Wangjiangyuan, she definitely wanted in. For one, she still had plenty of funds on hand. For another, Rongcheng was developing fast, with more and more people moving in. The real estate market had a lot of potential and was worth investing in. Of course, Boss Liu grinned. Sis, you intellectuals really know how to talk. I'll tell him. He's got your number. He might call you as soon as he hears. Boss Liao had always had a good impression of Xue Ling, and had praised her to Boss Lu more than once, saying she was a real businesswoman with a sharp eye. Boss Liu had worked with Xue Ling before and thought she was truly remarkable for someone so young, so he was always extra respectful in conversation. Just then, Hu called Boss Lu over to help greet guests, and he nodded and hurried off. Cheng Tianyuan saw their son was asleep and quickly came over. Wife, the baby's asleep. Let me hold him. The little one was big and chubby, and even though he was small, he was heavy enough to make your arms ache after a while. With his strength, it was better for him to hold the baby. Seeing her son sleeping on her shoulder, Xue Ling quickly shifted him to a horizontal position and handed him to Cheng Tianyuan. Sit down here. It's out of the wind, and he won't catch cold. Cheng Tianyuan carefully cradled his son, pulling his coat around him. Don't worry. With my coat, he'll be plenty warm. Xue Ling gave him a look and whispered, I'm going to the restroom. Cheng Tianyuan replied quietly, It's behind the restaurant. Liu Xing's wedding had only been a few tables, so it could be held at home. But Hu had lots of friends, army buddies, colleagues, and Lily's family and co-workers, over 20 tables in all. So he had to rent a restaurant nearby, not far from Tianyuan, in the new city district. The place was new and spacious, perfect for a big wedding. Hu was good at organizing things, and the venue he chose was both convenient and impressive. After washing her hands, Xue Ling walked back down the corridor. Suddenly, she saw two people tugging at each other, a man and a woman, apparently arguing. The man was thin and a bit unattractive, the woman short but strikingly pretty and curvy. The man said in a low voice, "Today's my sister's big day. Can't you give us a little face? I already promised you." The woman huffed. "Just showing up is already giving you face. I have things to do, just saying hello is more than enough. The banquet hasn't even started. If you leave now, my parents will be upset. Can't you just stay and eat?" "No, I lose my appetite just seeing your family. I'm warning you, Mo Tianyuan, let go of me right now or I won't talk to you again." Mo Tianyuan glared but finally let go. "Can't you be a little less heartless? Huang Miao, you're going to marry me." "Get lost." Huang Miao shook off his hand, carefully fixing her braid. "Don't pull at me. I have to work overtime this year and I need to rest this afternoon. I'm busy all the time. Stop dragging me into your family's business. Why do you have so many relatives? It's exhausting just looking at them." Mo Tianyuan pouted. "You said you'd marry me after New Year. Do you mean it or not?" "Of course I mean it," Huang Miao said, walking away. "We'll talk after New Year. What's the rush?" Mo Tianyuan's face darkened and he muttered, "If you're going to marry me, don't get so close to Wang Qin and those other guys." "Mind your own business," Huang Miao snorted. "They're just my hometown friends. We're all from the same place, so of course we're close. Are you jealous? If you don't trust me, then what's the point of being together?" "No, no!" Mo Tianyuan immediately backed down. "Of course I trust you." Huang Miao laughed softly and tugged his hand. "They're just friends. In my heart, you're the best to me. I always remember that." Mo Tianyuan perked up. "Then, let's get married after New Year. I can't wait." "All right," Huang Miao said. "But I still have to talk to my parents. Remember, you need to prepare a good bride price, or they might not agree. I'm their only daughter, and all the rest are sons. They're reluctant to let me marry so far away." "I've got it all ready," Mo Tianyuan whispered. "My brother-in-law gave a big bride price, plus red envelopes, over 2,000. I told my parents not to spend a cent, to save it for my wedding." Huang Miao smiled sweetly. "Good." Mo Tianyuan held her hand, rubbing it. "I'll walk you out. I'll come find you at the factory tomorrow." At that moment, they noticed Xue Ling coming down the corridor, but assumed she was just another guest and didn't pay her any mind, continuing their quiet conversation as they walked away. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh to herself, thinking of how Hu had gone into debt just to marry his wife, while Lily's family was saving the bride price to marry off their own daughter. Of course, it was their family business and had nothing to do with her, but she'd heard gossip at the fan factory about this Huang Miao and hadn't gotten a good impression. After overhearing their conversation, she found it even more amusing. But should she say something? And if so, how could she do it tactfully? For a moment, she was at a loss. The wedding banquet started soon, and all the guests took their seats. Hu had arranged everything well. This time, the restaurant staff served the dishes one by one so everyone could eat, chat, and wait for the next course together. It was the middle of winter, and even indoors it was cold, but thanks to this arrangement, no one had to eat cold food. Everyone ate happily. Hu's face was flushed from drinking, laughing non-stop. Cheng Tianyuan was holding his son and couldn't help block drinks for him, but luckily Hu had plenty of army buddies, all good drinkers and loyal friends, who helped him fend off a lot of toasts. Chen Min wasn't so lucky. After just a couple of drinks, his face was red, and a few more glasses later, he was slumped over the table, fast asleep. Cheng Tianyuan used his son as an excuse and only drank 3 glasses himself, his face a little red but not really drunk. Xue Ling looked at the 2 full tables of Lily's family, big and small, noisy and rowdy, and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for Ah Hu. "Honey, try this," Cheng Tianyuan said, putting a big piece of vegetable on her plate and nudging her. Xue Ling snapped out of her thoughts and slowly ate. After the banquet, Xue Ling drove the family home while Cheng Tianyuan stayed behind to help. Ah Hu, drunk and happy, mumbled, "Sis, isn't my wife beautiful?" Xue Ling, hands on the wheel, couldn't help but laugh. "The bride is the most beautiful. No one can compare." Ah Hu laughed loudly. "Sis, you're beautiful too, even more beautiful." Liu Xiaoyu, helping support him, called out, "Sis, you take your family home first, then come back to help drive some guests. Looks like it's going to snow again, and it's hard to take people home by bike." "No problem," Xue Ling replied. "I'll be back in 5 minutes." She stepped on the gas and headed toward Wangjiangyuan. 3 minutes later, they were downstairs. Her in-laws and sister-in-law got out, with her mother-in-law carrying little Ranran and her father-in-law hurrying around to block the wind with his body. Cheng Tianfang quickly pulled down her scarf to wrap around little Ranran. The 3 of them carefully shielded the baby into the elevator, waving goodbye to Xue Ling. She turned the car around and quickly drove back to the restaurant. There were still plenty of people there, a group of drunken men laughing and shouting, some still playing drinking games. Cheng Tianyuan and Lily came over, saying they'd take Lily's family back to the old apartment building in the north of the city. Xue Ling nodded. "I don't know the way, so have your sister guide me." So the drunken Mo Qian was helped into the back seat, with his parents and a younger sister beside him. In the front passenger seat sat the eldest sister and her husband. Xue Ling started the car and slowly drove north. The eldest sister tried to make conversation. "Are you Ah Hu's co-worker?" "No," Xue Ling smiled, giving a vague answer. "My husband is good friends with him." The sister and her husband kept asking about the Jeep, where it was bought, how much it cost. Xue Ling replied, "Bought it in the provincial capital, a bit over 30,000 yuan." "Wow, over 30,000, the sister exclaimed. "Your husband must be really well off." Xue Ling just smiled. The sister jabbed her husband, scolding, "Look at them! Ah Hu's friends are so impressive. Compared to them, you're just useless." Her husband, reeking of alcohol, grumbled, "I'm broke. I am useless. Your brother-in-law has money, so you talk to me louder now, right? Sure. He's got a good job, and he even gave your family an apartment. But your third sister Lily has a job too. You think? He's got a job, so of course he'd marry someone with a job. You can't do anything, so you're stuck with me, this useless guy." "What are you saying?" the sister snapped, her voice shrill. "If I hadn't been blind, I wouldn't have ended up with a useless man like you. Every month you bring home so little, I have to work and support the family. I'm exhausted." All right, the old lady in the back interrupted. "Stop all that bickering. You're the eldest. You and your husband should set a good example for the younger ones." "That's right," Mo Qian shouted. "If you've got a good job, of course you marry someone with a good job. If Ah Hu didn't have a job, my sister probably wouldn't have wanted him. So what if he's got some money? Nothing to brag about? Money from business can disappear overnight." Pa, the old man scolded. "What nonsense! Who curses their own family like that? Ah Hu is smart, he won't lose money. He's even running a clothing business now. He'll make even more. What's so great about a job? It's just 100-something a month. Business is better." "Wrong," the little sister piped up. "Third sister has a job. That's why she got married. Of course having a job is better. Mom, I want to go to school too. I want a job." "Shut up," Mo Qian barked. "You're already 17 or 18, still thinking about school, raising so many daughters for nothing. Grow up and just get married. School. Your third sister studied for years, and how many years did she earn for the family? Now she's married off in a flash." "That's right," the old man grumbled. "Worked so hard to send her to school, and she only earned for 3 or 4 years before getting married. Raising daughters is a losing deal." "Then why did you have so many girls?" another little sister retorted. Big sis, second sis, and third sis. After the second, you already had a son, so why have 3 more girls? The old lady scolded. How can you say that? We wanted another son. Who knew we'd end up with a bunch of money losers? Even if we're money losers, you're the ones who had us. Shut up, you little brat. Xue Ling's head was spinning. If it weren't for the snow on the road, she would have floored the gas and gotten rid of them as fast as possible. The old city in the north was full of winding roads, but after half an hour, they finally reached a row of old apartment buildings. The noisy group all got out. Xue Ling waved politely and quickly drove off. She went back and helped drive a few more drunken men home. By evening, all the guests had finally been sent off. Ah Hu was sobering up, holding Lily's hand and talking quietly. Cheng Tianyuan called out, We're heading home. You two get in the car. Ah Hu shook his head, hugging Lily. We'll walk home. Please take my mom with you. Ah Hu's mom happily got into Xue Ling's car. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Auntie, you must be so happy these days you can't sleep, right? That's right. Ah Hu's mom patted her chest, laughing. Tonight I can finally sleep soundly. My son's finally married, and the weight on my heart is finally gone. Oh, right, Ah Yuan, she said. There's something I need to tell you. Ah Hu and his wife are both busy, and Lily has to work night shifts, so she doesn't get much time off. I'll have to handle all the meals at home, so next year I won't be able to help at Dajale anymore. Cheng Tianyuan nodded warmly. I understand, Auntie. Taking care of the family is most important. We'll hire another woman for the shop next year, don't worry. Ah Hu's mom was relieved. That's good. When Lily has a baby, I'll help take care of the child, just like your mom. Every day I'll be happily holding a chubby grandchild. The car soon arrived at Wangjiangyuan. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling didn't feel comfortable letting Aunt Hu go home alone, so they got out to accompany her and took her to the elevator. Aunt Hu gave a wry smile and explained, This thing is fast, and I don't have to climb stairs, but I'm always afraid of getting caught in it. I'd rather take the stairs. Xue Ling laughed. You should have Ah Hu and Lily teach you more. My father and mother-in-law were scared at first too, but after we taught them a few times, they got used to it and now love it. My mother-in-law takes the elevator every day now. She's a pro. Cheng Tianyuan encouraged her. It's really easy. Just give it a try and you'll get the hang of it in no time. Aunt Hu sighed. Those two are just too busy. Lily just pops by for a bit and then leaves. She works night shifts 3 times a week, and the rest of the time she's either resting or on another shift. It's tough for her. Xue Ling comforted her. It's not easy for young people to make a living. You should be understanding. Now that she's your daughter-in-law, you should take good care of her. She works hard outside, so you can help out more at home. Of course. Aunt Hu patted her chest and said loudly, These old bones are still useful. I'll take care of all the meals and housework so the young couple can focus on earning money. As long as they give me a big, chubby grandson soon, I won't ask for anything else. I'll take care of the baby all by myself. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan both laughed. After seeing Aunt Hu safely home, they turned to leave. Ah Hu's building was different from theirs, so they took a short detour before taking the elevator up. Everyone living in the same complex makes it easy to look out for each other. If you ever need Ah Hu, just shout and he'll probably hear you, Xue Ling joked. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. He definitely will. They'd already eaten dinner at the restaurant, so when they got home, Cheng Muhai had gone back to Dajale to watch the shop. Tianfang was studying next door, and only Liu Ying was home, playing with little Ran Ran. Cheng Tianyuan wanted to hold his son, but his mother shooed him away. Go, go! You still smell like alcohol. Don't stink up my little Ran Ran. Xue Ling said, We'll go change and take a shower first. Liu Ying pointed to the kitchen. There's hot water in there. Go wash up. The two of them took turns showering, then took over looking after the baby. Mom, you should go rest, Xue Ling said. Liu Ying smiled. All right, but I'm not really tired. There's just a bit of cleaning to do, nothing much. With my grandson to keep me company, I don't get tired at all. She closed the door behind her as she went next door, even helping them shut their door. Cheng Tianyuan held his son and couldn't help but ask, Honey, you seemed distracted at the wedding banquet. What were you thinking about? Huh? Xue Ling laughed in surprise. How did you know? Was it that obvious? Cheng Tianyuan replied, Not really, but you're my wife. How could I not notice? Are we that in sync? Xue Ling teased. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled, sitting next to her with their son in his arms. More than in sync. Much more. Xue Ling giggled, poured a cup of warm water, took a sip, and handed it to him. Cheng Tianyuan drank a few gulps, then gently patted their now sleeping son. So what was it? Why didn't you say anything? Xue Ling had no choice but to tell him what she'd overheard at Dajale and the earlier conversation between Mo Tianqian and Huang Miao. Hu is our good friend. This kind of involves him, but also kind of doesn't. I just don't know if I should say something. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, Don't say anything. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows in surprise. Why not? Cheng Tianyuan explained, Hu is related to them by family. He's already given the bride price and the house. He did all that willingly for Lily and for his own pride. Besides, Mo Tianqian may not be very capable, but he's not stupid. He's already noticed that Huang Miao is a bit too close with other men, or he wouldn't have questioned her. So right now, it's a case of one willing to take it, one willing to give. There's no need for us to get involved. And Hu isn't a fool. He's much closer to the Mo family than we are, and knows them better. Besides, how would we even bring it up? First, we have no proof. Second, it concerns a girl's reputation, and it's not good to spread rumors. Hearing his analysis, Xue Ling immediately understood. You're right. We really shouldn't say anything. Forget it. It's their family business, not ours. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, lowering his voice. Hu already has a lot of complaints about their family, but he's been holding it in. If you want to be relatives, you can't always focus on each other's flaws, or you'll never get along. For Lily's sake, he just puts up with it. Luckily, they're married now. At least they made it in the end. Yeah, Xue Ling smiled. Lily's a straightforward girl. They're a good match. Cheng Tianyuan smiled, squinting at her. Honey, you seemed lost in thought at the wedding today. I actually felt a little guilty. Guilty about what? Xue Ling asked, raising her eyebrows. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, When we got married last year, we had nothing. Not even a lively banquet, not even wedding candy. We couldn't afford it. Looking back, I feel like I really let you down. A few years ago, his father's arm was always acting up, and the family was deep in debt from medical bills, barely able to breathe. He'd married her hoping to bring some happiness into the house, to lift their spirits. Of course, he'd also been secretly happy. After being engaged for so many years, he'd finally married the girl he'd always cared about. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't happy. But the family was dirt poor, and even the wedding candy was brought by her. Seeing her lost in thought at Hu and Lily's wedding today, he guessed she might be feeling regretful about their own wedding. Xue Ling gave him a playful glare and said softly, What are you talking about? You never let me down. Why would I feel wronged? If my family cared about money, they wouldn't have agreed to let me marry you, and I wouldn't have married you either. That stuff is secondary. The most important thing is you. Her family had never lacked money, so they cared more about the person. If her family had been poor too, maybe their marriage wouldn't have happened. After all, marriage is about building a life together, and you can't ignore financial realities. She understood the situations in Lily's and Wang Ting's families. She was just lucky to be born into a relatively well-off family with open-minded, insightful parents. Otherwise, she might have faced the same difficulties. Cheng Tianyuan felt a warm glow in his heart, pulled her close, and kissed her hard. They hadn't been intimate in a while, and soon got carried away. But they forgot about the baby in his arms and almost squished the little guy. Blushing, Xue Ling laughed softly and pushed him away. Careful with our son. Cheng Tianyuan, still holding the baby, grumbled, Sometimes I wish he'd just sleep in the living room. These days they had to look after the baby every night, so they'd barely had any time to themselves. Just when they finally got a moment, it was interrupted again. Xue Ling giggled and stretched. I'm a bit tired. Let's get some sleep. After the 2 weddings, Xue Ling settled into a quiet life at home. With the bitter cold outside, she stayed in to look after the baby, gradually finishing up her remaining translation work. Occasionally, she taught her sister-in-law some English, but hardly ever went out. Life was leisurely and peaceful. One morning, she received a call from Director Liu, asking her to prepare a few short columns in advance for use during the New Year period. Xue Ling readily agreed. Director Liu added, "Also, your New Year's bonus and holiday goods are ready. This year's share is quite generous. Remember to come by the office to pick them up after the little New Year?" "Great, thank you, Director." Xue Ling hung up, delighted. It was only after the call that she realized the little New Year was almost here. "Oh, right. I wonder if Yuan Ge has called to book the plane tickets." That evening, Cheng Tianyuan came home, bringing the chill in with him. "I called to book them a week ago, using our ID numbers. Just like when we sent Mom back to the capital, we need to go pay half a day in advance or the tickets won't be valid." Xue Ling nodded, glancing at the little one in her arms. Ron is still so little. I wonder if he'll be okay on a plane." Cheng Tianyuan explained. "I already asked the staff on the phone. She said as long as you hold him carefully and fasten the seatbelt, it should be fine. She also said to ask for 2 big earmuffs when we buy the tickets, so the baby can wear them during the flight to protect his ears." "All right," Xue Ling smiled. "Remind me when the time comes." Cheng Tianyuan was always thorough and steady. "Don't worry, I won't forget." "Oh," Xue Ling suddenly asked, "did you book a ticket for sister-in-law Chen Shuiyu?" Cheng Tianyuan paused, then replied, "Isn't she taking the boat home? I asked her before. She said she'd rather take the boat than fly. For one, South Island isn't far, so flying isn't worth it. Plus, there are passenger boats from Rongcheng's dock every other day heading south, so she can just take one of those." Xue Ling reminded him, "You should check in advance. Tickets for boats and trains get tight around the New Year." Cheng Tianyuan reassured her, "No worries. I'll ask her when she comes up for dinner, then I'll go buy the ticket." These days, Chen Shuiyu ate all 3 meals upstairs with them, partly because she didn't want to cook, and partly because she enjoyed the lively company, chatting and playing with the baby so she wouldn't feel lonely. Yesterday, Shan Yu had called, saying that clothes were selling well on South Island for the New Year. As soon as his shipment arrived, old customers had already bought up 80%, and the rest was selling fast. Chen Shuiyu wasn't surprised. "Business is always good at New Year. No matter what you bring or how much, it all sells. It's the one time of year when everyone is generous with their spending." Shan Yu had made a lot of money, and hearing from his wife that her health was improving, he was in great spirits and urged her to come home for the New Year. But Chen Shuiyu wasn't in a hurry. She said she wanted to get more Chinese medicine from Dr. Xiao and would go back after the little New Year. Later, she came up for dinner. "I'm going to the hospital tomorrow, so I'll swing by the dock and buy my ticket. No need for Yuan to make an extra trip." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "Just be careful." Chen Shuiyu envied them for being able to visit the capital and couldn't help saying, "If I didn't have to visit relatives for the New Year, I'd love to go with you." Xue Ling laughed. "Then next year. We go every year. You and Shan Yuge can pack your bags and fly with us next time." "It's a deal." Chen Shuiyu sighed with a smile. Who knows what things will be like a year from now. Liu Ying, not quite following the conversation, handed her a bowl of rice. "Things will only get better every year. If you can't go this year, go next year. You're still young. There are plenty of chances." Hearing this, Chen Shuiyu's eyes reddened. "Auntie, you don't understand. Going home for New Year probably means another round of divorce drama." Everyone was stunned and looked at her. Xue Ling, sitting beside her, gently asked, "What's wrong? Did you and Shan Yu have a misunderstanding?" Chen Shuiyu sniffled, choking up, "It's nothing. It's just his mother. She'll never let me have an easy time. She says I've been married to her son for over 10 years and haven't laid a single egg. How do I have the nerve to show up at their house? This year I'm only planning to visit my own family, not theirs." Liu Ying forced a smile. Let's eat first. No more sad talk. Children can't be rushed. It'll happen in time. Xue Ling added, Your digestion is better and you look much healthier. You'll probably get pregnant next year, don't worry. Cheng Tianyuan, being a man, felt awkward and just ate quietly. Cheng Tianfang, sitting nearby, looked upset and ate in silence. Seeing she'd brought down the mood, Chen Shuiyu quickly forced a smile. It's fine. Let's eat. No matter what, eating is the most important thing. Xue Ling smiled too, reminding her, Have some more beef and tomato. It's good for your appetite. All right. Chen Shuiyu didn't stand on ceremony and ate heartily. The next morning, Chen Shuiyu went to the hospital, then to the dock to buy her ticket. It's for tomorrow, the 23rd of the lunar month. It's probably the last boat. There might not be any more after, so I bought one right away. Xue Ling reminded her, Then pack your things and take your medicine with you. And don't forget to call Shan Yu so he can pick you up at the dock. Okay. Chen Shuiyu took her hand and smiled. Now that I'm leaving, I really can't bear to part with you all. Xue Ling squeezed her hand back and said softly, The downstairs apartment will always be here for you. Come by whenever you want. You still need your medicine, so come back after the new year. All right, Chen Shuiyu smiled. I really can't bear to leave this place. Little Ranran babbled and waved his chubby arms. Chen Shuiyu happily picked him up and played with him. The next morning, Xue Ling drove her to the dock. Only after the boat disappeared from view did she turn and drive away. Thinking she hadn't been out in days, and with the weather clear, she drove to the development zone. Several factories had already closed for the new year, and workers were heading home. Business at Dajiale was getting quieter by the day, so Cheng Tianyuan and Chen Min spent their free time doing a thorough cleaning upstairs and down. Seeing how busy they were, Xue Ling said, Let me help. What's left to do? Chen Min smiled. Almost done, just the clothing shop left. Xue Ling rolled up her sleeves. I'll go clean over there then. Wait, Cheng Tianyuan called. Let me go dust upstairs first. Don't go in yet. Go boil some hot water in the kitchen. It's easier to clean the windows with hot water, and your hands won't get cold. Oh, okay. Xue Ling was a bit of a novice at housework, so with her husband's reminder, she happily went to get started. Many hands make light work. With Chen Min and Cheng Tianyuan helping, the clothing shop was soon spotless. Chen Min explained, We just need to bring in some stock and then we'll be ready for the new year. Cheng Tianyuan poured 2 bowls of hot water, handing one to Chen Min and one to Xue Ling. Let's all take a break. Tomorrow I'll check the inventory and then go buy a new batch. My parents are going back to Chengjia village for the new year, so they might be gone for a few days. My dad won't be able to stay here at night, so I'll have to trouble you to watch the shop. Chen Min smiled. That's fine. I sleep here at night anyway, so it's perfect for me. His own home was cramped, with his sisters Chen Lan and Chen Xiang sleeping there, so staying at the shop was much better, more space and a comfortable bed. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Tomorrow let's have Ah Hu come over too. I'll bring out last year's store accounts and we can go over them together. Also, Chen Lan and my dad are both employees. They get a monthly salary and at the end of the year they get a share of the profits. Chen Min seemed to remember something and quickly reminded him. Auntie has helped out here for months. You should give her a share too. No need, Cheng Tianyuan explained. My mom said she's just helping me, not working for pay. My dad gets his share, but she doesn't want any. Chen Min felt uneasy, lowering his voice. But my aunt has been here even more than my mom, and she gets half a share. How can your mom not get anything? She's been here for most of the year, day and night. Even if she didn't do much, she worked hard. You don't understand, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Ah Hu's wedding cost a lot, so money's tight for his family. That's why I gave half a share to his mom. My mom is just helping me, so she doesn't need it. Hearing this, Chen Min felt warm inside. All right then. Honestly, Ah Hu's wedding really was expensive. I'll give my share to my mom so she can have a good new year. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, By the way, how come we haven't seen Ah Hu lately? Chen Min replied, He got sick not long after the wedding. A bad cold. He was at home for days and even had to get IV drips at the hospital. He's better now and has been helping at the photo studio. Business is booming before the new year, so he's really busy. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. He was that sick? Why didn't anyone say anything? We live so close. If I'd known, I could have helped out. No need, Chen Min said. I only found out afterward. He said he's a grown man, just a bit dizzy and feverish, not missing any limbs, so he didn't need help. He probably just got run down from all the wedding stuff and caught a chill. Xue Ling laughed. No worries. He's got a nurse for a wife now, so he'll be well taken care of. Everyone laughed. The next day, after the accounts were settled, Cheng Tianyuan distributed a 10% bonus to everyone and brought in some new stock for the warehouse. Hu came by, looked over the accounts, and whistled. This year was a bumper year. First year in business and we made this much. It's not easy. I get over 3,000, almost 4,000 yuan. Not bad at all. He paused, then said apologetically, But I already took an advance of 2,000, so I still owe the shop about 1,000. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a look. Are we not going to keep running the shop? What are you worried about? Hu grinned. Right. We'll keep making money every year. Nothing to worry about. Cheng Muhai put his share in savings, feeling delighted. Helping out at his son's shop, he not only got a salary but also a big year-end bonus. What could be better? He planned to give little Ran a big red envelope, buy more New Year's goods to take home, and hand out candy and cigarettes to the villagers so everyone could celebrate together. Chen Lan got over 300 yuan in bonuses and was overjoyed. That's so much! I can't believe it! Xue Ling laughed. Save it for your dowry? Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling wrote a notice and posted it on the door of Dajiao, saying the shop would reopen after the Lantern Festival, wishing all the workers a happy new year and big profits in the coming year. Most factories don't reopen until after the Lantern Festival, so there's no need for us to start early. If we have time, we can come in a day or two early to clean up and get things going gradually. Hu, eager to make money, asked, Sis, what about our clothing shop? Xue Ling replied, I'll talk it over with you after I get back from my parents' place. It'll probably be after the Lantern Festival, too. All right, the photo studio is super busy right now, so I'll help out there. There'll be even more people wanting photos for the new year, so I'll be busy. Xue Ling smiled. Thanks for your help. You get a 10% share at the studio. Work hard and you'll do well. That's all thanks to you, sis, Hu said. Next year, I want to keep working with you. Let's make big money together. Deal, Xue Ling replied cheerfully. Suddenly, Hu remembered something. Sis, I ran into Liu Xiaoyu yesterday. He asked me to tell you that Boss Liao is waiting for you to visit his company. He's always happy to have you. If he hadn't mentioned it, Xue Ling would have forgotten. Look at me. How could I forget something like that? Cheng Tianyuan smiled and said quietly, If it's not urgent, there's no rush. He invited you, so just go when you have time. Xue Ling saw it was still early and said, I'll drive over now. Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, Be careful. The roads are slippery, don't drive too fast. I have to wait for a few tenants to pay rent, so I won't go with you. All right, Xue Ling said. You and Dad can close up and head home together. I'll be back before evening. After a quick goodbye, Xue Ling drove to Boss Liao's construction company. Boss Liao had told her before that the new company was in the new district, easy to find, and had a nice name. Future Construction Company Limited. Xue Ling drove around the new district twice and soon found the company. It was only 2 stories high but took up 8 storefronts, quite spacious. As soon as she got out of the car, someone came out to greet her. It was Boss Liao's secretary. They'd barely exchanged a few words when Boss Liao himself hurried out, shaking her hand warmly. Xiao Shui, I've been waiting for you for days. Liu Xiaoyu told me you'd be coming, and I've been looking forward to it, getting tea ready every day just in case you showed up. Xue Ling laughed. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's have some tea. The company was large, with building materials, bricks, tiles, stone slabs, and bags of cement stacked everywhere. Boss Liao said, It's too dusty here, let's not stay long. Xiao Shui, Let's go to my office to chat. I've got a map there I want to show you. Xue Ling agreed and followed him upstairs to a spacious office. Please have a seat. Boss Liao brought out a tea set and started boiling water for tea. As Xue Ling looked around the office, she complimented him on his rapid rise as a boss. Boss Liao waved it off, lowering his voice. Not really. Lately it's just small projects, enough to cover living expenses. If we want to make real money, we'll have to follow your lead and keep developing new properties. Both of them knew what they wanted, and quickly got down to business. Hearing this, Xue Ling laughed. Boss Liao made a tidy profit from Wang Jiangyuan, but the development was a bit small, so it sold out quickly and the profit margin wasn't huge. But there's still land nearby, so there's plenty of room for further development. Boss Liao rinsed his teacup and said quietly, There are still several thousand mu of woodland and orchards to the east. Definitely a lot of development potential. Xue Ling smiled and asked, Have you been following up on it lately? I have, Boss Liao explained. I've already spoken to the local orchard farmers. When their leases expire next year, I'll buy the land. As for the fruit trees and crops, I'll compensate them for everything. Xue Ling nodded in agreement. Land here in Rongcheng isn't actually that expensive. Not expensive, Boss Liao said in a low voice. It's all woodland, so it's even cheaper. I've checked. Orchards and woodland go for just over 100 yuan per mu, as long as there's no competition. Oh? Xue Ling asked. Is someone jealous of your profits and wants a piece of the action? More than that. Boss Liao shook his head with a wry smile. If they just wanted a share, that'd be easy. But they're coming in aggressively, trying to grab the land and build their own developments. Xue Ling wasn't surprised. That's to be expected. Your Wang Jiangyuan is too well known and successful. Of course, others want to follow suit and compete. As the saying goes, all the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit. Boss Liao chuckled and nodded. Exactly. That's why I'm keeping a close eye on the eastern woodland. I've been dealing with the neighborhood committee and even spoken to the Rongcheng leaders. I've told them that if they're selling land, future construction should get first consideration. Xue Ling said quietly, You've already proven yourself with Wang Jiangyuan. You're an experienced developer with obvious competitive strength. There's no need to worry too much. I'm getting older, so I have to be cautious, Boss Liao replied. But I do have more capital than the competition. If they want to compete for that land, they'll need to take out big bank loans. Still, if I want to take on such a large project, I'll need loans too. Xue Ling smiled and lowered her voice. If you're short on funds, you can always look for partners or investors. That's why I'm here today. Ha ha, Boss Liao gave her a thumbs up, laughing. Last time you said you didn't have much money, so you couldn't give me a definite answer. But when Liu Xiaoyu mentioned you wanted to talk, I figured you must have made a lot and were looking to partner up. Xue Ling explained. I still don't have a huge amount, but there's time. I'll keep earning and saving and hopefully get a share. Oh, you're being too modest. Boss Liao started making tea, smiling. Your business sense is much sharper than mine. After I sold out Wang Jiangyuan, I was ready to retire, but your advice changed my mind. Your advertising and marketing strategies really impressed me. I'm sure you'll be a big success in time. Xue Ling waved her hand. It's just small business. This new project would be Wang Jiangyuan Phase 2 and 3, right? How much bigger is it than the current one? Much bigger, Boss Liao explained. The original Wang Jiangyuan covered over 1,000 mu, with large spaces between buildings. This time, if we piece the land together, it could be over 20,000 mu, with more than 10,000 mu suitable for building. Xue Ling's eyes widened in surprise and she laughed. Wow, that's huge! Over 10,000 mu is enormous, and with several thousand more for landscaping, it would be even more attractive. Boss Liao nodded. Exactly. We might even plan for 6 phases. Xue Ling paused and quickly shook her head. That's not a good idea. 3 or 4 phases at most. You can make it bigger, but don't keep pushing the same brand. People get tired of the same thing, so don't do Wang Jiangyuan Phase 5 or 6. Oh. Boss Liao, who didn't know much about marketing, immediately understood after her explanation. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said quietly, "We can do phase 2 and 3 first, and make other plans for the rest." Boss Liao sighed. "But the land has to be bought all at once, or someone else might grab it. The authorities won't let you buy it bit by bit. They want a lump sum. Over 20,000 mu, even if some is woodland, that's over 2 million yuan," Xue Ling said. "Can't it be cheaper since some is forest?" "It should be," Boss Liao replied quietly. "But it'll still be at least 1 to 2 million. To be honest, my company's working capital is just over 3 million. Once we start building, that won't be enough." Xue Ling said quietly, "We can build phase 2 first, then sell as we go and use the proceeds to invest in phase 3. That way the cash keeps flowing and we can reinvest, giving us some breathing room." "Exactly." Boss Liao looked delighted. "That's what I was thinking too. In big cities, some developments are even pre-sold before construction." Xue Ling smiled wryly. "That won't work in Rongcheng yet. But we can build phase 2, sell as we go, and invest in phase 3, repeating the cycle for continuous development." Boss Liao asked excitedly, "So you've decided to invest in my company? You know marketing and sales, I know construction. We'll make a great team." Xue Ling thought for a moment and replied, "When the time comes, I'm willing to put up half the startup capital. I can't give you an exact figure now, but I can guarantee 5 million. Boss Liao was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "That's fantastic. With that much capital, I'll be much more confident about going after the land." Xue Ling smiled and stated her condition. "But I hope there won't be too many shareholders, just you and me, if possible. Too many people means too many opinions, and we have a good understanding." Her father had promised her 10 million, but she didn't want to invest it all. If she could earn more next year, she'd rather not use her father's money. This was her own business, and she wanted to do it herself if possible. Boss Liao readily agreed. "No problem. If you can invest that much, I can turn down other partners. That'll be enough." He gave her a big thumbs up. "Xiao Xue, you're so young and already have such financial strength. It's impressive." Xue Ling laughed. "I'm not that capable. My dad's the one with the money. He runs several clothing factories, so there's plenty of capital. I'm just lucky to have a strong family behind me." "That's like adding wings to a tiger," Boss Liao said politely. Xue Ling asked, "So, when the time is right next year, we'll sign the contract?" "I'm a man of my word," Boss Liao said. "If I say yes, it counts." Xue Ling replied quickly, "Me too. I only came because I'm absolutely confident this time." Boss Liao laughed and held out his hand. "Then let's wish for a successful partnership." Xue Ling shook his hand firmly. "To a successful partnership." The next day, Cheng Tianyuan left early, saying he was going to buy New Year's goods for their trip to the capital. Xue Ling had finished her translation work, and the night before had rushed to complete a few short columns, not getting to bed until after 1. She slept in until the sun was high, only waking up when little Ran started babbling. "Oh, it's already past 9. Her mother-in-law, Liu Ying, quickly went to make formula and fed the little one. "Ling, when are you two going to the provincial capital? When will you be back?" Xue Ling replied, "Our flight is on the 27th of the lunar month. I'm not sure when we'll be back. If Ran adapts well to the weather there, we'll stay until after the Lantern Festival." Liu Ying, having heard how cold winters are in the capital, couldn't help but remind her, "Don't let the baby get cold." "It's not that," Xue Ling explained. "It's cold outside, so of course the baby won't go out. I mean, if he can get used to the heated indoor environment, we'll stay longer. The heating can be a bit dry, so we'll need to keep him hydrated. He should be fine. He drinks plenty of water and formula every day." Liu Ying was curious. "So it's really warm inside, right?" "Yes," Xue Ling replied. "It's as warm as autumn or spring here. If you turn the heat up, some people even walk around in just a t-shirt. When Yuanga is working, he only wears a short-sleeved shirt." Liu Ying laughed. "That must be really warm." Xue Ling then asked, Mom, when are you and Dad going back to Chengjiao village? The house there is drafty and cold. You should stay here as much as possible, or just go back for New Year's Eve. Liu Ying shook her head. We have to go back at least to pay respects to the ancestors and spend New Year's Eve there. Xue Ling nodded. I told Yuan Gei last night to get extra New Year's goods for you so you can eat some here and take some to the village. All right. Liu Ying seemed to remember something and lowered her voice. Leave more food in the kitchen next door. Fang doesn't want to go back with us. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows in surprise. Why? If she doesn't want to go, she'll have to spend New Year's here alone. Liu Ying sighed. Who knows what's going on in her head? I told her to come with us, but she said she wants to stay here and study, that the books she bought are really good. I told her to bring them back to the village, but she refused, saying she can cook for herself and will wait for us to come back. Her dad didn't say anything. He said to let her decide. Xue Ling quickly guessed the reason and said gently, If your sister-in-law doesn't want to go, don't force her. It's quiet here, good for studying and reading. Just let her be. Some villagers secretly knew about her elopement with Lin Kong. In the countryside, any little thing spreads quickly. Now that she's back and trying to start over, how will people see her? Luckily, her marriage to Lin Kong happened in the city, so the villagers didn't know. If she had already made a name for herself or had a stable family, no one would dare look down on her. But now, in this awkward transition, people might gossip or even mock her. Xue Ling understood why she didn't want to go back. Let her be, Liu Ying muttered. She's grown up. Let her do what she wants. If she wants to stay home and study, I can't force her. Forget it. Let her be. Xue Ling smiled. I've lent the jeep keys to Hu. I told him to drive us to the airport in the provincial capital. And when you and Dad want to go back to the village, he can drive you too. When you want to come back, he can pick you up. That's too much trouble, Liu Ying said, embarrassed. He has his own family now. We shouldn't bother him so much. Xue Ling explained. It's fine. He wants to borrow our car for the new year anyway. The round trip to Chengjiao village is only about an hour, so it's not a big deal. Hu already agreed. Hearing that the car would be with Hu for most of the month, Liu Ying stopped feeling awkward and agreed. Just then, the phone rang. Xue Ling took a bite of her meat bun and hurried over to answer. It was Liu Xing saying her New Year's goods, salary, and bonus had arrived, and she should come pick them up quickly since the newspaper office would be closing for the holiday that afternoon. Xue Ling rushed to her room, checked over the short columns she'd finished the night before, then hurried downstairs and drove to the newspaper office. Her colleagues were all working hard but greeted her when she arrived before getting back to work. Liu Xing and Wang Qing were both busy. Xue Ling quickly handed her drafts to Editor-in-Chief Lin, explaining, There are 4 issues in total. I'm not sure when I'll be back, so I prepared a couple of extras. Editor Lin smiled. That's perfect. She always trusted Xue Ling's work, so she just glanced over the drafts and put them away. Wang Qing pointed to a bag of apples and 2 slabs of cured meat. Everyone gets a share. You have one too. Here's your salary and bonus from accounting. She handed Xue Ling a thick envelope. Who knows how much was inside? Xue Ling didn't count it, just put it in her pocket. Wang Qing looked around, then beckoned Xue Ling over and pulled her into a corner. Ling, I have something to ask you. Xue Ling saw she looked embarrassed and couldn't help but ask, What is it? Is it about Liu Xing? Wang Qing blushed, stood on tiptoe and whispered in her ear, After we got married, we've been sleeping together. He's really greedy. Almost every night he wants it. But he keeps saying it's not good enough and gets frustrated. I don't know what to do. It's so embarrassing. You've been married longer? You must know about this, right? Xue Ling was a little embarrassed too, but after a year of marriage and a baby, she was much more experienced than newlywed Wang Qing. Tell me exactly what's going on. I might not know everything, but I do have a bit more experience than you. Wang Qing bit her lip and whispered in Xue Ling's ear, He says he doesn't last long and it really bothers him. I don't know what to do. Is there anything I can do? I can't talk to anyone else about this. It's too embarrassing. Xue Ling was a bit awkward but replied quietly, This is a matter of a man's pride, so I'd pretend not to know. You can gently suggest that there are books on this topic. If he's really unhappy, you could quietly go to a doctor. Really? Wang Ting asked softly. You can see a doctor for this? Yes, Xue Ling murmured. Find a reliable doctor so he won't feel embarrassed. Also, maybe it's just because you're newlyweds and both inexperienced. You should also tell him not to overdo it. Too much isn't good for the body. Wang Ting, clueless about these things, was surprised. Really? It's bad for your health? Xue Ling said quietly. Too much is definitely bad for you. Try to control it a bit. It's normal for newlyweds, but you'll need to pace yourselves. Wang Ting nodded, and when someone walked by, she gave Xue Ling a quick look and went back to her desk. Xue Ling wished Director Liu a happy New Year in advance, then carried her New Year's goods home. That night, when it was just the two of them in their room, Xue Ling couldn't help but quietly tell Cheng Tianyuan about it. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and chuckled softly. A lot of men have issues like this. Maybe not exactly the same, but most have some worries in this area. Xue Ling was surprised. How do you know? Cheng Tianyuan laughed, pulling her into his arms and lowering his voice. When men get together, they like to tell dirty jokes, sometimes brag about how great they are. Really, they talk about everything. This genuinely startled Xue Ling. Really? We, girls, don't do that at all. Cheng Tianyuan explained. That's probably one of the differences between men and women. Among men, these topics and jokes are everywhere. Xue Ling blushed, muttering, You wouldn't talk about us, what we do in bed, to other people, would you? Just thinking about it made her want to dig a hole and hide. Cheng Tianyuan quickly shook his head, whispering, I don't like telling those kinds of jokes. What happens between my wife and me is private. I'd never talk about it. And since I married you, I haven't really gone to the docks anymore, so I don't even have the chance to hear or say those things. Even if I did, I wouldn't. Back when he worked odd jobs at the docks, a bunch of men would gather at night, smoking, chatting, or playing cards. He didn't smoke, so he mostly just listened, occasionally chiming in. At that time, he wasn't married and had no experience, so he just listened while the others bragged and joked. Xue Ling trusted him on this. He was always a serious, upright man, inside and out. Cheng Tianyuan continued, Some men develop these issues as they get older, while others have them from the start. Liu Xing's probably the latter. He can't last long, feels frustrated and embarrassed, and the more he worries, the worse it gets. I've heard about this a lot. After a year of marriage, Xue Ling knew he had no such worries. In fact, she sometimes complained he had too much stamina and wore her out. Maybe it's just because he's newly married and inexperienced? Cheng Tianyuan flicked her cheek. No, that's not it. Men are instinctively good at this. Maybe the first time they're too excited and can't control themselves, but after a couple of times, they figure it out quickly. Xue Ling blushed even more, muttering, So Liu Xing probably has a real issue. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, Some men get hard but lose it quickly. That's probably Liu Xing's problem. It's private, but you can suggest his wife encourage him to see a doctor or ask for help. Is it psychological or physical? Xue Ling couldn't help asking. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Could be either, but it also depends on the wife. This is always a two-person thing, not just one person's fault. Still, the man is usually the main factor. Oh, Xue Ling blushed, too embarrassed to keep talking about it. Cheng Tianyuan was calm, explaining, When men gather, they talk about this stuff, and experienced guys even give advice. At your newspaper, the gender ratio is about even, and everyone eats and works together, so Liu Xing probably hasn't had a chance to talk to a group of men and get advice. I wouldn't know, Xue Ling muttered. Maybe they talk in private. I guess it's just a male thing. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. It's just human nature, not a flaw. Men aren't as shy as women, so they're more open. And there are some older women who talk openly about these things too. You just haven't been around them. Really? Xue Ling was shocked. They talk about that out loud? Yep, Cheng Tianyuan said. In the village, some older women gossip about these things while cracking sunflower seeds totally unbothered. You're used to being around educated, proper people, so you're surprised. Xue Ling couldn't help laughing. I guess I'm just naive. I always thought this was such a private, intimate thing. How can people talk about it so openly? I just can't handle it. Cheng Tianyuan smiled indulgently. It depends on your personality, age, and experience. Maybe now you're shy, but in 10 years, you might talk about it as casually as the weather. Maybe, Xue Ling murmured. I do adapt to new things and ideas pretty well. Cheng Tianyuan leaned down and kissed her cheek. Wife, this isn't a new idea. It's human nature. Even in ancient times, people talked about this stuff. Just relax and be natural about it. Xue Ling laughed softly. You do have a point. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes darkened as he slid his hand up her waist. I'm not just good at talking, I'm good at doing too. Xue Ling blushed, muttering, Our son isn't even asleep yet. Cheng Tianyuan grumbled, Ever since he started sleeping with us, I've been holding it in. Whenever they got close, they were afraid of waking the baby, so they never dared to be too bold. He was a young man, with the woman he loved right beside him. It was only natural to want to be intimate. But now, with a little one in the bed, he said in a low voice, When he's older, let him sleep with my parents. He was firm about it. As a mother, Xue Ling was reluctant. He's still so little. Let's wait until he's older. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a look. How old? When he's older, he'll start to understand things and might say something if he sees us. What will you do then? Xue Ling. She hadn't thought that far ahead. Well, After weighing embarrassment and worry, she finally chose worry. When the weather's warmer, he can sleep with Grandma at night. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and kissed her cheek. It's settled then. Little Ranran was happily playing with his fingers, sucking his thumb, completely unaware that his dad was already plotting to kick him out of the bed. 2 days later, they packed 2 big bags of New Year's goods and Ranran's clothes, getting ready to head to the capital. Hu arrived early and had breakfast with them. Cheng Tianyuan carried the luggage, Xue Ling held the baby, and after saying goodbye to the elders, they hurried to the car and set off for the provincial capital. The little one rarely rode in cars, so seeing the scenery whiz by outside the window, he babbled excitedly, clearly thrilled. Hu laughed. Ranran loves car rides. He's going to be a lively one. Cheng Tianyuan disagreed. He's very well behaved. He just plays or sleeps, not that naughty. That's because he's still little, Hu laughed. Give it a couple of years and you'll see. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment, still unconvinced. I'm not the active type, so he probably won't be either. Hu laughed. What about sis-in-law? Maybe she was a mischievous one as a kid. The older Ranran gets, the more he looks like her. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help glancing at his wife, then smiled. She was actually pretty naughty as a child, and a bit hot-tempered too. Xue Ling turned her face away, giving him a playful glare. What are you talking about? After all these years, you must be remembering it wrong. Both Cheng Tianyuan and Hu laughed. Hu teased, Sis-in-law, from the way you talk, I can tell you were a handful. Little Ranran, hearing the laughter, thought they were playing with him and started babbling excitedly. The car was filled with joy and laughter. Cheng Tianyuan noticed Hu was driving a bit fast and reminded him, There's a lot of traffic at the end of the year. We're not in a rush, so don't speed. Hu slowed down, then sighed, as if something was on his mind. I've been so busy lately. I'm always in a hurry. I guess I've gotten used to rushing around and forgot to watch my speed. Xue Ling handed the baby to Cheng Tianyuan and asked, What's wrong? Is the photo studio business that busy? Hu quickly replied, It's busy. Business is great at the end of the year. But I'm just in charge of collecting money and keeping the books, so it's not that much work. The real problem is my brother-in-law, Mo Qian, is getting married. He's always asking me to buy this or find that, keeping both me and Lily running around. Xue Ling exchanged a glance with Cheng Tianyuan, then asked curiously, "He's getting married? Where does he work now? What does his fiancée do?" Hu answered, "He opened a grocery store in the old northern district recently. No idea how business is. His fiancée works at the fan factory in our development zone." "Oh?" Xue Ling pressed. "At the fan factory? Do you know her?" "No," Hu replied. "We know a lot of people at the fan factory, but there are too many workers. She's a technician named Huang, not from Rongcheng. She's from H province." Cheng Tianyuan said calmly, "A lot of workers in our development zone are from H province. I've even rented out a few apartments to people from there." All of Xue Ling's apartments had been rented out, except for one reserved for Shan Yue and his wife. The one that belonged to Cheng Tianfang was also rented out, but Xue Ling insisted the rent go to her as pocket money. After all, the apartment was a gift. Starting this month, Cheng Tianfang would get 40 yuan a month in rent. Not much, but enough for her own expenses. Hu, however, was clearly frustrated. "I don't know what's up with my in-laws. There are plenty of people in the family, but no matter what, they always call on Lily. She's got a ton of work at the hospital and often has night shifts. I feel bad for her, so I end up running errands for them too." Xue Ling said softly, "Maybe it's because you and Lily are more capable, so they rely on you more. And Mo Chanqian isn't young anymore. Getting him married is a big deal for the family." Hu grumbled as he turned the wheel. "But one person can only do so much. Lily and I just got married, and we haven't even paid off the wedding expenses. Now my father-in-law is pushing Lily to pay for her brother's wedding banquet, and it's really stressing her out." Xue Ling thought of that family's attitude and sighed with a wry smile. "You and Lily have it tough. Just do what you can. Don't overdo it. You have your own family to take care of too." Cheng Tianyuan chimed in bluntly. "Why do you have to handle everything for Mo Qianqian's wedding? It's not your wedding. You already gave them the wedding apartment and the bride price, and now they want you to pay for the banquet too? What's he doing? What's his family doing?" Hu's face darkened. "Nothing at all," Xue Ling reminded him. "Liu Xing said after the new year, after the Lantern Festival, he'll settle the accounts for the photo studio. You get a 10% share. If you're short on cash, ask for an advance. With the busy season, you should be able to get 1,000 yuan." Hu nodded, genuinely grateful. "Thanks, sis-in-law. I really have been helping out at the studio. Even though I've been running around a lot, I still go over in the evenings to help Liu Xing develop photos and do odd jobs." Xue Ling said gently, "That's good. The better the business, the more you earn. Luckily, you're not just living on a salary. Otherwise, with you two making just over 300 a month, you'd never satisfy the Mo family." Hu gripped the steering wheel and said quietly, "Lily said the banquet will cost about 1,000 yuan. I'll get an advance from Liu Xing and tighten our budget at home. Lily gives most of her salary to her parents, keeping just a little for herself. She said as long as her brother gets married, there won't be any more big expenses." Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a look, both thinking that was unlikely. But they didn't say more. It was his family's business after all. Hu muttered, "My mom is sharp. Even if her eyesight isn't great, she's got a clear mind. She cleans the house, cooks for us, and tries to help us save money. She doesn't say anything, but I can tell she's not happy with Lily's family." Xue Ling couldn't help but remind him, "Don't talk about everything in front of your mom." "Even if I don't, she can guess most of it," Hu explained. "She notices I don't smoke or drink anymore, and that I buy less meat. She figured it out quickly. Plus, Lily is always running home and I have to go with her, always busy with something. After a while, she just knows." Cheng Tianyuan patted his son's little bottom. "Just try to keep the peace, don't upset your mom." Hu sighed. "My brother-in-law's wedding is after the Lantern Festival. Once that's over, things should calm down. I don't dare tell my mom about Lily's family's demands right now." Seeing how down he was, Xue Ling couldn't help but smile wryly. Back when he was dating, Hu was always cheerful, but ever since he got involved with the Mo family, he'd been constantly worried and sighing. Even after marrying Lily, he hadn't had a moment's peace. He used to be carefree, only worrying about not having a wife and focusing on making money. Now he had a wife, his mom was healthy, and he had more money than before, but he was busier and more frustrated than ever. Sometimes it was hard to say if getting married was a blessing or not. Thinking about it, every family has its own troubles. Solve one problem, and another comes along. Life is just a series of ups and downs, never-ending worries and joys, and that's what makes it rich and real. The provincial airport was on the outskirts, and with Ahu's fast driving and familiarity with the route, they arrived in just 2 hours. Cheng Tianyuan went into the airport first to pay for and collect the tickets, then checked in most of their luggage. "Our flight's at 2 p.m., he said with a smile. "It's not even 11 yet." Xue Ling, nostalgic for the last time she'd had stream fish and river delicacies, suggested, "Let's take Ahu out for a good meal. My treat." Ahu, spinning little Ranran around in his arms, readily agreed at the mention of good food. Cheng Tianyuan knew the way and drove them out. Little Ranran was already tired, but he loved looking out the window and refused to sleep the whole way. At the airport, Xue Ling found some hot water to make formula and fed him. Once he was full, he quickly fell asleep. The three of them enjoyed a delicious river-fresh meal, but since it was windy outside, they didn't go for a walk. "It's already past noon," Cheng Tianyuan said. "You'd better take us back to the airport and then head home. There's a lot to do in Rongcheng. You can't be away too long." "All right," Ahu agreed and drove them back. As soon as the car bumped along, little Ranran woke up, waving his hands and babbling at the passing scenery. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. Who knew this little guy would love car rides so much? "Maybe he'll love flying too," Xue Ling laughed. Ahu couldn't help but be envious. Ranran's only 4 months old and already gets to fly. Uncle Hu here is in his 30s and still hasn't been on a plane. Little Ranran giggled, clearly delighted. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look and both burst out laughing. At the airport, Ahu walked them in. "When you arrive, call home ahead of time." Cheng Tianyuan patted his shoulder. "I'm counting on you to look after my parents." "Don't be so polite." Ahu grinned. "Your car's with me. How could I leave Uncle and Auntie behind? Don't worry, I'll get them to Chengjia village and back safely." Xue Ling waved Ranran's hand. "Say bye-bye to Uncle Hu, bye-bye." Ahu ruffled the baby's head and gave him a big kiss before leaving with a smile. Cheng Tianyuan sat down with his son and changed his diaper. "His pants are a bit wet. Better change him so he doesn't catch a chill." The couple found a sheltered corner and put a fresh pair of pants on the baby. Traveling with a child was full of inconveniences. They'd packed plenty of supplies and didn't dare check any of Ranran's things. Everything was kept close at hand, just in case. Ranran, seeing the bright, spacious airport and all the people coming and going, looked around with wide-eyed curiosity. Xue Ling pinched his chubby cheeks and teased, "Why aren't you sleeping? You're so energetic when we go out." The little one thought his mom was playing and giggled, drooling happily. Xue Ling sighed, "I'm ignoring you." But Ranran wasn't fazed, looking left and right, taking it all in. Cheng Tianyuan, seeing how happy he was, carried him around so he could see everything to his heart's content. Xue Ling sat in the waiting area, dozing with Ranran's bag in her arms. Around 1:30, Cheng Tianyuan came over with the baby. "Ling, he might be hungry. Make him some formula." Xue Ling poured water from the thermos, cooled it, and made a big bottle for Ranran. "Hurry up and eat, then sleep. You haven't napped much today." At only 4 months old, Ranran still needed over a dozen hours of sleep a day. He'd been so excited about the trip that, apart from a half-hour nap at lunch, he'd been wide awake. Just then, the announcement came for passengers to the capital to board. Cheng Tianyuan, holding his son in the bottle, hurried to line up. Xue Ling, carrying all the baby's things, rushed after them. At security, they weren't allowed to bring water, so Xue Ling had to pour out the thermos and dash back and forth. Once on the plane, Ranran was already fast asleep, deeply so. Both parents breathed a sigh of relief, holding him in their arms and asking the flight attendant for earmuffs to protect his ears. Ranran was so tired he slept soundly through it all, not stirring even as they fussed over him. The plane took off smoothly. Cheng Tianyuan dozed off holding his son, while Xue Ling leaned against him and drifted off as well. They only woke up when the flight attendant announced the descent. Ranran had wet himself again, so they hurriedly changed his diaper. After landing and collecting their luggage, Ranran was still asleep. Xue Ling carried the baby, Cheng Tianyuan hauled the bags, and the family of 3 headed for the exit. There were plenty of people waiting to pick up arrivals, some holding signs with names. "Ranran! Little Ranran!" Xue Ling's mother spotted them and shouted excitedly, "Old man, they're here, look, Ranran's right there!" Both her parents craned their necks, beaming with joy. "Dad! Mom!" Cheng Tianyuan called out. Xue Ling's father grinned and hurried over to the baby in her arms. "Come, let Grandpa hold you. Grandpa's turn." "I want to hold him first. I haven't held him in so long," her mother insisted. "You've at least held him before. I haven't," her father protested. Xue Ling teased. "Now that you have a grandson, you don't even care about your daughter. No one's hugging me." No one paid her any mind. They just took Ranran and looked him over, grinning from ear to ear. "Oh, what a handsome little guy. I told you, he's got the best features from both parents. Look at that forehead, those eyes. You can tell he's going to be something special." "Exactly." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Dad, Mom, let's head home. He's been sleeping the whole way. He'll want milk when he wakes up." Her parents quickly agreed. "The car's in the parking lot. Let's go. Where's the little blanket? Wrap Ranran up, it's cold outside. And the formula, where's the formula?" After a bit of chaos, everyone got in the car. Xue Ling knew the way, so she took the wheel, giving the grandparents the chance to hold the baby, which made Cheng Tianyuan happy to relax. Her father chatted with Cheng Tianyuan about the shop, then asked after Cheng Muhai and his wife's health. "Why didn't you bring them along? The capital's cold, but the houses are heated. They'd be fine." "Exactly. While they're still healthy, bring them out to see the sights. The capital's beautiful, with more and more tourists every year. It's a shame if they don't come." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Maybe next year. This year they're going back to the village for New Year's to honor the ancestors. Next year I'll buy them tickets and bring them along." "Don't forget your sister. If she's home, bring her too," Xue Ling's mom added. "I heard she's studying hard, planning to transfer into middle school, right?" "Yes," Xue Ling answered quickly. "She's working really hard, studying day and night, making great progress. I think she'll be able to transfer into 8th grade." "That's good," her father praised. "She's still young and life is long. Even if you take a wrong turn, you can always get back on track. If she starts over, her future will still be bright." The weather in the capital was bitterly cold, but fortunately there was no snow and the sky was clear. Even after 4 in the afternoon, sunlight still shone down, driving away a bit of the chill. It was warm inside the car and everyone chatted happily. Soon the car entered the city. Mrs. Xue kept looking out the window, then leaned forward and said to her daughter, "See that building? The newest one? We bought 10 units there. Drive a bit further, there's a small lake, and the land by the lake is ours too." Cheng Tianyuan didn't quite understand, but felt embarrassed to ask. He just saw his wife's eyes light up as she looked outside. Mrs. Xue lowered her voice. "Last month I bought another plot over by the North River, right by the riverbank. It's a really nice spot." "Don't just look around, focus on driving," Mr. Xue said. Mrs. Xue had to sit back. Mr. Xue chuckled, half complaining, half teasing. "When you brought your ID card, your mom bought you quite a lot. She nearly spent your dad into poverty." "Wow!" Xue Ling laughed and asked, "What exactly did you buy for me? You have to tell me now, no more secrets." Mr. Xue looked puzzled. "What? Your mom didn't tell you?" "She said I'd find out when I got here, that she'd take me to see. She's been keeping me in suspense," Xue Ling grumbled. Mrs. Xue just laughed, not feeling the least bit guilty about keeping her in suspense. "They're all things you like. Land, apartments, everything. Since you're not here, I didn't dare buy you too many apartments. The paperwork is a hassle. I bought you 2 plots of land. One cost over 4 million, the other over 3 million. Cheng Tianyuan was dumbfounded. Xue Ling was also shocked, not expecting her mom to be so generous. No wonder her dad said he was nearly spent into poverty. Mr. Xue looked lovingly at his little grandson in his arms and said, "The second factory is already built and started production last month. Ah Heng is mainly helping manage it. The third factory is still under construction. Probably won't be hiring workers until February next year." "Oh," Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Where's the second factory?" Mr. Xue replied, "Not far from our original factory, all within the same economic development zone. It's about a half-hour walk, but by car it's very quick. Ah Heng is fully in charge there now. He's already managed to sell a batch of goods to Country M, and he's feeling very confident." Mrs. Xue thought for a moment and decided her daughter should know. "Your dad gave Ah Heng a 30% share. He didn't invest any money, but since the factory will rely on him to manage it and he's family, of course we have to take care of him." Xue Ling drove steadily and said, "That's great. This way he'll be more motivated to take care of the factory. If the factory makes money, he makes money too." Mr. Xue nodded with a smile. "Exactly." Cheng Tianyuan didn't have a good impression of Xue Heng, so he stayed out of the conversation and sat quietly. Xue Ling thought about how their family had lived in the same neighborhood for over 10 years, and now her parents had suddenly bought so many new apartments. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to move into one of the new places? Maybe pick one closer to the factory. It'd be more convenient for commuting." Mr. Xue immediately refused and explained, "We bought this apartment when our family first started doing well, and we're very attached to it. The other apartments are all downtown, some in the new district, but still far from the outskirts. New isn't always better. What matters is being used to it. We have to drive to work anyway, so a few minutes more or less doesn't matter. No need to move." Mrs. Xue agreed. "Our neighborhood is close to the market. Lots of people live nearby. It's easy to shop and get around. I'd hate to move. As long as we're comfortable, it doesn't matter if it's a new or old area. What matters is what we're used to." Hearing this, Xue Ling didn't try to persuade them further. "Whatever you want." After another 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the building. They parked the car. Mrs. Xue wrapped little Ron in a small blanket and carefully carried him out of the car. "This little guy is still sleeping, so well behaved." Mr. Xue quickly reached out. "You must be tired. Let me hold him." "Go on," Mrs. Xue laughed. "Holding my grandson isn't tiring at all." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh and gently reminded her, "Mom, he's over 20 pounds now. If you're used to it, it's fine, but if you hold him too long at once, your arms might get sore." Mrs. Xue laughed awkwardly and handed Ran to Mr. Xue. "Here, you take him for a bit." Mr. Xue happily took his little grandson and cheerfully went upstairs. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling were in charge of carrying all the New Year's goods upstairs. "Mom, I cured some bacon and made a bunch of pickles." "Really?" Mrs. Xue was delighted. "After I got home, I kept telling Ling Ling's dad how good your bacon and pickles are. Wonderful. I'll make some for him to try later. He'll love it." Upstairs, after putting down the luggage, Xue Ling collapsed on the sofa, not moving an inch. Flying is exhausting. At that moment, little Ran woke up. Seeing 2 unfamiliar faces peering at him, he blinked in confusion, then pouted and started to cry. Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan quickly picked him up, while Xue Ling hurried to make formula. As soon as the little one saw his parents, he stopped crying, nestled in his dad's arms, and curiously looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Mr. and Mrs. Xue were overjoyed, circling around him. "Wow, such big bright eyes, so handsome." "He's getting more and more handsome, even better than when he was just a month old. Look, he can hold his head up so well now, his back is straight and he's full of energy. Yes, his little face is so chubby, so cute." Xue Ling brought over the formula, but Mrs. Xue snatched it up and declared, "From now on, I'm in charge of feeding Ran. No one's taking him from me." Xue Ling was more than happy to have help and laughed. "He's all yours. We're planning to stay until after the Lantern Festival, so he's yours for this whole time. Most of the factory workers were from out of town, so the factory had already shut down gradually over the past couple of weeks. Mr. and Mrs. Xue were both free now, and since their grandson was coming, they'd finished all the accounts yesterday, collected what needed collecting, paid what needed paying, and planned to spend all their remaining time with their grandson. We'll take care of him at night too. As long as he doesn't cry, 24 hours is no problem. Great. Xue Ling agreed without hesitation. Cheng Tianyuan explained, he's not shy with strangers, he's friendly with everyone. If you spend time with him, he'll get used to you by tonight. That's wonderful, Mr. Xue praised. Such a smart boy. Not being shy is even better. Mrs. Xue suggested, let's not cook, let's go out to a restaurant for dinner. No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. It's cold outside, and we're all tired from traveling. Let's just cook something simple at home and rest early tonight. Agreed, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. I don't want to move at all. Little Ran sucked on his bottle, blinking his big eyes at his grandparents, as if seriously studying them. The two elders circled around the little one, reluctant to leave his side. Cheng Tianyuan took the bacon to the kitchen to make dinner, while Xue Ling sprawled on the sofa, too lazy to move. Soon, the smell of food wafted from the kitchen. Mr. Xue carried his little grandson around the house. This is the living room. That's the TV. It's in color. This is the fish tank. Do you like it? Oh, he really likes it. Look, the little fish are swimming around. Aren't they cute? Wow. He's staring at them, totally fascinated. Xue Ling lay on the sofa, watching her cheerful dad and her adorable son, feeling warm inside, her lips curled in a happy smile. After dinner, Cheng Tianyuan took charge of washing the dishes. Xue Ling and her mother bathed little Ran, while her father bustled around helping fetch things. Mrs. Xue explained, half a month ago, I already prepared a whole bunch of things for Ran. Here's his bathtub, his potty, and some baby powder. Oh, and I bought a whole case of formula. It's in the corner of the living room. Xue Ling undressed the little one, revealing his chubby, fair arms and legs. Oh my! Grandpa Xue was nearly overwhelmed by the cuteness. He happily squeezed in, pinching his grandson's thigh and then his chubby arm, laughing, So sturdy, what a strong boy! Little Ran thought Grandpa was playing with him and grinned, giggling away. Grandpa Xue urged, Hurry up and bathe him, he wants me to hold him again. Mrs. Xue quickly came over, vying for attention. Nonsense. He wants me to give him a nice bath. Look how much he loves playing in the water. No child dislikes water, especially warm water. Ran splashed his arms and legs, laughing gleefully. Afraid he'd catch a chill, Xue Ling quickly washed his neck and body, then scooped him out. Ran wasn't ready to be done. He reached out with his little hands, even looking like he might cry in protest. Grandpa Xue's heart ached. Don't. He still wants to play. He loves the water. Let him play a bit longer, Xue Ling said. No, he'll catch cold if we wait any longer. Exactly, Mrs. Xue scolded with a laugh. You don't know how to take care of kids. I raised Ling all by myself. You don't know anything. All kids love water, but once it cools down, they'll catch a cold easily. Grandpa Xue nodded, taking the lesson to heart, and didn't dare spoil his grandson further. Be good. You can have another bath tomorrow. If you like, Grandpa will take you to the hot springs tomorrow. No way, Mrs. Xue scolded. He's too little, his skin is too delicate for hot springs. The minerals like sulfur can be harsh on a baby's skin. Grandpa Xue quickly agreed. Oh, right. Meanwhile, Xue Ling was busy dressing her son. When she heard hot springs, she realized she hadn't been to one in ages and was suddenly tempted. Where's the hot spring? I want to go. Grandpa Xue replied, Old Lu across the street opened a hot spring spa at the foot of Nanshan. He gave us 2 discount vouchers just yesterday. The place is new and needs some publicity, so they're offering discounts. Business should pick up after the new year. Old Lu across the street? Xue Ling tried to recall but couldn't remember. Mrs. Xue explained, Nanshan isn't far. Old Lu and his nephew built it together. I heard it's pretty big, with single and double rooms. If you want to go, just take the vouchers. And don't forget to bring Aiwan. Xue Ling quickly dressed her son in a sweater, put on a fresh diaper, and handed him to her parents. Then let's go tomorrow! Grandpa Xue, holding his grandson, beamed. Is it warm? There's heating here, so you don't need to wear much. Isn't it nice, little one? Moi moi. Don't kiss him, Mrs. Xue scolded with a laugh. He just had a bath and smells so nice, you'll make him stinky again. Grandpa Xue just grinned and ran off with Ran. Xue Ling tidied up the baby's clothes and washed them. Mom, give him more water to drink. It's dry in here with the heating, and Ran probably isn't used to it. Make sure he drinks plenty. Okay, Mrs. Xue bustled off. Xue Ling took the baby's clothes to the balcony to dry, but her hands and feet were freezing, so she hurried back inside and dove into Cheng Tianyuan's arms. It's so cold, I'm freezing! Cheng Tianyuan was sorting their clothes and nearly lost his balance when she jumped on him. He quickly wrapped her in his arms, rubbing her hands and feet to warm her up. It's cold outside. Next time, just leave the laundry, I'll hang it up. He was sturdy and didn't mind the cold, but she was different. If she got chilled, her hands and feet would freeze. Xue Ling nodded, acting spoiled. I just didn't want you to get too tired. You already cook and do the dishes. You're working hard enough. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled softly. Every time she acted cute, his heart melted. Cooking and washing dishes isn't hard. Ever since I stopped working in the fields, stopped going to work, and didn't have to take night shifts at the docks, I feel like I'm living in luxury every day. Compared to the old days of farm work, jobs, and side gigs, life now was unbelievably easy. Not just for him. His parents often said life was so much better now. No more hard labor, a spacious home, plenty to eat. This was the kind of life they'd only dreamed of before. Xue Ling wrapped her arms around his neck and pecked him on the lips. Nonsense. You're still busy all the time. Once you open more stores, you'll be even busier. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you thinking of opening in the city? No, I'm thinking near Wangjiangyuan, Xue Ling explained. There'll be a second and third phase coming up, each 2 or 3 times bigger than the first. There'll be lots of new residents, so business will be great there. Cheng Tianyuan was immediately interested. Where there are lots of people, a store will do well. Xue Ling giggled. Don't worry, I'll help you pick the best spot. But Cheng Tianyuan had other ideas. He lowered his voice. Actually, opening in the new district wouldn't be bad either. Near the newspaper office? Xue Ling asked. Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan explained. It used to be a new area with few people, but in the past couple of years, more and more people have moved in. You've been to the photo studio there, right? There's a lot of foot traffic outside. Seeing how confident he was, Xue Ling smiled. So you already have a plan, don't you? I do, Cheng Tianyuan admitted quietly. After costs, Dajiale made us over 10,000 yuan last year. We have some savings now, and I was just thinking of discussing opening another small store with you. Xue Ling smiled. No need to discuss. If you think it's a good idea, go for it. You've been in this business for years. You know more than I do. If you think it'll work, I trust you. Cheng Tianyuan dotingly tapped her nose and whispered, I knew you'd support me. I haven't found a location yet, but I'll look after the new year. We have enough capital from Dajiale now, so we don't need to put in more. That 10,000 is enough to open a new store. But, Xue Ling hesitated, we're not partnering with Amin and Ahu this time, right? They'd partnered on Dajiale because Ahu had the idea and none of them had much money, so the 3 families pooled their resources and efforts. But now, they had enough funds to open a new store on their own. No need to partner with Ahu and the others. Besides, Ahu was tied up with Mo Qianqian's family and always short on money. Amin had spent a lot when his mother passed away and was also strapped for cash. Even if they wanted to bring them in, they didn't have the money or energy for it. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. I can handle it myself. Amin is busy enough with his side and Ahu needs to help you. I'll handle the inventory and hire staff to watch the store. I'll take care of the morning and evening shifts and the accounts. Xue Ling couldn't help but mutter, Aren't you going to be run off your feet then? He already had Dajiale, and thankfully Amin and his father, Cheng Muhai, helped out there, so he wasn't too busy. But if he opened another store and had to handle everything himself, how could he not be overwhelmed? Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Don't worry, we'll have to hire people to help. Once the business grows, you can't do everything yourself. Hired help isn't as reliable as family, but you can still make a profit. If there's money to be made, you can't just settle for one store. You have to expand gradually." "That's true," Xue Ling agreed. "You really do need to hire help. We only have 2 hands. How much can we do ourselves? It's better to bring in more people." Cheng Tianyuan tapped her nose and teased, "So you understand that? You're too greedy, trying to take on everything yourself. That's not good. You'll just wear yourself out and things won't get done as well." She still had her job at the newspaper, was doing translation work, planned to keep up with clothing wholesale, and was even thinking of investing in Boss Liao's construction company later in the year. She was just one person with only 2 hands, yet it seemed like she wanted to run every business in the world. Xue Ling laughed, knowing he was about to start lecturing her again. "I get what you mean. I'm planning to hand my translation assignments back to Xue and quit that side job." Translation took a lot of time and mental energy. Over the past year, she'd been juggling pregnancy, childbirth, and business, and she just couldn't keep up with the translation work. Her submissions were always late, and she never felt like she was doing her best. Luckily, Zhao Jiaxue was an old classmate and knew she was busy with her son, so she didn't nag her for drafts all the time. Otherwise, Xue Ling would have been completely overwhelmed. "Learning a foreign language isn't easy, and I'm reluctant to give it up. Once my business is stable and I have more time, I'll ask Jiaxue for more assignments. Who knows, maybe when I'm old and retired, I'll get back into it." Cheng Tianyuan was amused and stroked her hair. "Right, you can do it when you're retired and have more time." He remembered how she'd worked through her pregnancy, even staying up late to translate while she was still in confinement, and he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Lately, with the cold nights, she'd wait until their son was asleep before pulling out her translation books to read and write. He felt bad that she still had to work at night, and even worse when she'd spend ages searching for just the right word. Now that their finances were better and their income was stable, he hoped she wouldn't work so hard and could at least get some rest at night. Xue Ling understood and explained, "I've already talked to Jiaxue. She said she's busy until the end of the year, so we'll meet up after the new year." Cheng Tianyuan offered, "I'll go with you. If you feel awkward saying it yourself, I'll help." "No need," Xue Ling giggled. "She's my old classmate. She won't make things hard for me. Besides, do you think I'm the type to be pressured by others' feelings?" "Yes, you are," Cheng Tianyuan teased. "You've only kept that newspaper job because you didn't want to let people down, right?" Xue Ling blushed and mumbled, "Director Liu said they might finally hire someone after the new year. He said there are 2 recent graduates interested in the job, both with foreign language degrees. As long as one of them gets hired, I'll be free." Cheng Tianyuan finally heard some definite news and felt relieved. "It's been a year. They should have found someone by now." Xue Ling couldn't help but show off a little, muttering, "What can I say? Your wife is just that popular. Everyone loves me." Cheng Tianyuan pinched her cheek. "How did your skin get so thick all of a sudden? I need to check." Xue Ling giggled and snuggled into his arms. Outside, after drinking some water, little Ranran was passed back and forth between his grandparents, who played with him until he was exhausted. He finished a big bottle of milk and fell fast asleep. He'd never traveled far before, and after an exciting morning and a curious evening in a new place, he was completely worn out. Nestled in Grandpa's arms, he slept soundly. Grandpa Xue carried him to their room to sleep. Grandma Xue got a little blanket ready for him, along with a pile of diapers. "The baby will sleep with us. If he wakes up crying in the night, you can come help. If not, you two just get a good night's sleep." Xue Ling knew her son's habits and explained, "He went to bed so late he'll definitely sleep through till morning, probably won't wake up until 8 or 9. Just remember to change his diaper and don't worry about anything else." So she handed her son over to the grandparents and happily went off to enjoy some couple time. Finally, they had some time to themselves. He was ready and willing, but she was just too tired from the trip and only wanted a warm good night's sleep. She snuggled into Cheng Tianyuan's arms and said sweetly, "Let's talk about it tomorrow night." Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath, clearly frustrated. "Don't move around so much. I've been holding back for a while now." Ever since the baby started sleeping with them, he hadn't had a chance to enjoy himself. When she was pregnant, he didn't dare do anything, and even after the baby was born, he still had to restrain himself. Xue Ling pretended not to hear and closed her eyes, feigning sleep. She really was exhausted and soon drifted off. Cheng Tianyuan lay there for a while, and only after listening to her steady breathing did he finally start to feel sleepy and gradually dozed off. Early the next morning, Grandma Xue got up to make breakfast. Cheng Tianyuan washed up and went to the kitchen to help. Xue Ling and her son slept until after 9, and both were scolded by the grandparents for being lazy pigs. The lazy pig mom got up to wash, ate breakfast alone, and had to clear the table and wash the dishes herself. The little lazy pig, on the other hand, was treated like royalty. Grandma washed his face and hands, Dad fed him milk, and Grandpa played with a rattle to keep him happy at all times. Xue Ling grumbled jealously. "Such a little charmer. It's so unfair. Mom, did you spoil me this much when I was little?" "Go on," Grandpa Xue laughed. "You can't compare to my little grandson." Xue Ling pouted. "Fine, I'm running away from home." Grandma Xue pointed at a few thin vouchers on the TV and said, "Go ahead. I asked old Lu and he said it's getting busier these days. After the new year, there'll be even more people. While it's still quiet and there's no snow, you and Aiwan should go to Nanshan and enjoy the hot springs." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes lit up. He stammered, "Hot springs? I've never tried that before." There were no hot springs in the nearby counties or in Chengjia village, so his only knowledge of them came from books or TV. Grandpa Xue quickly said, "Let Ling Ling take you. If you like it, you can go again in a few days. The place is new and the facilities are safe. Oh, and ask old Lu for a single room. It's more convenient and hygienic." "But what about Ran Ran?" Cheng Tianyuan looked at his son, unsure. "We'll take care of him," Grandma Xue said cheerfully. "He drinks milk every 3 hours and has water twice in between. Don't worry, I've raised kids before. I'll take better care of him than you two." Cheng Tianyuan felt a bit awkward and suggested, "Dad, Mom, why don't we all go together?" "No need," Grandpa Xue said, holding his grandson's chubby hand. "I want to spend time with Ranran. We go to the hot springs all the time. It's nothing new." Grandma Xue didn't want to go either. Her whole heart was with Ranran. "Just bring an extra set of underwear and a few big towels and take the bus to Nanshan. The address is on the voucher. Oh, and you'll get hungry after the hot springs, so bring some snacks." "Okay," Xue Ling laughed. "We'll get ready and head out right away." The imperial capital is a city with a long history and a developed economy, with new districts constantly springing up, full of modern facilities and a thriving tourism industry. This is something Rongcheng doesn't have. Xue Ling originally planned to take the bus to Nanshan, but her father said they weren't going out and told them to take the car instead. Nanshan is a bit far from the city center. Driving takes at least over an hour. Xue Ling wasn't in a hurry, driving slowly while describing the scenery outside to Cheng Tianyuan. "This is Zhongshan Street. Up ahead is an antique street, always bustling with people." Last year, Cheng Tianyuan had only visited a big plaza in the capital. This time, sitting in the car, he paid close attention, trying to get his bearings. Xue Ling explained, "The economy here is better, so there are more service businesses. In contrast, Rongcheng still lags behind. Aside from barbershops and other essential services, there's not much else. Things like hot springs just wouldn't work there. People can't afford it and don't have the leisure for it." "Yeah." Cheng Tianyuan nodded as he looked around. "There really are a lot of shops here." Xue Ling grinned. "There are tens of millions of people in the capital. All these people need to eat and drink every day, so of course there are tons of businesses to meet the demand." Thinking of their conversation in the car yesterday, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning a big investment?" "Sort of," Xue Ling replied. Dad put some money into fixed assets, left me a sum, and invested the rest in the new factory. That way, if anything goes wrong with the business, the family won't be too shaken. All in land and property? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Yes, Xue Ling said. Property here is still not too expensive, but land is getting scarcer. I suggested my mom buy land. She bought 2 plots herself and 2 more under my name. I haven't asked exactly how big they are, but she had professional friends help, and Dad approved, so I trust their judgment. Dad has a good eye. If he's on board, it should be fine. Cheng Tianyuan was curious and asked in a low voice, "Spending millions at a time? Did you end up spending over 10 million? At least 13 million, Xue Ling replied. Even though Cheng Tianyuan was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked to hear the actual number. He'd always known his in-laws were wealthy, but he'd imagined it was just a few million, not realizing he needed to add another 0. For someone who, just a year ago, was earning a little over 100 yuan a month, it really felt like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. Xue Ling pointed ahead. "Look, that's the plaza we visited last time." Cheng Tianyuan glanced over and quickly recognized it. In just a year, there are already so many new high-rises nearby. Xue Ling nodded. The capital is a big city, little land, lots of people, and even more people in the future. Land will only get scarcer and more expensive, so the number of high-rises will keep growing. She gave a simple explanation, and Cheng Tianyuan immediately understood. "So that's why you told your mom to invest in land?" Xue Ling lowered her voice. "My dad made a lot of money, but he just kept it in the bank. Other than this car and their apartment, they hardly bought anything. They spend when they need to, but they don't need much." Xue Ling suggested opening more branch factories, and Dad agreed at first, but Mom and I stopped him. We told him to invest some money elsewhere and use the rest for the factories. "Aren't there already 2 branch factories?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "Yes," Xue Ling said with a wry smile. "If we hadn't stopped him, there'd probably be 4 or 5 by now. This way we spread out the family's funds and the risk. If you put everything into one industry and something goes wrong, you could lose it all." "That's unlikely, though," Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "People always need food, clothing, and shelter. Clothing is always in demand." Xue Ling shook her head. "That's true, but I still don't agree with putting everything into one industry, especially since Xue Ling keeps pushing Dad to do export business, which is even riskier." "Can't you just stick to the domestic market?" Cheng Tianyuan said. "The domestic market is huge. So many people, even if everyone just buys one piece of clothing, that's a massive number." Xue Ling smiled. "Export business is much more profitable, which is why Xue Ling is so fixated on it. But the higher the profit, the greater the risk. That's why I pulled out some funds early, so Dad wouldn't pour everything into new factories." Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked quietly, "At worst, if you lose some goods, it's just tens of thousands lost. What kind of risk are you talking about?" "Import and export goods are subject to very strict inspections," Xue Ling explained. "If something goes wrong at customs and there's a quality issue, the factory could be blacklisted, lose its reputation, or even be shut down. Right now, there aren't strict standards for fabrics and such, and there are a lot of gray areas. But if the authorities ever get serious, it could be a big problem." Cheng Tianyuan nodded in understanding. "Then you really do need a backup plan." Xue Ling turned the steering wheel. "Exactly. We need a backup plan for our own business too. I'll do mine, you do yours. That way the family's risk is spread out. If one of us loses money, the other can help out, and it'll be easier to get back on our feet." Cheng Tianyuan thought that made a lot of sense and said seriously, "Recently, an old printing factory in the north of the city went bankrupt. Over 100 workers lost their jobs. Chen Min told me there was a couple who'd worked there for over 10 years, and suddenly both were out of work, with kids and elderly parents to support. Their hair turned white from worry overnight. So, not being in the same line of work is a good thing." "Exactly," Xue Ling said with a smile. "I want to have 2 sources of income. Next, I'm not just going to wholesale clothes. I'm also planning to invest in Boss Liao's construction company." The two chatted as they drove, and before they knew it, An hour had passed. Xue Ling glanced at the road sign. Nanshan is just a few kilometers away. By now, they were in the countryside, surrounded by green mountains, some with snowy peaks that hadn't melted yet. It was freezing outside, probably only 2 or 3 degrees. There were few people and cars in the countryside, and hardly any shops along the road. Xue Ling drove a bit further, following the map on the voucher, and finally spotted a small manor at the foot of the mountain. Behind it was the mountain, with a stream flowing in front and wisps of steam rising, clearly from the hot springs. Maybe because it was still morning, there were no other cars outside the manor, just theirs. As soon as they parked, a middle-aged woman hurried out, squinting at them. "You're from across the street from old Lu's place, right?" Xue Ling quickly replied yes. The woman laughed. "He called this morning and told me to take good care of you." Xue Ling said, "Thank you. This place is a bit out of the way. It wasn't easy to find." "Exactly," the woman said. "But you need mountain spring water for clean hot springs. If it wasn't remote, it wouldn't be as good. That's why we've done a lot of advertising. It's still early. Most guests come after lunch. 3 in the afternoon is our busiest time." Xue Ling looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Do you sell food here?" "We have free-range eggs and potatoes," the woman said with a smile. "They cook quickly in the hot spring." Xue Ling grinned. "We'll have 2 orders then." Cheng Tianyuan took out a big duffel bag and reminded her, "Don't we still have some biscuits?" "We're out to have fun. We should eat something special." Xue Ling laughed. Before heading out, both of them had eaten steamed buns, so they weren't hungry yet. Since they'd already ordered food, Cheng Tianyuan didn't say anything more. He took her hand in one hand and carried the army green bag in the other as they walked inside. The woman introduced herself as Ms. Lai, but everyone nearby called her Sister Lai. "Old Lu called this morning and asked me to save the cleanest, best room for you. It's the one at the very end. The spring water flows into that room first before going to the others." "That's great." Xue Ling looked around and noticed the place was well designed and private, so there was no need to worry about being peeped at. Sister Lai led them inside, explaining, "There's a changing room and a bathroom inside, plus a sofa. We were worried guests might get cold, so everything is designed to be enclosed. Except for a few vents, there's no other way for cold air to get in." It was Cheng Tianyuan's first time at a hot spring, and he couldn't help but admire how spacious and nicely designed it was, nicer than most homes. When they reached the last private room, Sister Lai opened the door. "We clean every day, and the water is filtered before it flows into this little pool. You can start filling it up now. It's about 50 degrees, just right for soaking, very comfortable." The room was about the size of 2 regular rooms, very spacious. In the center was a small pool, about 2 square meters, with a big water pipe and a faucet beside it. One side of the room was the changing area, the other was the bathroom. Except for the door, everything was tightly sealed, so privacy was well protected. Cheng Tianyuan took off his coat and shoes, rolled up his pants, and grabbed a brush to scrub the pool. "It's clean, but I'll give it another scrub. Don't want it to be too slippery and risk falling." A little while later, Sister Lai brought in a kettle of water and a dozen eggs and potatoes. "You can cook them over there." Cheng Tianyuan wasn't in a hurry, nodded, and locked the door. Xue Ling played with the water nearby, giggling. "What? Are you afraid she'll see you without clothes?" she teased. Cheng Tianyuan's face turned red as he mumbled, "Wouldn't you be?" Xue Ling teased, "You've never been to a beach, have you? Let me tell you, at some beaches men just wear swim trunks and women wear bikinis. Everyone's open about it and no one feels awkward." Cheng Tianyuan was a traditional country guy at heart. Just imagining that scene made him uncomfortable. "That's so improper." Xue Ling burst out laughing. When the water was high enough, she went in, took off her clothes except for her underwear, wrapped herself in a towel, and slipped into the pool. Cheng Tianyuan had never seen anything like this before. He immediately felt his face flush and turned away, pouring himself a glass of water. "Yuenga, come on, get in," Xue Ling called. "Oh." Cheng Tianyuan quickly took off his outer clothes, leaving only his underwear, and got into the water. The hot spring was warm and crystal clear, with steam swirling all around. Xue Ling cozied up to him, murmuring, "Soaking in a hot spring feels amazing." She'd learned to swim before, so she wasn't afraid of the water pressure. The heat made her heart race a little, but she adapted quickly. Cheng Tianyuan, on the other hand, felt his heart pounding and his face burning. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" She knew people with heart problems or high blood pressure shouldn't soak in hot springs, but he didn't have those issues. Cheng Tianyuan reached out, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. Xue Ling blushed, realizing that with the two of them so close, he couldn't hold back anymore. The steamy air, their passionate embrace, and the rippling water, neither of them wanted to stop. By afternoon, Xue Ling was lazily sprawled by the edge of the pool, half asleep. Cheng Tianyuan handed her a glass of water, then slipped back into the pool, his hands gently caressing her. "Wife, are you feeling better?" Xue Ling's cheeks were flushed as she murmured, "Still tired." He chuckled softly, kissing her back, her waist, and slowly moving lower. "I've been holding back for so long, you have to make it up to me." The moment was just too beautiful, too intoxicating. He couldn't hold back anymore and didn't want to. He pulled her close again. It was evening by the time they finally paid and headed home. Xue Ling's legs felt weak, as if she were walking on clouds. She glared at him, her face still flushed. "I don't have the strength to drive." Cheng Tianyuan's face was a little red too, and he said softly, "I'll drive. I know the way now." There weren't many cars in the countryside, so he drove a bit faster. When they got back to the city, they found a hot pot restaurant and had a spicy, hearty meal. After eating, Xue Ling felt a bit more energetic. Cheng Tianyuan was in high spirits, his eyes full of happiness as he coaxed her to eat more meat and vegetables. By the time they finished, it was around 8 o'clock. When they got home, it was almost 9. Little Ran was nestled in Grandpa's arms watching TV, his chubby face full of concentration, making both grandparents melt with affection. When Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan walked in, he smiled happily and reached out for a hug. Cheng Tianyuan picked him up and asked, "Dad, Mom, was he good today?" "He was very good," Grandpa Xue said. "He ate, slept, and then ate again. He must have been thirsty. He just drank a lot of water." Grandma Xue added, "He was getting sleepy earlier, but as soon as he saw you two come in, he perked right up. Did you have fun? How was the hot spring? Pretty nice, right?" Xue Ling buried her face and mumbled, "It was great. The water was clean and the temperature was just right." Cheng Tianyuan's ears turned red as he said quietly, "It was really nice." Grandpa Xue asked, "Did you eat? There are some noodles in the kitchen if you want." "No, thanks," Xue Ling said softly. I'm going to wash the wet clothes." Cheng Tianyuan quickly handed their son to Grandma Xue, explaining, "It's cold on the balcony. I'll help her." Grandpa Xue glanced at the clock. "Time to make formula for Ran. Grandma Xue volunteered, "I'll do it. You hold the little one." Cheng Tianyuan went out to the balcony and took the wet clothes. "It's cold out here. Go back inside." Xue Ling, exhausted and sleepy, went to the bedroom, took off her clothes, and crawled into bed, falling asleep almost instantly. After hanging up the clothes, Cheng Tianyuan returned to the living room and saw little Ran falling asleep while drinking his milk. Grandma Xue explained, "I used a cotton diaper for him. It's more absorbent and keeps his pants dry. He slept especially well this afternoon." "Cotton diaper?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "Where did you get it?" Grandpa and Grandma Xue exchanged a smile. "You just put a layer of cotton inside the diaper. It's warm and absorbent," Grandma Xue explained. "When Ling was born, it was early spring and still cold and rainy. Diapers were always damp. Luckily, her grandma had prepared a bag of cotton and taught me this trick." Grandpa Xue chuckled. "The old ways are the best. I went out this afternoon and bought the warmest, softest cotton, a whole big bag. You just tear off a flat layer and put it in the diaper? It's warm and absorbent. With such attentive and loving grandparents, Cheng Tianyuan felt completely at ease leaving his son with them. Then, we'll leave him to you tonight. No problem, Grandma Xue said, kissing the little one's hair. Don't worry, just leave him to us. Grandpa Xue smiled. Soaking in the hot spring can be tiring. Get some rest. Cheng Tianyuan said goodnight and went back to the bedroom, finding Xue Ling already fast asleep. He carefully lay down, pulled her into his arms, and closed his eyes, completely content. Soaking in a hot spring? What a wonderful experience. 2 days later, it was New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Xue's mom and Cheng Tianyuan went to the market and bought a huge haul of delicious food for the holiday. When they got back, the two of them got busy in the kitchen. Xue Ling played with her son, while her father sat nearby reading the newspaper. Mr. Xue squinted at his daughter over the top of the paper. Ling, remember last time I mentioned going to the provincial capital to check out the clothing wholesale market? Did you keep that in mind? Xue Ling held her son in her arms, patting his chubby little bottom. I remember. After the new year, I plan to go have a look. Mr. Xue thought for a moment and said quietly, I know the general situation there. It's a bunch of shops supplying goods to others. Now that you have a family, you can't possibly set up shop there and sell yourself. No, Xue Ling explained. I just want to find some small wholesalers to supply. I asked around before. Most of the goods at the provincial market aren't local. They're shipped down from the north. As long as you give me a good enough price, I can supply the wholesalers and make money on volume. There's still profit in it. Mr. Xue gave her a mock stern look. My prices aren't good enough for you? Other than cost and labor, I barely make anything. Yes. Xue Ling lifted her son up. Grandpa is the best. Grandpa loves Mommy and little Ran the most. Mommy's milk money all depends on Grandpa. Little Ran loved being lifted high and giggled happily. Mr. Xue, watching his adorable grandson, melted instantly. He tossed aside the newspaper and scooped the boy up. All right. For our little Ran's milk money, your mom can order as much as she wants, as fast as she wants. Seeing the two of them playing so happily, Xue Ling was suddenly moved. Dad, when Yuenge and I have a second child, I'm thinking of discussing with him about letting the second one take my surname. Mr. Xue was a little surprised and looked at her. I don't know if Yuan will agree. Muhai and his family are honest people, but they're also traditional country folk. If you had a lot of kids, maybe they'd agree, but for a second child, probably not. He and his wife only had Xue Ling, their daughter. If they'd cared about carrying on the family name, they would have had more kids. Your mom and I don't care about that stuff. As long as you're happy and your family as well, that's enough. The Xue family has plenty of descendants. 1 or 2 more or less doesn't matter. Not long ago, Xiaoheng even asked us to be his godparents, but we turned him down. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows in surprise. She hadn't expected that. He wanted to be your godson? Mr. Xue nodded and said quietly, He said he's far from his parents, and you, Mom, and I have always treated him well. He wanted to formally recognize us as elders and be filial to us in the future. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Why did you refuse? Isn't that a good thing? Your mom wouldn't agree, Mr. Xue explained. She was really unhappy about it and flatly refused. I told Xiaoheng he's already my nephew and I treat him like half a son, no need for anything extra. When he saw we refused, he didn't bring it up again. Xue Ling glanced toward the kitchen and said quietly, Mom, probably has her own reasons. Your mom has always been fine with having a daughter, Mr. Xue said in a low voice. But there are still people who blame her for not having a son. Mostly some of the older relatives. She never says anything, but it bothers her. She wouldn't accept Xiaoheng because she doesn't want to admit she cares about that. Xue Ling looked at her dad. And you? What do you think? Of course I support your mom, Mr. Xue said firmly. What other people think is their business. Your mom is the one I'm spending my life with. Isn't that obvious? Xue Ling burst out laughing and gave him a thumbs up. Dad, you're awesome! Mr. Xue sighed softly. Back then, I almost couldn't get married. Your mom insisted on marrying me and waited for me for years. Later, I went through a lot, almost lost my life, and she never left me. How could I treat her badly? We're both getting old. What matters is living well together, not all that other stuff. He added, to me, you're my descendant, and even if Ranran's surname is Cheng, he's still my grandson. If you have more kids and want one to take your surname, that's fine. But if the elders don't agree, don't force it. That stuff is just superficial. What matters is you and Yuan living a good life. Xue Ling was touched, her eyes growing misty. Dad. This was true parental love, giving without asking for anything in return, only wanting their children to be happy. She said softly, Don't worry, I'll talk it over with Yuenge and his parents. Good. Mr. Xue smiled. If they agree, that's wonderful. If not, don't push it. Xue Ling nodded. Mr. Xue took little Ranran to watch the fish, the two of them laughing and playing, completely content. Around 4 p.m, the sky darkened and snow began to fall. Xue's mom called out cheerfully, Time for the reunion dinner. It's cold this year, so we're having hot pot. Oh, my favorite, Xue Ling said, hurrying over. Cheng Tianyuan sat next to her, holding little Ranran. Mr. and Mrs. Xue each took out a big red envelope and gave them to Ranran. Wishing our little Ranran a happy, healthy, and joyful childhood. Cheng Tianyuan took out 2 red envelopes from his pocket and handed them over. Dad, Mom, I finally made a little money this year, so I prepared 2 small red envelopes for you. It's not much, but it's from the heart. I wish you both good health and happiness. Mr. and Mrs. Xue exchanged a smile and laughed. Thank you. That's very thoughtful. Xue Ling hadn't expected him to have prepared this and secretly smiled to herself. He's really improving, Mr. Xue said happily. Then we wish you a prosperous business and another grandchild next year. Thank you, Dad, Mom, Cheng Tianyuan replied with a smile. Mrs. Xue called everyone to eat. Halfway through the meal, little Ranran fell asleep. Cheng Tianyuan carried him to bed and tucked him in. When he returned to the kitchen, he heard Mr. Xue talking about Xue Heng. Xiao Heng didn't come back to the provincial capital for New Year last year, but this year he did. His younger brother is still abroad and won't graduate for another couple of years, so he couldn't come home. His parents are both busy and finally got some time off, so they wanted him to come back. There's nothing much going on at the branch factory, so I told him to spend more time with his family and come back after the Lantern Festival. Xue Ling asked curiously, I heard he managed to make a deal with Country M. Is that true? Yes, Mr. Xue explained. Last year I merged the old and new factories into the original one, and the new one is now called the second branch, Lingyan Garment Factory. He's the general manager and owns 30% of the shares. That deal didn't make a huge profit, about 150,000 yuan. He got a few tens of thousands, plus his salary, enough for a single guy to have a good New Year. Xue Ling smiled. He's still single, right? Still single, Mrs. Xue replied. He's picky. Lots of people have tried to set him up, but he hasn't liked any of them. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, The factory's called Lingyun? Did you name it, Dad? Mr. Xue let out an "oh" and replied, Xiao Heng came up with the name. He said people should have lofty ambitions, so he chose those 2 characters. I thought it was pretty good, so I agreed. Mrs. Xue added happily, It's the same Ling as in Ling Ling. Not bad, right? Not bad. Cheng Tianyuan managed a smile. Let's eat. The fish in the pot is ready. Let's dig in. Xue Ling didn't think much of it and happily started eating. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at her profile and gently picked out a piece of fish for her. There might be small bones. Don't eat too fast. Okay. Xue Ling gave him a sweet smile and kept eating. The reunion dinner lasted over an hour. Afterwards, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan did the dishes while the 2 elders took little Ranran away. Our little Ranran is going to eat his fill too. The little one had his formula and watched TV with his grandparents. Xue Ling poked her head out and couldn't help but remind them, Don't let him get too close. The TV will hurt his eyes. Mrs. Xue laughed. No, he's sitting far away. Cheng Tianyuan heated water for the dishes and said gently, "It's just for a little while, it's fine." "You don't understand. TV can really damage a child's eyes," Xue Ling said quietly. "That's why I never bought a TV." In the late 1980s, TVs were still rare, but some well-off families had started buying them. Their family had already upgraded to a color TV. Big, bright, and colorful. Little Ranran was fascinated by the moving, talking people on the screen. Once a child's attention is caught, it's hard to pull them away. If they watch too long, their eyes will definitely be affected. A TV only costs a little over $1,000. We can afford it, but I'm afraid the child won't be able to control himself and will watch too much. Grandparents, as long as the child is happy, just let him watch. Cheng Tianyuan hadn't thought of that and nodded. Then let's not buy one for now. Once business at the store is stable, I'll talk to Ahu and Amin about getting a small TV for Dajiale. It could attract more customers. "Oh, that's a great idea," Xue Ling praised. "That's a good way to boost profits." Cheng Tianyuan handed her the clean dishes and Xue Ling dried them and put them away. The kitchen was big, but since only 2 people usually ate at home, there weren't many dishes. With everyone here, Mom had added a few more bowls and plates. Xue Ling glanced at him, a little nervous, as if something was on her mind. "Yuan, how many kids do you think we should have in the future?" Cheng Tianyuan was taken aback, then chuckled. "The more the better. Elders love kids. Let's try for 3 or 4. Xue Ling muttered, "3 is enough, not too many." Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. "Next year, let's work hard and have another one." Xue Ling blushed and teased. "When have you ever not worked hard, He laughed softly and didn't say more. They quickly finished tidying up the kitchen. Cheng Tianyuan even grabbed a mop and cleaned all the rooms and the living room. He was careful not to leave the floor too wet, wringing out the mop thoroughly before cleaning. With the heating on, the floors dried quickly, and the whole place was spotless. Mrs. Xue called out with a smile, "Aiwan, stop working and come have some tea with us. Watch TV for a bit." "Okay," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "There's hot water in the kitchen. I'll bring some for Ling Ling's bath first." With that, he bustled off again. Mrs. Xue nudged her husband and whispered, "Aiwan is such a good kid. He does way more housework than Ling Ling and never complains. Even when he's busy, he still thinks about whether Ling Ling has hot water for her bath." Mr. Xue smiled. "Back when we lived in Rongcheng's big alley, I could tell he was a good kid. Even at 7 or 8, he helped with chores and loved to read. How could a kid like that turn out badly?" Mrs. Xue said, "When I went to help Ling Ling during her confinement, as soon as he finished work, he'd come home and cook, take care of his wife and child, and barely stopped except to sleep. He's really hard-working." "Our daughter's lazy with housework," Mr. Xue said quietly. "Luckily, she has a good husband." Mrs. Xue glanced at their daughter, who was lounging on the sofa watching TV, and rolled her eyes. "She's lucky, that's for sure." Little Ranran played for over an hour before yawning. Mrs. Xue said, "He only had water earlier, so he must be hungry now. Once he's full, he'll be ready for bed. It's already past 8. Xue Ling said, "Let's wait a bit longer. He can sleep at 9. "Go make the formula," Mrs. Xue said. "The bottle needs to be washed and sterilized, so by the time it's ready, it'll be about 9. "I'll do it," Mr. Xue said, quickly getting to work. He'd already learned how to make formula. Wash the bottle, rinse it with boiling water, let it dry, add warm water, and then 5 scoops of formula. "Ranran, let Grandpa feed you so you're nice and full." Xue Ling lounged on the sofa giggling. "Dad, Mom, when you retire, come help me take care of the kids." Mr. Xue gave her a look. "We still have to work for another 10 years. Are you planning to keep having kids then?" "Forget it," Xue Ling muttered. "You can't spend your whole life just having kids. I have big ambitions to achieve." "Ambitions?" Mrs. Xue teased with a smile. "What else is in that head of yours besides money?" Xue Ling shrank back. Honestly, aside from making money, she didn't have any other big dreams. "Making money is a big dream too." Mr. Xue chuckled. "Don't be too rigid. Try different ways and earn slowly." Cheng Tianyuan wiped his hands and came over. Dad, Mom, are you going out to stay up late tonight? No, Mrs. Xue said. We go every year, but it's not that interesting. I already told the relatives back home that I'm helping with the grandson this year, so I'm not going. Mr. Xue said gently, I'll go over tomorrow morning, see everyone, hand out a few red envelopes, and come right back. Oh, right, Mrs. Xue said. At midnight, there'll be fireworks in the square behind us. We should be able to see them from the balcony. Fireworks? Xue Ling asked with a smile. When did that start? I never heard about it before. Mr. Xue explained. The neighborhood committee organized it. This is the first year. Last year they collected a lot of rent and had some extra money, so they wanted to do something new and make the new year more festive. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Then at midnight we can wrap up in coats and watch from the balcony. Yes, Xue Ling said happily. The snow's stopped. Let's go build a snowman first. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't refuse her. I'll make some ginger tea first, then we'll bundle up and go downstairs. Little Ran soon fell asleep, and Mrs. Xue took him to their room. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan put on their coats and went out to build snowmen. There was snow in Rongcheng too, but never enough to make a snowman. They made 2 big snowmen and a little one, having a great time. Whoosh! Bang! Fireworks shot into the sky and exploded, lighting up the night in dazzling colors. Wow! Xue Ling cheered. The fireworks have started. More fireworks followed, booming and sparkling in the sky. Xue Ling covered her ears and snuggled into his arms. Cheng Tianyuan hugged her, laughing as they watched the fireworks together. The night was beautiful, the fireworks even more so, but nothing could match the happiness in their hearts at that moment. On the morning of the 3rd day of the new year, Xue Ling finally managed to meet up with Jiaxiu. Jiaxiu loved coffee, so they met at a cafe as usual. Fashionable and pretty, Jiaxiu had cut her hair short and permed it into soft curls. She wore a long skirt with a jacket and a big scarf, looking both stylish and refined. Wow, you haven't changed a bit. Did you really have a baby, or was it just for show? She looked Xue Ling up and down, noticing that she looked exactly the same as before. Curvy, not the least bit chubby, with no sign she'd ever had a child. Xue Ling grinned. It's cold outside, otherwise I'd have brought him along. My parents are watching him at home. Here, this is his photo for you. Oh my God, he's so cute, so chubby and fair. Jiaxiu was cheerful and full of praise. Is this a doll? He's adorable. Xue Ling giggled. Don't be jealous. Hurry up and find yourself a handsome guy and have one of your own. Jiaxiu rolled her eyes and scoffed. Get lost. I don't want to. I've heard childbirth is super painful. She glanced around, then lowered her voice. Hey, was it really that painful when you had your son? Did it hurt for 3 days and nights? Constant contractions, screaming and crying, totally exhausted and swollen, so painful you couldn't push, cursing your husband the whole time? Xue Ling burst out laughing. Have you been watching too many TV dramas? Or reading too many novels? It's not that dramatic. Don't lie to me, Jiaxiu whispered, clearly nervous. When my sister had my niece, I went to see her. She was in so much pain her face was twisted, crying and yelling at my brother-in-law, and in the end she almost fainted. Xue Ling shook her head, trying not to laugh. Not everyone's the same. I exercised a lot before, and even when I was pregnant I walked and jogged every day, morning and night. I didn't gain much weight, just had a big belly. The contractions were tough, but once the baby was born, I recovered pretty quickly. Jiaxiu looked skeptical. Really? It's just about exercise? Pretty much, Xue Ling explained. And you have to follow the doctor's advice, get regular checkups, don't ignore any issues, eat well, sleep well, exercise, and keep a good attitude. Jiaxiu took a deep breath, still looking unconvinced. Just thinking about being swollen, throwing up, feeling gross, hair all messy, I can't handle it. Xue Ling giggled. Every mom has it tough, but you get through it and adjust. I was lucky. My mother-in-law helped with the baby and meals during the day, and my husband took care of most of the housework. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had it so easy. Just feeding and caring for the baby was enough to keep me busy. Jiaxu muttered, "So it's because you're spoiled. No wonder you look just like before." "Exactly," Xue Ling said softly. "A partner should love you and take care of you. For women, what matters most is finding a man who truly cherishes you." "Oh, listen to you," Jiaxu teased. "Are you showing off?" "No," Xue Ling blinked. "I'm just sharing my standards for picking a husband." Jiaxu suddenly deflated, stirring her coffee listlessly. "Let's not talk about it. The more I think about it, the more stressed I get." Xue Ling raised an eyebrow, curious. "What's wrong? Too many suitors and you don't know who to pick?" In terms of looks and talent, Jiaxu was a great catch. She was a little plump, but her features were pleasant, and everything else about her was excellent. First, she was a native of the capital, with a local household registration. Second, she had a college degree and a well-paid, stable job. By all rights, she shouldn't be short of suitors. Her problem should be choosing the right one. Since they were old classmates, there was no need for the kind of caution you'd have with colleagues, worrying about gossip or your reputation. With old friends, you could talk about anything. Jiaxu didn't hold back and shared her troubles directly. "I've been out of school for almost 2 years, and in that time so many people have tried to set me up. Relatives, friends, colleagues, elders, everyone wants to help me get married. I'm already 23, so I guess it's time. But I just don't know what kind of person to choose." "What are the options?" Xue Ling asked with a teasing smile. "Tell me, maybe I can help you find someone." Jiaxu smiled and lowered her voice. "There are 2 main camps. Some relatives and elders say stability is best. Since I have a stable job, if the guy does too, we can have a steady life together. It's best if he works in a state-owned enterprise or government job. The other camp says since I have good conditions, I should find someone rich and capable, someone with money, talent, and a house, someone who matches me. Life would be more comfortable and generous, but doing business is risky. If he fails, I'd have to struggle along with him." She sighed and gave a wry smile. "So I'm stuck. If I want money, it's not stable. If I want stability, life might be too plain, and if we ever have a big expense, we'd have to pinch every penny. How am I supposed to choose?" Xue Ling nodded slowly. "Yeah, that is a tough choice." Jiaxu glared at her. "I've been talking for ages. Aren't you going to give me any advice? What would you do?" "I already made my choice," Xue Ling laughed. "I've even had a son. What's there to choose now?" Jiaxu thought of Cheng Tianyuan's looks and background, and her tone turned a little sour. "Your husband is 1 in a million in terms of looks. No complaints there. But his family background. He was just a poor country boy. I really admire your courage. As soon as you got engaged, you moved so far away, all the way to the countryside." Given Xue Ling's looks, education, and her family's status in the capital, no one would have expected her to marry into a rural family. In this era, having a city household registration was a huge source of pride. Many rural girls would do anything to marry a city boy and become city people themselves, so their kids could have city registration too. But Xue Ling was the opposite. A city girl, only child of a capital family, marrying a country boy. When she first mentioned her engagement, Jiaxu hadn't believed her at all, thinking she was joking. It wasn't until Xue Ling asked her to help find a side job and said to send it to Rongcheng that she finally believed it. "Tell me, what gave you the courage to marry him? Even now I still think it's kind of unbelievable." Xue Ling giggled and said quietly, "It wasn't about courage. I just liked him as a person. I thought he was a good man, someone who'd treat me well for life, who'd love and cherish me. I didn't think about anything else, just decided to stick with him." Jiaxue eyed her skeptically, not quite convinced. "That's it?" Xue Ling nodded emphatically and countered, "Isn't that the most important thing? You're marrying a person, not their background or job. If you overthink and worry about everything, how could you ever get married?" Zhao Jiaxue was momentarily speechless. It was true. If you tried to consider every angle and have everything figured out, you might never find someone truly good. Xue Ling continued in a low voice. "I'm pretty easygoing. As long as he's a good person and treats me well, I'm willing to go through hard times with him. Life might be tough at first, but as long as we work hard together, how could it always stay hard? That's impossible. Just 2 years ago, we had nothing, just a mud brick house in the countryside, and we had to rent in the city. But last year, he opened a shop. I started wholesaling clothes, and now we've bought several apartments in the city. Life isn't tight anymore. That's progress. It's okay to be poor, as long as he's a good person, hardworking and willing to endure hardship. People like that won't stay down for long. Xue Ling shrugged. If he were rich but had bad character, he could blow through a fortune in 6 months. That's not hard to understand, right? Xiao Jiaxue thought about it and slowly nodded. That does make sense, but your family is wealthy. Aren't you afraid of not having a safety net? Xue Ling shot back. You have knowledge and a stable job. That's your safety net, isn't it? Jiaxu bit her lip and said quietly, I only make a little over 200 a month, not that much. And I spend a lot, so I haven't saved much. 200 is enough for living expenses, Xue Ling said. If you're careful, it's enough for daily life and running a household. Plus, your knowledge and earning ability will always be there. That's your real safety net, no doubt about it. That's true. Jiaxu took a sip of coffee. Last year, I even got a bit of royalties, 700 or 800. Xue Ling smiled. Then you have even less to worry about. Your publishing job is stable and pays well, so you have the confidence to pick a good man. You don't have to care how much he makes or worry about his future prospects. Yeah, Jiaxu finally smiled. So I'll focus on the person first and then consider the rest. Exactly, Xue Ling said. If it's just dating, you might not think about all this. But for matchmaking, if you can find someone with a similar background and family, that's ideal. You can weigh his character, job, family, housing, all of it. Jiaxu nodded. Got it, thanks. After all, Xue Ling was married and experienced, so her advice was practical and to the point. Xue Ling waved her hand. No need to thank me. Actually, I owe you an apology. Jiaxu raised an eyebrow. Why? Didn't you say you finished the translation? Did you lose the last part? No, nothing's lost. Xue Ling pulled a big envelope from her bag and handed it over. The last 20-something pages are all here, not a word missing. Jiaxu smiled in satisfaction. You really had a fruitful year. The book from the year before got published, you finished another, an even bigger one, had a big, healthy son, and bought a house. That's a lot. Xue Ling waved it off. Now that I finished this one, I need to take a break. My business is growing, and I'm planning to invest in something else this year. The baby's still little, so I probably won't have time for translation. Really? Jiaxu said, a little regretful. You're so good at it. Your language skills are top-notch. If you stop now, it'll be hard to pick it up again later. Xue Ling shrugged and gave a wry smile. It's not that I want to give it up. I just really don't have the time. But I can't bear to let go of foreign languages. After all, I studied for so many years, I can't just drop it. Jiaxu took out the manuscript and flipped through a few pages. You're getting better and better. How can you bear to stop? In a place like Rongcheng, how many chances do you have to use a foreign language? If you don't use it for a few years, you'll forget it all. After all, language needs an environment. Without books or people to speak with, it's easy to lose it. She worked in the same field, so she understood why Xue Ling was reluctant to give it up. Xue Ling sighed. I can only read more books and listen to English channels when I can, just to keep from forgetting too much. Jiaxu said generously, I have tons of foreign language books. I'll send you dozens. But if you only read and don't use your brain, your translation skills will fade fast. Look, you've already published a book. I talked to the editor-in-chief about this one. It's longer, but your translation is clearly more mature than the last. The editor said the Chinese version is really popular and is considering publishing this one too. Xue Ling shook her head firmly. I really don't have the time. All right then, Jiaxu said. The whole translation is done, so I'll show it to the editor in a couple of days. If he approves, I'll have you check it over and get it ready for publication. At least you'll get more royalties. If there's a second or third edition, you'll keep earning. Why not? No problem. Xue Ling grinned. Seeing my name in print is a real source of pride and happiness. Exactly, Jiaxu said. Wait for my news. If it's approved, this will be your second book. If you make a name for yourself in translation, more people will come to you for work. Not for now, Xue Ling said. I have too much on my plate and the baby's still little. Maybe later. Jiaxu thought for a moment, then asked, Are you interested in translating jokes? What? Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. Jiaxu explained, The publisher just got a couple of joke books, and the foreign language newspaper wants someone to translate jokes for a weekly column, one short piece a week paid by the word. The pay's actually pretty good. Xue Ling perked up. Are they foreign language jokes? Yeah, Jiaxu said. Didn't you used to love reading joke books? I remember you finished all the ones in the library. Xue Ling said quickly, Tell me exactly how it works. How do you get paid? She explained, The publisher has a set of joke books. 2 have arrived and there's another series of 3, so 5 in total. You know, our publisher and the foreign language newspaper are part of the same company. The newspaper is a weekly and they just revamped it to make it more fun, not just all study material. The editor suggested serializing the joke books, which could last 3 to 5 years. 1 joke a week? Xue Ling asked. Exactly, just 1. Some are really short, just a couple of lines. Xue Ling couldn't help but praise. Adding more fun content to the newspaper is what readers really like. That's a great idea. Zhao Jiaxue waved her hand. But here's the problem. There are jokes to serialize, but no one to translate them. The newspaper has plenty of people who know foreign languages, but no one wants to take on this project. Why? Xue Ling asked. If they do it, do they not get paid? After all, if it's extra work with no pay, no one wants to take on more. Jiaxu explained. The editor-in-chief said he hopes someone can take it as a side job with an extra 10 yuan a month. But the work would last 3 to 5 years, and everyone says they're already too busy and can't spare the time. That's too little. 10 yuan? Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Jiaxu shrugged. No one wants to do it, so the editor-in-chief had to look for help elsewhere, but still, no one's interested. Too long, too little pay. In the end, he said to find a professional translator and pay 5 yuan per piece. I'm in charge of the translation side, and he asked me to find someone. The new column starts after the new year, and I still haven't found anyone. I'm really worried. I actually have a bit of interest, Xue Ling said. Not for the money, but to keep up my foreign language reading habit so I don't lose my skills. After all, it's something she enjoys, and it would add a bit of fun to her busy days.